So, boys, how we all doing?
All good, all good. What you guys saying?
Why?
Do you know what?
Intro was clean.
Thank you, thank you.
No
What's going on,
sound.
Cody? How you doing? Cody, can you hear us? I guess not.
Need the
Well,
fifth.
it feels good to be back as a Dragon Ball fan. It feels good to be back because you know what I've been doing today? I've had basically fuck all other than work. I've just been insulting My Hero Academia fans all day.
We not doing this. This is not why I'm here. Like, there's no way. Like,
I thought I baited you here. It's not really to talk about Dragon Ball. This shit on My Hero.
It's a slander stream as usual.
it's so crazy, man.
No, it's not. The reason that we're doing the stream, and I don't know how this is actually going to pan out because I wasn't going to stream today. But I had a conversation with a very close friend of mine this morning, and he was saying to me that he believes that the Dragon Ball Super remake is one of the stupidest things that he's seen, and it's a waste of time. And Cody, can you hear us? Yeah.
He was locked in.
So I was arguing with him about it. Now, obviously, on my timeline, it's there's a heavy Dragon Ball bias. Most people are happy for it, but on his timeline, he was saying that no, most people are not happy about this remake. People are pissed off about it. And I thought your timeline is probably cooked, but there probably is a lot of people. There probably is a contingent of people that don't like it. So I thought I'll put the message out there and we'll see who is not happy with Dragon Ball Super. And funnily enough, a fair amount of people responded. Now, whether they actually show up or not is another thing entirely. But that's basically why we're here. And if we can't get people on to debate their position, then we've always got My Hero to rip into for a little bit.
I'm leaving. No, but it's kind of crazy hearing the back and forth about the whole situation with the Dragon Ball Super Beerus and everything else. Because even if you don't like the idea of them remaking it, in theory, right, it's been so many years where like it was gonna happen anyway at this point. And I think it depends on how you view Dragon Ball, right? Like Dragon Ball Super, let's keep it to Super primarily. And this could be a bigger thing with Shueisha. When it comes to them remaking things, that's a common thing in that space. Everybody wants some of their favorite series to get a Kai treatment, you know what I'm saying? Or some type of iteration if they don't favor the original. I am a person where like I love Dragon Ball, but I acknowledge the flaws of Super entirely. Just because I'm critical about the things in Super doesn't mean I enjoyed the shit I watched along the way, right? Like, for example, I'm a big Super Saiyan 3 shield, and the way Super did Super Saiyan 3 pissed me the hell off. Either if it was from animation or just doing it for like, here, it's still a thing and then disappears. But I think Dragon Ball Super Beerus, at least for now, that definitely deserves a heavy remake. Like there's a lot wrong with it, even from just the narrative side of things. Because I'm having issues with StreamYard's moving everything apparently. Oh, okay, that's Cody. That's what Cody said. But
Cody, can you not hear us? If you can't, if your mic is having issues, go to at the bottom of the screen. There's a little settings button. Go in there, click on that. Go to audio and then set up your mic, and it should work. I know it takes some fiddling around at the beginning. Oh yeah, sorry, go on, Yo-Yo.
Yeah, and I think Dragon Ball Super Beerus, when that show first came out, the original Super, it was a lot of criticism towards the beginning part of the show, right? Mind you, there's a lot of us that seen Battle of the Gods in the movies multiple times, wore that shit out. Then by the time we get to the anime, we got to watch it in the animation again. So that could be a burnout for a lot of people. Speaking for myself, right, when it came to Dragon Ball Super, I legitimately did not watch the first two arcs. I watched like a couple of the episodes, like the big ones that people were talking about. Shout out to Anime AJ. If you've been following Dragon Ball, he's been talking about animation on the internet as the earliest, in my head, 2010. He's been talking about it. But the beginning of Dragon Ball Super specifically was really bad. Like from animation, some of the sound work was kind of off. Outside of the story events, like they expanded on it with the Bulma and Vegeta segments, that's pretty dope, you know. But there's a lot of stuff that just needs to be worked on, especially because of Toy Animation's current quality of stuff they got. Like Super looks like a blemish, early Super, out of all of that. So I don't know.
C4, how do you feel about the announcement of Super getting a remake?
I get to see Vegeta in more different stills, bro. That's it. That's all I care about.
That's a good, simple answer.
Yeah, more Vegeta. I mean, there's some other characters I like. I like 17's cool. Goku Black's cool character. Everyone else, I don't really care about. And yeah, if they can make Vegeta look cleaner, go for it.
Cody, how do you feel about the remake?
I think it's kind of pointless. Like, is this like the 4th time they've redone Battle of Gods? Like, we have the movie right there. You could just watch the movie. Like, yeah, early Super was bad, but the early Super that was bad were just bad adaptations of the movies. Like, I've always told people that haven't seen Super, you watch Battle of Gods, you watch Resurrection F, and you pick up Super from episode 28, you're good.
I've got a quick question. From the little bit I've heard, that are they not adding like frames and like scenes into this?
The stuff they've added isn't really that important. I mean, the only thing you really miss if you do what I said was you miss the scene where Vegeta asks Whis to train him, which you don't really need if you just skip and then go right to 28. You just kind of infer. Like, it's not that necessary.
Is that
it's
from
kind of like,
the manga?
do we need to know how Han Solo got his gun type thing? Like, you don't need to see it.
Are they adding new scenes or stuff from like the manga? I thought they were adding
no. So what a lot of people seem to have forgotten, I guess, because of years of there only being the manga and that just being Dragon Ball Super in people's mind. The manga and the anime are different beasts, like completely. So what the way Dragon Ball Super would go was Akira Toriyama, he would create the characters, he would create bullet points for the story. He would give those to Toei and he would give those to Toyotaro, and they would both do their own thing with them. That's why if you read the manga version of like the Future Trunks saga, it's vastly different than the anime version. That's just kind of how like the anime is not an adaptation of the manga. The manga isn't an adaptation of the anime. This is Toyotaro's version of Toriyama's notes, and this is Toei's version of Toriyama's notes. And just going by, what seems to get adapted in other media, the Toei version could be considered more canon. Like, if you're going to see any of these characters show up in a video game, it's going to be based on the anime, not the manga. And I think anybody that's seen both could tell you
that's not true.
I mean, yeah, you play Sparking Zero.
Sparking Zero has a mixture of both. A lot of the Vegeta assets are manga.
You like, not really. Actually. Like, if you look at like Goku Black, for instance, anybody from that arc, they're all doing stuff from the anime. You look at anybody from Totem Power, they're all doing stuff from the anime. Like any
but Sparking Zero does have Vegeta does have things from the manga that are not in the anime.
Not to the extent of the anime. Again,
what he's saying is that Sparking Zero does have that though. Like, Super Saiyan Blue does have things that are not in the anime.
If you're gonna pull from one, it's primarily gonna be the anime.
Okay, so you were right on that, but when it comes to anime games in general, they primarily pull from the source material that they want to do because of the licenses. That doesn't mean that's a rule for Dragon Ball, though.
It's gonna be the anime. Like, if you're gonna see that, like Zamasu is a great example. If you're gonna see him show up in anything, he's gonna have the halo. He's gonna be floating with his arms out. That was the anime. The manga didn't do that at all. Like Fused Zamasu, I mean. Like if you see those characters, it's gonna be 99% the anime. And a lot of that was like the adaptations that had both, most people preferred the anime. And also, it was just more people watched it, but most people prefer.
Well, I can't say that. I am.
Can I just give my opening statement on this?
Yes, go ahead.
After that, can I restate my question because I don't have an answer?
Yeah, I just want to give mine some pushback. So everyone that's saying that this is pointless to do this, if you worked for Toei or one of these companies, I would fire you in an instant. You would be bad for business. The reason being is that everyone's forgetting that Super came out 8 to 10 years ago, and when Super came out, there was a brand new base of anime fans that didn't watch Z, and I would know this because a couple of them were in my family where they haven't seen Z, which was bizarre to me. So Super is their Z, like where they look back on Super the way we look back on Z. And now we've got a whole new contingent of anime fans 10 years later who are going to be jumping into Super. Now, you say that there's a Battle of Gods movie, and I say that's correct. However, you would be surprised how many people have not seen the movie over the anime. There's a vast majority of people have seen the anime over the movie, at least in my interactions and seeing how people move on Twitter and on YouTube. I told someone that there was a movie for Frieza, and they were like, what? No, it's an anime. So there's a contingent of people that never watched the movies that are going to go to Crunchyroll and Netflix just to watch the anime. And I can imagine the line of thinking in that board meeting was, these new fans are going to see this announcement and everyone getting hyped. They're going to go back and watch Beerus and Frieza, and they're going to see how dog shit it was. We need to fix that. So in order to,
well, they did on the
in order to unban, no, the Blu-ray is not a streaming service. At the end of the day, the traffic is going to go to a streaming service.
But
at the end of the day, these people are going to go on there. They're going to look at the old version, and they're not going to like what they're seeing. And so the people that are working at Toei probably thought to themselves, let's wipe the slate clean because the originals are very ugly. Let's give people something to look forward to when the Galactic Patrol's coming up. And that way we won't have this mess of people making memes on the internet of Dragon Ball Super, what it used to be. It's just going to be a clean, fresh sweep. The other thing is that you said, and I agree with you, the manga and the anime are different continuities, basically. Like they barely coincide. So a lot of people are making assumptions saying, oh, it's just going to be a straight rip of what we already saw. We don't actually know that. We don't know if Toyotaro is going to take a lot of his work. We don't even know what they're going to do with Daima at this point. None of us have any idea, because when Super was coming out, none of us had any idea they were going to do what they did with the anime, and they became two continuities. So there's a lot of assumptions here. And I don't think people are looking at all of the new fans that are going to jump onto Dragon Ball and what it could mean if they go back and watch that crap that came out 10 years ago.
Well, all you got to do then is just, you say like, oh, the deep Blu-rays aren't streaming. Toei could just give the Blu-ray versions to the streaming service.
It's not that easy to do streaming like that. Prime example.
Here's the new video file. Stream this instead.
No, it's not that simple. There's licensing agreements you got to deal with. That's the same
you
thing.
Have the license agreement with Toei already.
But that's the same thing that happens with JJK. If y'all don't know, Mahoraga versus Sukuna, spoiler alert, is ass in the base anime.
It's not
right?
ass, man. Come on.
It's cool as fuck, but like it smears and shit. Like if you don't get what's going on, it's not good. The Blu-ray version is really good. Even if you look it up on YouTube at this point, JJK is also a rare case. But a lot of times when anime and animation goes from Blu-ray to the actual first thing, the first thing still garnishes the more view because that's initially what was out there versus the Blu-ray iteration. And when it comes to putting Blu-rays on like streaming services and stuff like that, like in my head, I thought it was like that. They could just update all the Super and just throw up the new Blu-rays and stuff like that. But you got to realize in this age of digital streaming, people not buying DVDs and Blu-rays can be digital, for digital download. But the average person ain't going through that method. They finna turn on Crunchyroll or Netflix, like Mike said, and call it a day.
Yeah, but it would be hard if I wanted to promote the new thing.
Just before you go, Cody, just want to say that I checked some of my old Dragon Ball Blu-rays. Some of them say Disney on there. So I think Disney has distribution rights to some of them, which can also cause problems with taking things from the Blu-ray and then putting them on streaming servers. I don't think it's as easy as ripping something.
It's easier than you think. I can't give too many details. I just know I can just say that I've talked to people in the past because I've been involved in some lame shit. But I have talked to people behind the scenes, not about this specifically, but enough to pick up some stuff for the osmosis. Toei is very hands-on. Like they are almost dictators when it comes to overseas licensing and who they talk to and what's done with like their shows overseas and everything like that. So they are absolutely the kind of company that could, if they wanted to, just say, we're gonna give you this version, we're gonna change this. They dictate demands all the time. I mean, there's some people already know some stuff, like infamously One Piece. Funimation, when they picked up the rights to One Piece from 4Kids, they had to fight Toei to get the original names back because Toei wanted to mandate them to continue using all the goofy name changes and shit that 4Kids were using. Like Funimation had to fight Toei to get Zoro his name back because Toei wanted them to keep calling him Zolo. So Toei is the kind of company that is just I decree to you from on high, kind of thing. And if they knew they've been having this in the works for a long time, they didn't just start making all this shit, the other month. So it wouldn't have been hard for them to say, "Oh, we got this in the works. People are going to go back and watch Dragon Ball Super. We could just have call up Crunchyroll, say here, broadcast this version instead."
What is the specific process that goes into what you're saying, though? Because you say that you spoke to people behind the scenes and you know how this works. You don't have to say who you spoke to, but what is the process that goes into handling like distribution and rights?
That I don't know. What I do know is that when Toei has a series adapted overseas, they are effectively over everyone's shoulder saying, "This is what we want. This is what you're doing. This is how it's going to be." They don't because a lot of other Japanese companies, they just kind of hand off to the overseas distributor and say, "Do whatever you have to do." Infamously, that's how we got Ghost Stories. They just say, "Whatever, man." Toei doesn't say "whatever, man." They come out, "Oh, you're gonna license our thing? Okay, you're gonna do this, and it's gonna be this way, and you're gonna do it like this, and it's gonna be like this." That is why, for instance, a lot of the American names for stuff in Dragon Ball Z are still the same. That's why Tien is still Tien and wasn't changed back to Tenshinhan, because Toei was like, "You guys already have these names. We want consistency. So don't change it. Don't change it back." Because over the years, there have been pushes by Funimation in the past to change it back. That's what they try to do with a lot with Kai. If you notice, a lot of the attack names are different if you watch the Kai dub. They've been trying to change it back. Toei is very, 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 very hands-on. I do know that for a fact. I couldn't tell you business specifics, but from the people I've talked to, they're up their they are up your ass if you're distributing their stuff overseas.
All
so
let's let C4 ask his question.
Yeah. Before I ask the question, I want to make a point. I guess some people might get mad, but I wanted to say, when Mike was talking about the business side, everyone who's saying that this is kind of like a waste of time for Toei to do this, or waste of money, or whatever, it feels like you're encouraging AI. That argument is encouraging AI because, one, you're taking money away from artists. You're saying, "Oh, this is a waste of money and time." So you're saying, "Okay, don't get the artist to remake or remaster this." One, and then two, when you say it's a waste of time, devs are going to go, "Oh, you know what doesn't take too much time? AI."
That's a bit of a reach.
Okay, cool.
I think the issue is just.
Oh,
I don't think it's a waste of money.
Which bit was a reach?
The opposite. I think it's the opposite. I think this is a kind of a naked, cynical crash grab. I think that
wait, but that doesn't take away from what I said. When people that don't want the remake, when they say that to the devs, you are taking money away from artists because they're not going to hire artists to do the remake, and you're giving them the idea of, "Oh, if it's a waste of time, what takes less time is using AI." So what two statements there is a reach?
I think nobody's even really thinking about AI in this
really
discussion. This
AI and art is not something I think people think about.
Not here. I think it's like, people aren't thinking about AI. They're thinking about why are we remaking Battle of Gods for the 4th time?
But I think C4's opening up the discussion where I think a lot of people are not thinking. They're just saying, "Oh, why are they doing this for the 4th time?" But there's multiple reasons why they're doing it. I hadn't thought about the AI conversation, but it's definitely one worth entertaining.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of it feels like just trying to bring AI into the conversation. AI is not involved, and I think it's more the fact, I think it is a cynical crash grab because, oh well, we're bringing back Dragon Ball Super, and sort of the excuse is oh, let's get people back to speed. Super's been off the air for a while, and then we'll just redo it again. It's really just a way to get more Dragon Ball on TV, get more Dragon Ball Blu-ray sales. And since it's a remaster, you're not doing too much new material. I mean, people pointing out how different it is, but a lot of it's just you're only really fixing the bad frames.
Sorry, real quick, my second question was back to the first one. Are they adding new stills? Is there going to be new animation in this remaster? Because before, when I asked, I didn't really get an answer.
Not entirely.
Yes, it is. It's hella new stills.
We've already
But
seen
they're just kind of fixing bad drawings.
Here you go.
Wait. Yeah,
I
you're
was
saying
waiting.
yes.
Yeah,
Is
hell yeah, that shit finna look raw when they come back. We're not finna lie like that. Like I just put the tweet right there.
So there's new skills.
There's new stills. There's recoloring of certain moves and attacks to be more aligned in the manga, the same way anime games do it.
Yeah, but that's the same. Like, that doesn't take half the effort it would take to just make something entirely new, and that's why
they're doing Galactic Patrol. That's what they announced.
Yeah, that's the new thing. That's the no one's complaining about that. I'm saying with this
why? But you got to realize you got Galactic Patrol 8 years after no Super, right? So to get people on board to catch up, some anticipation building up to that, you ain't gotta watch it. You know what I'm saying? But the anticipation building up to that, right, is OD because now you have this super, like you're saying, redraw. Let's use your example, super redraw that's making things more aligned, more concise, and more enjoyable to watch across the whole thing altogether, right? And then you get to Galactic Patrol, or it probably come out around the same time as it, right?
Yeah, that's a whole new picture, bro. I got
that's
a whole new picture.
It's not entirely like, and a lot of it, and I can tell you as an artist, a lot of these redraws are not hard to do. Like this is not.
That was never the question.
That's exactly the same. Like there are some redraws, but a lot of it's just like you just put it through a computer and it's a new effect.
I asked if there's going to be new stills. That first Beerus one is a completely different picture. Yeah. I didn't say if it's hard or not. I'm just saying.
This is kind of just a way to.
But like all right, let me stop sugarcoating. Then I think the beginning of this in the anime from 2015 is garbage compared to those stills we've seen, because it completely deappreciates the height of what Battle of Gods is. How you a god movie with Teemu animation? The new shit look fire.
Yeah, but we have the movie. That's why I'm saying this is pointless. Like
this look better than the movie.
This is from the show.
Yeah, but some of these stills looks better than the movie. Yeah, these stills do look better than the movie. Just the art direction as well is better than the movie.
Well, it's more detailed, but again, you're.
But Cody, I think that a lot of the people that are saying that this isn't needed are being. I personally think it's a little bit selfish, if I'm going to be 100% real, because a lot of people that are thinking about this are thinking about themselves, and they're thinking about, oh, I already saw this shit. But you're not taking into account. It's been 11 years since Dragon Ball Super came out, and there are brand new anime fans, and some of them don't watch the movies. I know people that watch Dragon Ball that don't watch movies.
Well, again, for one thing, supposedly this is just remaking the first arc of Super.
I think they say they're doing Frieza as well.
They are doing.
Well, the problem is the Dragon Ball fandom is a sea of misinformation. It has been since the 2000s. I mean, who's been here since Super Saiyan 5? People are saying a lot of things. So all I know,
hold on, let me get a tissue.
Officially said was that it was just a remake of the first arc. If they're going through all of Super, that could be interesting. But all I've heard is just it's a remake, and it's called Dragon Ball Super Beerus. It would be weird. It'd be weird if it's still called Dragon Ball Super Beerus and it's into the Goku Black arc.
Let me put it like this. Because I see where you coming from, where you'd be like, what's the point of this? But at the same time, I think that's inherently wrong. Because One Piece did this with like the Romance Dawn storytellings and things like that. And that's a whole that is freaky. It's a whole different type of thing. Well, like One Piece, or like, you feel like it's missing elements and stuff like that. But Dragon Ball Super Beerus, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if this is confirmed, but what I heard was that it's like 6 episodes of doing a lot of stuff to make that Dragon Ball Super Beerus. I think it's pretty cool to have these little, 3 to 6, maybe 9 episode remakes and retelling. You see how beautiful that shit is.
Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna lie, the old one's kind of fire. I don't know if
I like the white eyes better.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. See,
this is only a still. We don't know everything.
Yeah, but also the remake one is a little too it's hard to describe in like term, but like
the original.
There's a fluidity to animation where you kind of go off model a little bit to let like exaggerations flow, and the remake on that one is a little bit too on model.
I hear you in that. With that last picture, I 100% agree. I think with this picture though, I think the remaster's better.
I think they're kind of even for me for both. Like the
Can I-
old one it has the exaggerations, like the cartoonier.
Can I also
and
just
the new one is cleaner.
Can I
Okay,
also
okay.
just stress that I saw stills that are not in here that it says that the dialogue is being updated, which is a big fucking deal because Dragon Ball Super turned Goku into a blithering idiot. So if they're actually changing the dialogue so that he's not so stupid, I would actually appreciate that.
Well,
If it
Super
was
was
just
also
dialogue changes, then I'd appreciate that.
Super was also kind of Toriyama rerouting him, and he had said this because he felt that in a lot of other material, Goku was being depicted too much as a hero. Because Goku is supposed to be a crazy person. Like, remember, the whole reason, the entire reason Vegeta's still around is because Goku was like, nah, that fight was too good. I need a run back. And it was like, Goku, this is a mass murderer. And Goku's like, yeah, but I really want that run back. Don't kill him. That's the entire reason we still have Vegeta. Like, Goku is supposed to be a crazy person.
He's a bit of a psycho.
That's the trait of a Saiyan, though. Vegeta did that with Cell.
Yeah, but that so is Goku, and like Toriyama himself had stated that like Goku had been depicted a bit too much as a hero, and he kind of wanted to bring Goku back. Like, yeah, he's always supposed to be kind of dumb. I mean, remember he got married to Chi-Chi initially because he thought marriage was a food.
He's dumb. Come on,
yeah, he's kind of dumb.
He literally got dropped on the head as a baby, bro.
That's the whole reason he's not evil.
I get that
his head as a baby. Like that.
I get that he's stupid, but his character progressed in Dragon Ball Z. He was still stupid, but he wasn't a complete moron. In Super, he's actually moronic. Like, and in the dub, it's even worse. They went too far, in my opinion. They went way overboard with it. If they're changing the dialogue to dial it down a bit, I don't mind Goku being a goof. That's perfectly fine. But you know, like when Thor was goofy in Ragnarok, but then Love and Thunder came out, and it was like you went too far. That's what they did with Goku in Dragon Ball Super. So if you just dial it back a bit by changing the dialogue, I think that's a good thing. Don't think there's a problem with that.
Someone actually pointed out in your chat, that's pretty much Goku. Goku's an idiot savant. Like that's what Goku is. Like the only thing I can think that made Goku seem quote unquote stupid and Super off the top of my head was the not knowing what a kiss is. And that's just the kind of Toriyama humor. I expect that. Like that's the kind of thing he would do. I know Toei put that in there, but that's the kind of thing he would do. So you've ever seen some of the goofy shit in like Dr. Slump or whatever? Like yeah, that's pretty in line with it.
But this isn't Toriyama's story now. This is going to be Toyotaro's. Even though they've taken the piss out of Toyotaro and taken his name off of everything, Toyotaro wrote the Moro arc, right?
So he came up with the idea for Moro and everything like that, but it was still signed off by Toriyama, and Toriyama still gave a guide. Like
I heard that Toriyama gave more of a guide with Granola, but on Moro, Toyotaro basically wrote everything and Toriyama approved it.
It's like he still went through him. He did give notes though. Like he still gave like, oh no, don't do this, don't do that. It should like Goku would do this kind of thing. It was more like this arc is more Toyotaro's than like Granola and all that, but it's still like Toriyama still gets the final say. Like he takes things from people all the time, which is a good thing, by the way. It's nice when a creator creates something and then realizes someone else has a good idea. I mean, that's how we got Dragon Ball Super Broly, because he's like, this Broly guy, this Gogeta thing is pretty cool. I mean, Fusion, someone else gave him the idea because he couldn't think of something, and he's like, how do I come up with a new thing? I can't just make another Super Saiyan number. Like, what do I do for a new height of power to beat Boo? And one of his friends said, what if two guys fused into one? Oh, that's brilliant. So like he does that all the time. So that's basically what Moro is like the guy he was working with came up with a really good idea. It's like, hey, let's do your thing. But he still supervises, has the final say and all that. I do think Toyotaro should have gotten additional credit, but
he should have gotten way more credit than what they gave him on those trailers. They took the piss, to be honest with you. Especially on the Galactic Patrol part. That was a massive piss take.
Yeah, it should have been Akira Toriyama and Toyotaro, or even if they want to do with Toyotaro, if they want to put Toriyama's name at the top. Because like as someone said in the chat, he checked out after the Buu saga, kind of for a while. Like for those who don't know, he came back when he saw Dragon Ball Evolution, because infamously Dragon Ball Evolution was so bad. Toriyama said, this can't be the last Dragon Ball we have, and it brought him back into the fold.
Let me read out some of the super chats just to answer their questions before we jump into the next topic. Joel, thank you for the $5. It's not even a deep reboot; it's a cleanup, a DB Kai treatment.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are making assumptions here because we don't actually know. Like we've seen glimpses here and there, but we don't know what these 6 episodes of Beerus are going to have in them. We don't know how much of from the manga it will take, and we don't even know what they might rewrite. So I think a lot of assumptions are being made based off of the stills. I wouldn't be surprised if in this version of Super Saiyan 4 gets referenced. Because you know when he's in Otherworld and he says to Beerus, this is my strongest form. What if he turns Super Saiyan 4? What then?
Well, we already have
the
the shots of him being Super Saiyan 3 there in the remake. So
we only saw a shot though. We don't know the extent of the battle though. We don't see Goku knocked out or anything like that.
They might, but from everything we know now, it's just a Kai treatment. Because I think people also tend to forget Toriyama, even by his own admission, he writes by the seat of his pants. I remember someone saying he writes like a D&D DM. Like he's just going. Like things just pop in and he's just going, but he's just really, really good at it. Like he's one of the best people to just wing it.
Yeah.
But like Daima, for instance, him throwing Super Saiyan 4 in there because Toriyama liked GT. Daima was his GT. And so
would your opinion change?
Because he thought it was cool.
Would your opinion change if, like Mike said, he went Super Saiyan 4? Would you still?
Yeah, I think if they actually made new things, I think that would justify the existence of this thing. I think if it is as it seems and it's just a Kai treatment, I do think it is a cynical cash grab.
Okay.
But if they did sort of justify it by like, oh, let's go back since Toriyama did this, and now what we did with Super has some holes. Okay, well, let's go and readjust it to fit what Toriyama did to make it cleaner and update the art. Then you know what? I'm out. I'm up. I'm down. But if it's just a prettied up Kai, like a Super Kai, it just seems like a way to get more DVD, make more money.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
I'll still pop in, if they redo the whole thing. Like, ooh, how they gonna pretty up Hit and Zamasu? I'll check that shit out.
The thing is, though, is that if Daima is canon,
a little bit of a hypocrite, but still,
if Daima is canon, then it's gonna be a bit like, is it in a different continuity or is it part of this continuity? Because if it's canon, then he kind of has to go Super Saiyan 4, and then God would be the evolution above that.
Yeah, I basically because people argue about canon all the time. Canon is what Toriyama said. That's always seemed to be the easy answer for me. Anything Toriyama came up with is canon. And so okay, with Daima obviously canon. So Super Saiyan 4 is canon now. So I could see okay, if they want to go back, make it a little cleaner. Okay, cool. But just from what we know now, it just seems like we're like, this is the fourth remake of the same story.
Wait, fourth? Isn't it the third?
No, so we had it was Battle of Gods, the three. Oh well, the fourth version, so the third remake. Yeah. It's like, my God, man. How many times do we have to? Okay,
yeah,
Goku,
you know what?
Years.
In 10 years, and they remake it again, we're all gonna watch it.
It's like, how many times has Goku faded in 5 years? Jesus.
We're all gonna watch it. Joe, thank you for the $5. The early stages of Super animation was so horrendous. Toei had to call up the OG animators from DBZ to unretire and work. Yeah, bro, I don't understand how people are saying that this isn't necessary when you watch Super. Super needs to be fixed. The movies are not good enough on their own, and obviously the people there have the same line of thinking that I do. They probably know that a lot of people saw the movies, but I think a lot of people didn't see it and they just watched the anime. And that's where the memes came from. All the people that are saying, "Oh, just go watch the films," I'm sure they went through this when they were talking about it.
If a matter of just new people jumping in, I think they could have just given the Blu-ray versions to the streaming services. I think this is just a way to, just a cash grab. This is just a way to get more money, more ratings on TV, sell more Blu-rays, all that stuff.
Well, I mean,
don't you want Dragon Ball? Don't you want Dragon Ball to stay in the zeitgeist?
It's always gonna be the zeitgeist, my dude. Dragon Ball ain't going away.
Man, y'all lucky, bro.
If it doesn't do anything new, it will go away. You think the new generation have got time to go, oh, look at this old anime, bro. Look at this Toonami thing. You give TikTok brains people too much credit, bro. They're not gonna watch all the episodes of Dragon Ball Z to get up to pace. They need something new.
Everybody like grows up with Dragon Ball Z pretty much at this point.
Okay.
Like it's always in the zeitgeist. I mean, my God, you want to talk to
That's
Latin
not true.
America and
It's
tell
not
them
true, bro.
we need this to put in the zeitgeist?
If
My
you talk
God.
about the last 5 years, that's hard to say that's 100% true. I can probably argue a lot of people nowadays probably grew up on something like Demon Slayer than Dragon Ball because it's been out the limelight for a minute.
The other stuff has come along with it, but like Dragon Ball ain't going away.
I mean, I ain't saying they're going away. I'm saying in the limelight, it went down for some couple years.
Yeah, look, someone in the chat just said Dragon Ball without anime is still making $1 billion every time they release a game. Like,
but no one mentioned about money. I said the zeitgeist.
Yeah, that's the zeitgeist. Like, it doesn't. If it's not in the zeitgeist, it ain't gonna
okay,
make money.
All right, if you say so.
Yeah, like there ain't
I don't
no
want to argue about money in the zeitgeist.
I guarantee you, the average kid nowadays will say, "I know Demon Slayer and I know Goku."
Yeah,
like
Goku. That's Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but people could. But I guarantee you, like, when my nieces and nephews, I wish they would say, I would bring them in right now to prove this point. They'll be like, "What the fuck are you looking at?" But then I'll show them Tanjiro, and they'll be like, "Oh, I know that." For a lot of people, like
that is just like someone you know, though. I could point to someone I know that doesn't even know what Dragon Ball Z is. So,
but that's the point I'm making, right? Like, to call it a cash grab is kind of disingenuous because, like, for us, we've seen it, right? Like, I think a decade wait in between remaking something like that, especially when they're just making the source material better, right, is a good thing, or at least having it in a new limelight. A bad example of a cash grab, or well, not a bad example, a good example of what a cash grab is like that, even if some people find another way. Oh, he left.
I think he disconnected his mic.
Disconnected.
He's got to stop talking to other people.
Yeah, but my last thing I was going to say was like The Last of Us remastered and The Last of Us 2 remastered. Like, it was barely any time in between that of the remaster.
Hey, Cody, you guys get shit together, bro. Is your mic okay?
No, it's just like it slightly jimmied, and then StreamYard's freaked out. StreamYard's, I'm having a problem with StreamYard's today for some reason. Okay. But like that technical thing threw me off.
Did you hear what I said?
But like Dragon Ball is always going to be relevant. Like, and then they're having the new show, so like that's going to keep it in the zeitgeist when Galactic Patrol comes out. And it's not like when Super came out, they had to catch everybody up on Z. So like,
well, yeah, because they made Z in a way to where like, hey man, it starts here, and then you go into Super.
Oh, wait, hold on, time out 1 sec. Cody, you're echoing, bro.
Am I echoing? Oh my god, man!
Yeah.
Freaking,
can you put headphones on the side?
This is some shit. My headphones aren't working. That's why I was having issues earlier. Am I still echoing?
Nah.
Okay.
No, echo's gone now.
You're good now.
God damn it, man! It's fucking me up. But like even when they dropped Super, for instance, they didn't have to make some whole new thing on Dragon Ball Z. Like when Dragon Ball Z there was no new Dragon Ball for many years before Super even happened, and Dragon Ball was still relevant. Like Dragon Ball is it's ubiquitous. It's one of the biggest money making franchises in all of Japan. Even before this came out.
But do you accept that there
it's been arm wrestling
One
Piece for the last 10 years?
Yeah, sorry, go on, Mike. Go.
Cody, do you understand there's a lot of people that haven't seen Z now?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like, Dragon Ball as a franchise, it's still going to be relevant.
Kids.
Like you could just make Dragon Ball Super the Galactic Patrol. There'd be plenty of people that would just watch that. Like even they don't need a refresher on the Beerus fight.
Wild.
Like this really is just let's just sell this again.
Fuck them kids, bro.
Okay. First of all, I hear you, but it's so wrong. And the reason why I say it's so wrong is simply because we're in a different era of how people consume media. C4 said it, TikTok brain, right?
Hey, Cody, you're still echoing, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Let me see. Maybe I can get the headphones to work. Let me try this again. Now I got StreamYards kind of fixed.
Now using a Bluetooth headset?
I do, but like for when I was first trying to join, that's why I came in late. Is like all sound was muted because StreamYards was all.
Sometimes you have to unplug the USB portion.
Like I had to change settings in StreamYards, so I think let me see if the headset works now.
Yeah, you use the same one I have.
No,
Are you
it's
on
still
Turtle
doing this
Beach
shit.
or Corsair?
Because I only have a wireless headset. I guess it's so fucking annoying.
I'm gonna let you handle that. We'll continue the conversation.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Okay.
I was going to say real quick. I think an example of something that I thought that would never fucking go away is South Park. I feel this generation don't know what South Park is. But when South Park dropped, it was like, this ain't ever going away, bro. They're always talking about relevant stuff to, you know, the time, the era. You cannot like the art style, but it's the humor behind it. And now look, South Park's still doing stuff, but who gives a fuck?
It was in Fortnite.
There you go. So yeah, I think of South Park when I think, oh, this will never go away. This is always going to be in the zeitgeist of people. I'm like, yeah, nah. If you don't keep putting stuff out, or if someone does a copy of you, which I think a lot of people kind of did after that. I see like Rick and Morty, and I'm like, Rick and Morty would never be here without South Park. I think South Park took that first step into having that kind of gritty cartoon humor. And I think Dragon Ball will always have the legacy, but it doesn't mean it will always be the most popular.
Yeah, things don't just stick around. Like Pokemon, they're saying Pokemon never go away, and that's true because Pokemon never stops. If Pokemon stopped and 10 years went on, things are going to change. Pokemon will still be around in 10 years, even if they stop producing stuff, but the popularity will drastically decrease. And in 20 years, that will go down more. And in 30 years, at some point, it will no longer be popular. So this whole idea where people are like, no, Dragon Ball will just be here and that's it.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? If you've been on social media with all the Genkiken Day, I say Genkiken, in Genshin Datsuri Day, literally everybody's like, Dragon Ball's back. Yeah, people were on Twitter acting like it was dead. You know what I'm saying? And like what y'all saying, y'all right. And if the thing is calling it a cash grab. You call it a cash grab if it's essentially the same thing as the last thing. I sent you the tweet. Anime AJ. He's one of the people that have been covering like the animation steals and all that. But all being, right? I think the anime version of Battle of God sucks. There's cool ass moments, but there's a lot wrong with it. From animation, right, to how things come off.
There's two things. There's two things kind of wrong with what y'all said. First of all, the South Park thing. A big reason South Park ain't relevant anymore is they fell off. Like
it's in Fortnite.
Doesn't matter if it's in Fortnite. A lot of shit's in Fortnite. Let's be real.
Oh, okay.
Like,
do you not understand Fortnite like the biggest shit in the world?
Doesn't matter if it's in Fortnite. Like a ton of shit's in Fortnite.
Even though it's on every, it's on one of the biggest games
how relevant is Ninja these days? He's in Fortnite.
Ninja,
like, you know, Goku's in Fortnite as well, right?
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, the South Park example, South Park fell off. Like, that's why a lot of people aren't talking about it anymore. There's more videos now talking about the fall of South Park than anything else.
Yeah, because they slowed down. They did less.
It's not so much they slowed down. That's another kettle of fish. But the other example, like,
past that. Nice pivot.
I mean, I don't think that's a discussion you want to get into.
Nah, you're right. I don't.
Yeah, but like, and then you have things like Disney, for example. How many fucking Disney princess shit do they still sell of movies that came out 20, 30 years ago? They're not continuously making more shit with Belle in it or Ariel in it, but they'll still sell Belle and Ariel merch, and it still makes $1 million off little girls everywhere.
Can I just say that South Park stuff is misinformation? It says that South Park remains highly relevant in 2025 and 2026 and still has a massive impact on the culture, still draws in massive ratings.
I mean, I don't know if you're looking at AI or whatever, but
bringing in AI, not relevant.
I mean, we could bring in AI, but this is on Reddit.
It is not what it was, and a lot of that was that to a lot of people, enough that more discussion is on South Park falling off than anything South Park has done recently.
What would you need to see to change your mind? I'm so curious. What would you need to see for
Well,
you to
the problem
be
is
wrong?
we're talking about Dragon Ball. Like Dragon Ball isn't going away.
There's the pivot. Okay, cool. Say less.
There's no pivot.
Yeah, but
we're
why?
talking about
Why
relevance.
is Dragon Ball not going away? That's the question.
Well, it's a combination of it's been around for as long as it has, and it had the impact that it did. So Dragon Ball was already doing new things for 20, 30 years before it stopped for a long time. I don't remember exactly how long it was before like we got Battle of Gods from the last Dragon Ball thing, but it was a long time. And it was
Dragon
still
Ball
relevant.
never stopped though. Like there was always games, there was YouTube short series, there was movies, there was those weird short things they did with like Vegeta's younger brother or whatever. Like it never actually stopped. The anime went away, but Dragon Ball was still about.
It did. Well, yeah, we're talking about games and everything. Yeah, but I'm just talking about the core product, which is the Dragon Ball, the story of Goku, be it anime, manga, whatever. Because like you can then continue to make games and merchandise ad infinitum. But I'm talking about new Dragon Ball, like new show, new manga, etc. And we went, I think, over 10 years without that. And then you could say, well, the Vegeta short, but I mean, how many people even saw that? I mean, that was a thing mostly in Japan. And like the hardcore people overseas, but it didn't really like expand the way like the show its proper did. Like you can keep coming out with stuff like games or whatever. But in terms of like new, like the product itself, the initial product from which the merch spawns, there was nothing for a long time, and it was still culturally relevant, especially in certain parts of the world. Again, Latin America being the biggest. Dragon Ball is just a cultural institution. It's never going away. People in your chat have compared to Disney, and it's a perfect comparison. Like it's just stamped into pop culture forever. Like it's just the thing. Everybody's gonna know Goku. Everybody's gonna know. You're still gonna have, again, Latin America. They're gonna be wearing the big Mardi Gras looking, that the IP parades they do. They're still gonna have people with the big heads looking like the Dragon Ball characters dancing around. Like it's forever. It's made its mark.
People used to say this about Michael Jackson as well. And even though Michael Jackson is still popular today, we would be lying if we said that he's nowhere near as popular as what he was before, right?
I mean, he's still revered. Like the only people that are going to downplay him are children.
That's not what I said though. I'm saying he is not as popular as he used to be, right? Obviously he's dead. He's not producing any music anymore. As time goes on, people start to move on. He's still very relevant, but he's nowhere near as relevant as he was.
I wouldn't say he's not as popular. Like, bro, if he somehow rose from the dead, he'd sell out the biggest concert ever recorded. Like,
yeah, because he's a fucking zombie. Yeah, of course, if he rose from the dead, everyone would want to go see him. That's crazy. That's like saying if Elvis Presley was alive now, no one would care. But like, if he fucking came from his grave, yes, everyone would.
But we're adding some fan fiction here. But the point is, like, they're still huge. Like, obviously, we can't say, oh, well, he's selling out. Of course, he's not selling out. He's dead. But if you guys say Michael Jackson,
they were releasing albums though. Like they can still release albums on, and they're not going to do as well as that.
But he's still as beloved as he is, despite the fact he cannot.
Cody, I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that people don't love Michael Jackson. He's still my favorite. I'm saying that he is not as big today as he was back then. Obviously, for very like obvious factors. But what we're trying to say is that people move on, and if you don't continue producing things, eventually, whether it takes 10, 50, or 100 years, people will move on and leave you behind.
But like, how can you say he's not as popular if he is still as revered? It's just that other popular things have come along as well. But it's not like he went down. And like, he's still the king of pop. And then now more than ever, now that more people have sort of gotten over the bullshit media narrative that was fucking him over for a while. Like, if anything, it's a shame he's not alive today to see that he was a, I don't know what you call it, redeemed.
So do you think that Elvis is still as relevant as he was in the 50s?
No, but that was a lot because like even it wasn't just a matter of him
king as well.
Well, it's not just a matter of him not producing new stuff. It's that things evolved beyond him. Like
music evolved. Okay, there we go. We're getting somewhere.
Nothing really evolved past Dragon Ball. Everything's just kind of copying Dragon Ball. People aren't to this day imitating the sound Elvis had in his music. Like Elvis is very much more dated than Michael Jackson is.
Are you? Okay.
No, C4, cool. Make your point.
No, I'm not going to talk about music. I
Why?
stayed in my lane when it came to like the anime
I mean,
stuff.
I am a music freak, so music is
Are
kind of
you?
my lane
And you're
too.
saying that people still don't use the sound of Elvis.
Elvis is the basis for a lot of things that came
That
after
is
it.
not
But
the
if you
question I
listen
asked.
to
He's doing the pivot
Elvis
thing
as
again.
he,
Okay.
it's like saying would Bach
Cody,
still be
you're
relevant?
pivoting. Cody, you got to answer the question.
No, that is the answer. Like
No, it's not. Can
things are
C4, can you
built-
ask him the question again?
Are
No,
people
you're-
not? Are people using the sounds of Elvis, either his tracks, like clipping parts of his tracks, or his voice, or his style in this day and age?
What are you talking about? You talk about the fact that like are people sampling Elvis?
Yep. And
Like,
the other things that I did, yeah.
And you think that that's the same as people still sitting down and listening
How
to
did
an
you
Elvis
answer
song?
my question with a question?
Because that's what your point you're making. The point is like people aren't listening to Elvis. They're not putting on Elvis. Even if they sample him or reference him, you're not seeing people even to this day in this generation say, I'm going to sit down and listen to Jailhouse Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are.
The king has fallen off.
No. I mean, then your average person is not said, damn, I want to jam some Elvis Presley right now. Not to the extent they're doing that from Michael Jackson.
Hand on my heart, God can strike me down. I was listening to Jailhouse Rock not 2 weeks ago. In my car.
Okay, that's you. But again, that's anecdotal. It's anecdotal. But like way more people are listening to MJ than Elvis. Way more people. And a lot of that is because Elvis's music was very much rooted in his time. And it was a lot less timeless than someone like Michael Jackson. Because it was very much rooted in that era.
Elvis was considered the king of rock, right?
He was, yes, because it was the 1950s. There was no rock and roll.
So he was the king of rock and roll. And as time has gone on, people no longer see him that way anymore. It might not be that way for MJ. MJ might have way more staying power than Elvis. But what we're saying is that as time goes on and media is not produced, people move on.
And not really. Again, if that's why we have the term timeless. That's what timeless means.
Yeah, and
you don't move on from something timeless.
And it's funny how you say timeless in a finite time. Everyone says something is timeless at the time.
Yeah.
The first comic, what was it like? I can't remember. Was it? I know in the UK it was like, what's that guy? Dennis the Menace. That was timeless. That was in every newspaper. I think it was in the newspaper. Or it's like Snoopy. When something comes out first, they're like, oh, this is timeless. Everyone's going to refer back to this when they talk about where things are now. And then eventually, they don't. No one cares about the origin anymore.
Oh, Snoopy's still mad. I didn't know that Snoopy, I didn't realize how big Snoopy was until I started dating my missus and she showed me. Like, I think they're owned by Peanuts and now Sony owns them. Bro, it's fucking insane.
Peanuts is another thing. Peanuts is timeless. Like, what new is coming out about Peanuts? What new?
I don't know anything about Peanuts other than Snoopy and Charlie Brown. That's it.
I thought Hanna-Barbera would be timeless, but look at us now.
Well, no, Hanna-Barbera was not timeless. That shit was cheap. I mean, there was a reason they called that the dark age of animation. Hanna-Barbera was not. Some of it was timeless. You could argue maybe Scooby-Doo. I mean, they keep making new Scooby-Doo shit, but some of it maybe.
You just made my point. I said people said at the time Hanna-Barbera was timeless, and now look.
At the time, we're talking about Dragon Ball that has.
That's the point.
Are you hear what you're saying, Cody?
Dragon Ball has been a thing since the 80s, for one thing. And again, you're talking about right now that new Dragon Ball is coming out. I'm talking about the fact that Dragon Ball was still culturally relevant when nothing new in terms of the base material, not games, not merchandise, the base material, nothing was coming out. And it was still culturally relevant. And again,
has there been a time when nothing for Dragon Ball came out? I feel like there's never.
Yes, after
no manga, no game.
Yeah, for a while, like that's around the time Dragon Ball Evolution came out. There had been the only new Dragon Ball material that we were getting was games and merchandise.
That still counts.
No, so it doesn't. I'm talking about the material. That's like saying it still counts that with, like I said, Disney princess shit. Those movies came out decades ago. They're not making new movies with Ariel, Belle, whatever in them. Ain't no new movies with Princess Jasmine. Well, they have fucking live action remakes, but that's not even the same fucking character. It's not the same shit that the girls are buying on their merchandise.
But I feel like they're making a game, any media source, if they're making a game of their thing, that would count. How would that not count? I know they're not
But-
progressing the story. I think that's what you're making the point of, right? Then
It-
there was a
it's
bit
not-
where they didn't
again,
progress the
we're
story.
talking
But if
about-
they bring out a Dragon Ball game, that is doing something. It's
But
not like they're
yeah, but
hibernating.
not everybody's buying those games though. Like,
No,
it's
everyone's
the
got
thing.
Dragon Ball games.
Yeah, not every single Dragon Ball fan in the world is buying every single Dragon
And
Ball
not
game.
every Dragon Ball fan watched the movies or seen the OG Super Anime.
I mean, if you're watching Dragon Ball, you're probably watching the new material. Like I'm saying, I'm not talking about Super and the movies today. I'm specifically talking about how Dragon Ball endured in that massive drought before Toriyama came back.
Wait, what's the years that you're referring to? What years are you talking
Between
about?
between the end of GT and the beginning of Battle of Gods.
What year did Dragon Ball GT end? So GT ended in 1997. What year did Battle of Gods came out? 2015, right?
Yeah.
What Dragon Ball?
That's like
you know how much shit came out that
That's
kept
a
Dragon
long
Ball
anime.
alive?
Yeah,
Tenkaichi,
Budokai,
Budokai,
Super
shit,
Dragon Ball
Sagas,
Z.
even though
But
it
I'm
was
sa-
bad, like,
But I'm saying you're talking specifically. We need this new show to keep it relevant. Okay, you
That's
don't
not what I
need.
said.
We were talking earlier about why they're making this remake in the first place. So
No,
I'm
I was
saying
telling you
you
why
could just
it's a good idea to make the remake.
If
They
you
could
could
have gone
just-
straight into the Galactic Patrol if they wanted to, but this was a smarter business move for them. It's smarter for new anime fans as well.
But I'm saying, like, you could just it's smart from a business sense, absolutely. Like, yeah, this is gonna make them more money. This is gonna get them more everything. Like, yeah. But I'm saying that's why they're doing it. This isn't Dragon Ball doesn't need this. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't need people to catch up with Super Beerus and all that. Completely unnecessary.
So why do you think they're doing it then? Just literally to milk the product?
Yes, absolutely. It's to milk it.
a company making money.
Yeah.
Sounds crazy.
Yeah, look, I don't begrudge him at all, but I'm saying this is just a naked cash grab.
All right, let me read out some of the super chats. Joel, thank you for the $2. Kai dropped in 2009. The Toonami DBZ complained too.
Kai's
I'm
an
sure
interesting case because who you ask about Kai depends on the region, because Kai was a lot more popular in the US because the English dub used Kai as an opportunity to fix it. Because the OG English dub was trash. I mean, they changed everything, man. It ain't even the same script. So they took the opportunity with Kai to do a more faithful script. So for the English side of things, they have a lot higher opinion of Kai. Whereas, like, I know, like, it was not very well received in Japan because it's just the same stuff they saw. And yeah, the pacing's better, but I mean, you've seen Kai. You've seen, like, when they had to make new material to bridge what they cut, you could tell because it's kind of cheap looking. And and then I know Latin America is another one that didn't really like Kai because their original dub was great. So, in English, Kai, I think, did help, but
I just don't
like,
understand how, as Dragon Ball fans, there's a shit version of the anime out that doesn't adapt the manga very well either, and then there's this new version that is going to look way pretty and it's going to basically wipe the slate clean, and people are going, "This is a cash grab." Like, if I released an anime and my anime was shit,
because
10
the
years
movie
later,
exists.
I'd be like, "Do you know what?
That's-
I want to fix that. I want to fix it and release a good version of this."
Because the movie exists. That's mainly why. Like, because this is Dragon Ball Super Beerus and it's adapting the Beerus saga, and the Battle of Gods movie exists.
All right, let
That's-
me ask you a question then, Cody. Let's say, hypothetically, I was able to pull numbers for you that showed that a vast majority of people only watch the anime. Would it then justify to you redoing the anime?
Say again?
If I was able to pull numbers for you, which I'm going to inquire about this. If I can pull numbers that show that the vast majority of people watch the anime and not the movie, would that change your opinion?
I don't even know if I would, because I just say to those people, if you want a truncated, better version of the Beerus saga, watch.
Do you remember when I said?
Yeah.
Do
You
remember
can
when I
watch
asked
it
about
right
what would
now.
change your mind, and it got pivoted. This is what I was getting to.
There's no
There's
pivoting.
nothing you can
Like,
say to Cody
that's
to
the
change his
answer
mind.
to your question.
He's
Like, if
No,
you
it's not. Okay, let me tell you why it's not the answer. If these people didn't watch a very good movie with very good animation, Why would they go and do it now in 2026 when it came out years ago? That data would suggest these people don't want to watch a movie; they want to watch a series.
Well, why would it matter if it's a movie or a series? You could watch the thing. Like if
It matters to them.
Oh man, I thought that the Super Beerus saga was really bad. Well, here's a movie. You can watch it right now. Like if you're waiting for this remake, why do you need to wait for this remake? You can watch it
Cody,
right
it's
now.
not about you or me or any of us here. It's about what does the data suggest? Now, I'm under the assumption that more people watch the anime than they did the movie. I'm gonna go and inquire about this because I don't know for certain, but I'm willing to make that bet that they probably did. Now, if I was in charge and I was looking at the numbers, and let's say that Battle of Gods was a smash hit at the box office. However, we had about 10 million more viewers on Crunchyroll watching the actual anime. I would look at that and be like, well, there's more people watching the anime and they've had years to go back and watch this movie. People are still memeing my show. I'm going to redo the show and I'm going to put it on a streaming service. If these people don't want to watch a movie and they do want to watch an anime, why wouldn't you remake it and fix it?
If you're looking at raw numbers, you're also going to get people that watch the movie and also watch Super. So that is going to dilute your point a little bit. The point is we
can pull those.
If you want the Beerus saga not shit, you can just watch the movie. Like, why would you even wait for this? You can watch the movie now.
So why did they make the anime then? What was the point in doing the anime?
Money. You're talking about the original anime?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I think they didn't want to bank on people having seen the movie. They did numbers regard, like even if 1 million people saw it, they didn't want to. That was just a creative choice to readapt the movies in case people hadn't seen it. I think it was a bad choice because a lot of people have pointed out how scuffed and bad those movie adaptation sagas are. And as some in the chat point out, it's probably still money because you sell Blu-rays of the Dragon Ball Super sagas that are based on the movies.
Yeah, the money argument is not a good one because One Piece is getting a remake. Wit is doing the remake. Obviously, it's going to make money. If I submit a show to Netflix, obviously I want money. The question is it a good decision for the franchise? In One Piece's case, it's a very good decision. I remember seeing the Wit announcement, and at first I was like, well, One Piece is already going. Why are they redoing it? But then I thought to myself, there's over 1,000 episodes of this show. This show came out in 98, 99. There's a lot of people that look at One Piece old animation. They're like, I'm kind of put off by that. They also look at the episode numbers. They're like, don't really want to watch that. If Wit remake it and they start at the beginning, there's a lot of people that go, okay, I'll tune in now. It's got brand new animation. We're starting from ground zero. I'll watch it. Obviously, they're going to make money from doing it. Okay,
One Piece does
the layer one argument for this.
One Piece does kind of need it, as some people in your chat are starting to point out. One Piece is bloated. Like the One Piece anime is hella bloated. It was fine for a while, but especially now, man, they stretch like a single chapter to a single episode, and a chapter only takes 5 minutes to read. Like One Piece kind of needs a Kai type treatment. The anime is hella bloated.
That's the point of Wit Studios, though. Their adaptation of it.
Of what studios?
Wit Studios is making a One Piece remake.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, I don't want to hear, but I'm saying
that's what we're saying. Like One Piece has a little bit more like there's reason for this kind of excuse.
I think there's a reason for Super, especially the first 2 arcs.
Is there any reason a company makes a piece of media that isn't revolved around money? I don't really see the point. Everyone does it for money.
Well, you can have money plus extra, money plus other good reason. That's why they make films. Like every film, every classic piece of film, yes, it was made for a studio to make money, but also it was an artistic vision to tell this story and like there's money plus. But it's when it's something is primarily money, that's when it's like, why are we doing this? Like you look at a lot of the model on streaming, for instance. They throw a lot of garbage onto streaming services just to inflate watch time and to make it look like you're getting more bang for your buck with these streaming services, when what you're getting, most of this catalog is trash. But you just see the numbers of shows, the numbers of movies.
Yeah,
like,
I feel if
that's primarily money.
Media, and it wasn't for money, they would whack it on YouTube and go, look at my artistic flair.
Well, no,
But
it's not
a company.
It's
so they're
not
always
not for
gonna
money.
be money.
I'm saying money plus good reason. Money's always going to be there, but if you got a good reason alongside that money, that's good enough that like I don't even see that you're trying to make money. Again, films are a good example. You look at classic films like, oh, this is beautiful. Schindler's List. No one's looking at Schindler's List and thinking, oh, that was primarily made to make money. That's the thing. Like if I look at this thing like that was primarily made to make money, that's a problem. And I'm looking at the Dragon Ball Super beers like this just feels like it's trying to make money.
Even though Mike said if he showed you numbers of people wanting to see the anime version, you would just poo-poo it away anyway. So you're in a position where you can't be proven wrong. Even if you saw the numbers, you would say, well, those people don't count.
Well, the point is why are we getting this at all?
You did it again.
We
question with the question. So
yeah,
I'll just say that as a yes.
Well, yeah, that's how you set up an answer. Like
no, you just answer a question.
No, because you could just say, okay, why are we making this at all? Is it like
that wasn't my question?
Well, hold on. Well, the Super adaptations were really, really bad. Okay, well, you could watch the movie. So we don't need this. The movie's right there.
I don't want to watch the movie. I want to watch the anime. No.
Well, why then? Like that at that point,
because I don't like watching movies. I don't like watching movies.
At that point, that's a personal problem with this hypothetical person that they just utterly
he's
refuse
busy.
to watch
He's
the movie.
busy, and he's only got half hour a day. There you go.
Well, then he's got
a job.
So
and he wants to watch a series with his missus.
You binge watch beers, like
he doesn't. I just said he doesn't want to binge.
So he can't watch an hour movies. A day. This hypothetical person cannot watch movies.
You can't engage with the hypothetical. What's the point? What is the point?
Well, that's what you're doing. You're saying, oh, these people that only watch the anime, this hypothetical people that only watch the anime, so they can't watch the movie at all. Just completely unable to watch.
They don't. What is going on?
It's like no. I feel like we're being trolled low key because like he got a GT profile picture, and I'm like I know he going crazy for the bat for it because he act like Dragon Ball just died after GT.
I don't understand this. Like I'm a good example of this. For a long time, I didn't go to the cinema. I watched anime only. Everyone was telling me watch Westworld, watch Better Call Saul, watch all these shows. I'd look at them and be like, the episode's an hour long, and I'd say I'm not watching this. I've got shit to do. But an anime is 20 minutes. I can pop that on while I'm on the treadmill, get a quick workout in, go about my business. A movie I have to commit to. So I don't want to watch a movie. I want to watch an anime. I would rather watch an anime series over a film any day of the week. Now, I'm a customer. Now, let's say that I am the majority, which I'm willing to bet I probably am, which is probably why they're bringing this back, because they're looking at the streaming numbers and they're thinking to themselves, well, a lot of people watch Dragon Ball Super over our films. And they probably thought, well, we can retell this. As from a business standpoint, you would look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. It's just that simple. People can say, go and watch the film. And I can say to you as a customer, I don't want to. Now, if there's more of me than there is of Cody, then I win. And clearly, I won because they're remaking Super.
The movie isn't that long.
No,
that's what the chat's saying, bro.
Yeah, it's
a problem.
Do you not have? You can't watch movies at all.
I don't want to. That's the best.
You can never watch a movie.
Hold on, Cody.
I didn't say that. I said I don't want to.
Let me do this. Let me say this. There is a difference in viewing experience, time, and retention versus a episode versus a movie, right? Nobody wants to pause a movie at a 30-minute mark, do whatever else, then come back, whenever they come back, and then feel like they can just resume from there. The average statistic is over 54% of people restart a movie if it's paused, right? That is why binging culture has become a big thing, right? For many people, if that is true from what I remember and heard or read about Super Beer so far, more people will sit there and binge through 6 episodes than watch a movie nowadays.
Okay, but you also have people that will watch a 3-hour documentary on YouTube. Like, the idea that we don't have time to watch a movie is ridiculous. I mean, there's meme after meme of people.
Okay, but Cody, you acknowledge both exist. Both exist, right?
But I'm saying, like, there's no reason you can't just watch a movie.
No. 2026, when content creators are actively trying to make their content shorter, is so hilarious that you're saying people will just sit there and watch back-to-back an hour and a half or 2-hour long movies. Mental. Literally, TikTok is a thing.
So because brain rotted children exist, that movies can't exist anymore.
That only applies to children.
Yeah, this
There's
is
a lot of
Cody.
those
Like, what are
really
you?
good.
Yeah,
bro, this is-
no,
this
the
is
idea.
what-
I think you're overinflating iPad kid brain. Like,
Hold on. All right, let me ask you a question, Cody. No, I'm here because I got to ask you a question. Rate Battle of the Gods, the anime, out of 10. This is where I'll know where we stand because I need to know where would you rate that out of 10? Because I
Battle
have a
Gods?
number instantly.
Battle Gods? I mean, I haven't seen it in a while. I remember being really good though. I mean, maybe 7
If you
something.
remember, see, okay, that's where
7
I
out of 10?
knew. I was like, okay, from what they're trying to do, normalizing it for me as a person who really fucking loves movies. I'll be honest with you, I'm more of a movie buff than all this other shit I talk about. I just haven't put the time to make a platform for that yet. That if I put that shit all together, I'm not talking about the movie, the anime adaptation of it, I'm giving that shit a 4 out of fucking 10 because there's a lot wrong with it outside of the Dragon Ball elements.
You
And
talking
I
about the movie or the Super?
I'm talking about Super.
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Super was bad.
The
Super
first,
adaptation was bad.
literally the first 2 arcs of Super, I was like, after I got past the slap, like I don't want to watch this no more. I'll come back to Universe 6 and Universe 7. That's when Super starts to me in my head.
Yeah, same,
Right?
absolutely.
Right? When Vegeta
Absolutely.
did the final flash, I
Mhm.
remember it was trending that day when versus what was it, Magenta or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, hold on. Now
Yeah.
Super is now we
Mhm.
talking.
Yeah,
Right? I'm
episode 28 is when Super actually starts.
28, yes. That is bad. See, you just said that.
Yeah.
That's bad. So to say this is useless, they're trying to make some shit more salvageable, more entertaining to look at compared to what we had in the original 2015 anime.
But I'm
So
saying, like,
yeah, for us, it may feel
again,
like
it's
for us, it
remaking.
may.
If it wasn't for the fact that the movies exist and tell the same story, I'd agree with you. But the fact that they exist and just tell the same story, so it's like if you want these events that aren't shit, they're right there. It already exists.
Would
It
you
just doesn't
like
have the
new
Dragon Ball
people?
Super logo on it. But that's
Do you want new people to like get into Dragon Ball, or do you not care?
I mean, what new people are going to get? First of all, you're having a new show already.
Oh my, I give up.
Like,
I can see.
why would new people get into Dragon Ball jumping in from Super?
I can't do it.
Cody, my cousin literally started on Super. He has not seen Z.
I give up.
There's a
Okay,
whole
so then you have
generation
new
of-
people jumping in,
question.
but then you'd have new people jump. By that logic, you'd have new people jumping in on Galactic Patrol.
Yes, exactly. That's
So then
why
do we
they're doing
need? Why
the
do we need
remake.
Beerus? But
I'm
then why do we
asking
need
if you
Beerus?
want that though. What happens? Bro, I
It's
got
going to
whiplash on that
happen, whether
pivot.
I want it or not. Like it's
No,
going to happen. They're
how
going to
can
make
you
it. They're
not-
going to make.
All right,
But
bro,
just by virtue
Mike,
of
I'll be
Galactic
back in
Control,
a
it's
bit,
going
bro.
to happen.
I can't even ask an opinion question. I was like, do you care? Like, if new people come in, it's not even a factual question. I'm just asking your opinion.
It'd be neat. I don't care. It's probably going to
There you
happen.
go
I don't
then.
have to hold. I don't have to hold an opinion because.
So
it's
no,
going to
let me
happen.
ask you a question, Cody. Let me ask you a question, Cody.
It's like saying, do you want the sun to rise?
Hold on,
tomorrow?
no. That bro, we ain't doing that. So if somebody came to you and you had a discussion about Dragon Ball, you would be 100% okay with somebody saying, "Man, fuck that Dragon Ball Z Super shit. I'm watching Galactic Patrol." You gonna be you okay with that?
Would you be okay with someone saying "fuck that Dragon Ball Super shit"? Talking about Dragon Ball Z shit. I'm gonna watch Super. It's the same thing.
Cody, you gotta answer the questions, bro.
Can you answer a question? You haven't answered a question in like what an hour so far.
That's it. That's the
Uh,
answer. It's
no,
just
no,
as
I-
absurd.
It's deflection,
That's
not
absurd.
answering.
It's not
That's
deflection.
what
That's
you're doing.
absurd. Like that's what I'm pointing out that it's absurd to say "fuck that." Fuck the show. Watch the show. Like it
Bro,
would be the same
C4,
thing.
this is what I be talking about with Twitter. Like, dude earlier, I proved him wrong, and he shut the fuck up.
You're
today.
saying the same thing as if
No,
somebody
I'm
said
not. You didn't even
"fuck
answer
that
the
Dragon
question.
Ball
You
Z shit."
repeated
Just
my
watch Super.
statement and
You're
took the
saying the
last
same
part
thing.
off. You treated my statement like a Dora answer. Like, what the fuck are you
That's
talking
what
about?
you're saying. The same thing. I would say the same thing. It's stupid. It's stupid
It was
to
a
say.
yes or no question. You took my whole shit, tried to make a remix on it. You're doing what you hate. You hate Toei doing. You took my Super. You made Super Beerus for my question.
Yeah, Cody, you gotta answer the questions. No answering questions are questions. You have to be direct.
You can do that afterwards. If you just said like yes, no, and then you did your thing, we'll all be calm. It's just that
apparently I can't. All right. Look, if somebody said fuck that Dragon Ball Super, watch Galactic Patrol, yes, that would be stupid. And it would be the same thing if Dragon Ball Super was coming out and they said, fuck Dragon Ball Z, watch Dragon Ball Super. That would be stupid. It's the same thing, by the way, the people that say, fuck OG Dragon Ball, watch Z. That's also stupid.
Fair.
Okay, fair.
Can I just let you guys know something, actually?
Yes.
I don't know how many people were doing this. I have no idea. I don't have the numbers on this. This was just in a group, an old Discord that I was a part of when I first got into the Bleach fighting game. It had about 200 people in there. I think it's gone now.
Yeah, he got
But
hacked.
it got hacked.
Yeah, so somebody DM him. He was like, "If you beat me in a set, I'll give you I'll give you like $100 gift card." The dude lost on purpose. The person that hacked him lost on purpose. He was like, "Here, click this link," and then took his account and then deleted the Discord.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where this Discord went. It just disappeared overnight. But anyway, in that Discord, there was about 200 people in there. And I was asking them, isn't it so cool that Bleach is back? And a lot of them were like, yeah, I've never seen it, but 1,000 Blood War sick. And I was like, excuse me? And they were like, I'm not going back and watching it. It's too old. There are people like that at Dragon Ball Z. And you know how I know this? There are so many people that haven't seen Dragon Ball. Original Dragon Ball, there are so many people. If we sat here and started going through the story of Dragon Ball, where Goku's character pivots, at what point do you really see Goku lose his temper for the first time? There's a lot of people won't be able to answer. There's a lot of people who haven't seen Dragon Ball. And as time goes on and we move further into Super, there's going to be more people that haven't seen Z. And there's going to be more people. There's going to be people that are going to start a galactic control.
I think you are, and I'm not trying to fuck you or anything like that, but I think you are overemphasizing people you've seen, guys, stuff like
no, but I said that I don't have
Z is like a cultural touchstone. I mean, there's that famous footage of, again, I use Latin America a lot as an example just because it's so elevated over there. There's that famous footage of there's a bunch of people there's like a strip club or a gentleman's club or something, and they've got Dragon Ball Z playing on the wall, and it's showing when Goku first went Super Saiyan, and everyone is stopped and watching, even the strippers. There's still strippers sitting on dudes' laps looking at the screen, and the camera pans over what everybody's looking at, and it's Goku going Super Saiyan for the first time.
That's a meme though. They do that, they've done that in a barbershop, they've done that in a gym. That's like an ongoing meme. It's not an actual thing that happens.
Because over there, it's part of their Dragon Ball Z is ingrained in their culture, and that's true for much of the world. Dragon Ball, there's the old problem with people skipping OG Dragon Ball watching Z, and that's stupid, but it's a prevalent problem. But starting from Z, that's when the show really overseas became a cultural phenomenon.
I'm not saying that it's not a cultural phenomenon, but we'll get back to this in just a second.
That's why I brought up the Disney comparison, where it's when those movies came out 20, 30 years ago, they imprinted on culture, on pop culture, and now they're just forever. There's always going to be Ariel, there's always going to be Belle, there's always going to be Princess Jasmine. It's forever. And Dragon Ball Z is one of those things where it's just forever.
I disagree.
They don't make new movies with these Disney princesses. Hell, they don't even make new cartoons.
They do push out a ton of merch. They actually do a lot of what's it called? I can't remember what that shit is called that Disney Store does with the Disney princesses, but they're able to do things with the Disney princesses all the time, and they've got Disney World, they've got loads of Disney media. If they're able to do that, going to the cinema, it doesn't mean they're not out of the culture.
But that's Disney media. Like I'm saying, you have to have that initial piece of media that remains relevant because it touched people in some way.
Do you think all Disney princesses are in the cultural zeitgeist? Or do you think some of them have been forgotten or pushed to the wayside?
They're pretty much all if you go into I work as a grocery store manager. We sold shit with all these Disney princesses for. What do you mean?
Bro, just answer the question.
I am. Let me finish.
You're telling me a story. I just want to.
Look, but my story is the answer. It will give you your answer. You have to let me finish instead of just well, you didn't immediately follow yes or no with what I said, and so you're not answering. Let me finish the statement. You'll get your answer. With this story, I'm telling you, these Disney princesses from movies that were 30 years old, there was no remake. This is before the live action remakes even. they were still selling like hotcakes. Little girls were still buying Ariel. They're still buying Belle. They're still buying Princess Jasmine. They wouldn't have seen those princesses for years, or until, like, whenever their parents showed them the movie. They're still relevant. They didn't need a new movie. They didn't need a new thing. They could just put that shit on a cup. Put that shit on a toy.
Is Princess Kaido, or Princess Kida, however you say her name, still culturally relevant? Is she selling much?
No, it's not going to be every single, but like the big ones.
That was my question, though.
But that's what I'm comparing Dragon Ball to. Dragon Ball is like The Little Mermaid, where it's like that movie came out decades ago, still relevant. Yeah, before that shitty live action remake, still relevant.
You brought up the Disney princesses, and I said to you, do you think all Disney princesses are still relevant? The answer is no. They're just not. Not all of them are. Some of them still are. Quite a lot of them still are, but there are a fair few that are
those
not.
Are the ones I'm. You're using semantics. I'm saying what I'm comparing Dragon Ball to are those Disney princesses. Yeah, I'm comparing Dragon Ball.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that those Disney princesses that you're talking about are still in rotation. They're still getting live action remakes. They're still having merch pushed out. The ones that I'm talking about have no live action remakes, no lunchboxes, no merch, nothing at Comic-Con. They're not even they're forgotten about. And what I'm saying is that, yes, Dragon Ball is constantly having things pushed out, like these Disney princesses. But if you stop doing it for one of them, they will slowly fade away. Dragon Ball might take 100 years, but everything gets forgotten eventually. There are things that used to be big a long time ago and no one talks about now.
Okay, I'm saying, but we don't need beer. We don't need Beerus for that. We don't need Dragon Ball Super Beerus for that.
But what we do need Beerus for, and this remake, is to clean up the mess that they released in 2015.
And I'm saying that also, you don't need that because you have the movies. Why do I need a cleanup for this bad adaptation of something that already exists?
And if you were sitting in that meeting when they were putting this together, do you think that you would have been kept on or fired?
I don't think they would have cared.
I think
I would have been voted out and they would have moved on with our lives.
All right, I'm going to read out the super chats, and just so we can progress the conversation. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $4.99. I'll give it a watch when released, but I really hope they fix Goku's character. Dragon Ball Super made me hate him so effing much. Yeah, like I said, I hope that they fix the dialogue in Super. I really didn't like what they did to Goku. I think they pushed it too far. What's the most? Thank you for the $10. In terms of who cares or we already seen it, let's use The Last of Us as an example, with it being recycled, Mike. Your argument would call the community selfish to complain about it, right? If the Last of Us community is complaining in its entirety and they don't want more remakes, then they should listen to their community. But that's not what's happening with Dragon Ball. There's a small number of people that is complaining about this remake versus millions of people that are not going to be complaining. The cartels will stop fighting for the day that this thing gets remade and comes out. I guarantee you. There's a tiny number of people that are saying, what I'll admit is that I never asked for this. At no point did I think that Dragon Ball Super was going to get a remake other than when the leaks started coming out. I never asked for it. Does it make sense? Do I want to see it? Yes. I want to see Goku with updated animation, a better art style, fighting Beerus. I don't want to see that crappy version that is on Crunchyroll. And I don't want to have to pop in a Blu-ray to watch it. And I also don't want to watch the film. I want to watch an anime. I want to watch a 20-minute episode on my treadmill and then go about my week and then do it the same thing.
Actually, Redman in your chat makes a good point. Supposedly, he could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's right. More people watch the Chainsaw Man movie than the series.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
We can run the numbers on that.
Hold on. First of all, logically though, right, with the Chainsaw Man movie, right, the reason why it got so big in the first place was word of mouth from people who watched the anime in anticipation for the movie.
Well, also the anime was kind of notorious for, like, I mean, I don't know the exact details, but I just remember people complaining about it constantly.
Okay, that's everything. Everybody gonna find something to complain about.
But that's the thing, like. But the idea that people will only watch a series and can't watch a movie, I mean, does Chainsaw Man not disprove that?
No, because the people that complain about Chainsaw Man even still are complaining that they didn't understand Chainsaw Man.
Well, what does that have to do with series versus movie? Like,
in a way, that's a whole other layer problem that adds to it, right? Like the whole I don't want to watch a movie thing versus the animation, right? That's two different forms of medium, even though it's still visual media. video, right? But the thing of it is some people just generally like they self-contained anime things. Like, for example, right? The movies are not on every streaming service at this point, if I believe. I don't know. Like, off the top of my head, I can't tell you where to find them outside of bootlegging, of course. Outside of that. But I can tell you where to go watch Dragon Ball Super, the anime, on multiple platforms. Heck, on PlayStation, you can literally buy the whole shit by season.
But then the Chainsaw Man movies are less accessible than the TV show, and so if more people are watching the movie,
it's misinformation. So it says here that Chainsaw Man garnered between 95 million and 188 million views in Japan alone, with episode 8 being the highest reviewed episode, which was 188 million, whereas the movies had 5.43 million viewers in Japan within 52 days.
Well, you're talking about Japan. We're talking about my assumption has been we're talking about the Western audience because they don't have. You've been bringing up like audience retention, like attention span, and the attention span issue isn't as much of a problem over there as it is in the West. So I assume we're talking about a Western audience.
Okay, well, I can run the global numbers. I strongly doubt that more people have seen the movie. It doesn't even make any sense because the movie's popularity would be carried by the fact that loads of people watch the anime. So then
actually, a lot of people would have read the manga. Had a lot of word of mouth, like before
the manga would have carried it as well.
And then you have, the popular the Demon Slayer movie. I mean, people clearly are watching movies, anime movies.
I'm not saying that people are not watching movies. I'm saying that there's a contingent of people that want to see the anime on a weekly basis. There's nothing that was more fun for me than watching the Tournament of Power on a weekly basis. The Tournament of Power, mate, you could probably argue they could condense it into a film and cut all the parts that we don't need to see. But I loved waking up on Sunday at 8 o'clock and Dragon Ball's ready to go. And I watched it. That was one of the most fun experiences in 2015. I felt like a kid again.
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you there. I'm with you there, 100%. I'm just saying, like, but the problem is a Tournament of Power movie did not predate the saga. And a lot of people didn't like the Super Beerus arc. So I'm just saying, like, if the excuse, I should say excuse, it's kind of like, loaded, but if the reasoning for this remake is that, well, the Beerus arc in Super was really bad and it should be fixed up, well, then the Beerus arc exists in the movie and it's better than the Super version. So if you want a good version of the Beerus arc, the movie's right there. So, like, at that point, then, if you're going to be petulant, not you, Mike, being petulant, but if this hypothetical person can be petulant, well, I'm not going to watch a movie, but I'll binge an anime, but I won't watch a movie. Well, then that's your personal problem. If it's
not a problem because they're bringing out a series. So,
well, if your point was, well, then if it's not a problem for this hypothetical annoying guy, right? But I'm talking about like general people.
Let me ask you this question, Cody. Would it be bad if they didn't have Galactic Patrol coming? Like, would you be okay with it if that wasn't coming?
I don't know if it'd be bad. It'd be like I'd still have to roll my eyes, like, oh, we're just going to redo Super when instead of doing something new. I think it'd be worse, if anything, because then it'd just be more of a cash grab. I think honestly, what they're doing is they found a way to, like, oh, we're bringing back Super. Super's been off the air for a while, and we're going to use this opportunity to not only sort of reacquaint people with this like era of Dragon Ball, but make some more money off it. I think that is the logic. I just find it silly because if they're only going to do beer. Now, if they do all of Dragon Ball Super, I will say, okay, I'm on board.
Why? What would the difference be?
Because then there'd be more of a point to remaking the whole thing, including media where there's not just an existing movie to make it better, right? Because if we're just talking about Beerus but better, that's the movie. So you have a movie. So this is redundant. But if it's all of Super, there's no movie for Universe 6. There's no movie for Goku Black. There's no movie for Tournament of Power.
That doesn't matter, though, because something already exists. The point here, your point that
it doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
No. The point that you're making and other people are making is that there is already a piece of media out there that is good for these things.
You're mixing me up with other people. My sole point is that the Beerus saga is redundant to remake because the movie exists. If you want the Beerus saga but better, that's the movie. If you want Resurrection F but better, that's the movie. But if they went past that and made it better, that would be fine.
Okay, wait, hold on. What if they made movies out of the pre-existing arcs?
I don't think that would work as well because they're longer. They're longer stories.
But you would be okay with that, right?
I mean, I think it'd be touchy, like if they turned out bad. But I think if the idea is to remake all of Super, that would be fine. Because Super, there was animation issues and all that stuff, and if you want to do like a kind of a Super Kai with the whole thing, maybe cut out some stuff and trim it and increase the animation for the whole damn thing. Okay, so Dragon Ball Super Remastered. But if you're only doing it for the Beerus saga that has a movie already, now it's redundant. That's my point. If
It's
it
not-
just
it's not-
Beerus-
Didn't they say the
cash grab.
anime version was canon?
no.
The
Again,
movies?
the adaptations, it's all like, if you want to call it timelines, fine, but it's all like different interpretations of Toriyama's notes. So this is how Toei's doing Toriyama's story. This is how the reason there was as much changes as there was in the Super version, like the party being on a boat and everything, was really just because the movie happened and they had to justify watching it again. That's why they extended. That's why they added Captain Ginyu into the Resurrection F arc, for instance. They had to
Alright,
justify
but
you
Cody,
watching it again.
If this remake is again taking the notes and then putting a new spin on it, like we've seen of all of the adaptations, or all three of the versions of Battle of Gods and the two versions of Resurrection of F, would that not be justifiable to you?
I see what you're saying. The reason my main point is the fact that it's Beerus, because even the Beerus saga, the only real difference from the movie was that it was on a boat. There wasn't a lot of difference between Battle of Gods and the Super Beerus saga. And it's like, oh, they stretched this one part of the story.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the new one is an alteration from what we've already seen, a heavy deviation, and even the fight scenes are completely revamped, even from the movies.
But
Was that not justifiable enough?
No, I'm saying specifically the Beerus saga.
Yeah, that's
doesn't justify it, because even in Super, it expanded, but it didn't, like, Resurrection F would probably have more of a case because it did things like add Ginyu. I think adding Ginyu is really the biggest one. Or like some of Frieza's goons when they came down got to do things instead of just Frieza saying, fuck you and kill him. Like, there was more meat there. In the Beerus saga, there's nothing. The main difference, the primary difference between Battle of Gods and the Dragon Ball Super adaptation of the Beerus saga is that it's on a boat. That's the main difference. You can nitpick, well, this part took longer, this part was... The main meat and potatoes difference between those two is that it's on the boat.
Bro,
so
this is the lasting memory that we have of the anime.
Yeah.
This has
it
got
looks like shit. But again, if that's the issue, Battle of Gods movie. But again, if they do remake all of Super, I think this remake has a lot more legs to stand on, because then that's a greater project for this whole Dragon Ball Super. There's a lot of Dragon Ball Super.
Let me ask a question, Cody. I hear you. Okay, let me ask a question. So, like I said, because Dragon Ball fans, the anime fans care about if something's canon or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the anime is canon. The Battle of Gods.
It's like the canonist one. Like I said, the real canonist. It's the canonist one because of the fact that that's the one that is drawn from the most. So, like, again, if you're going to get a video game adaptation and the characters from Super show up, they're going to be
wouldn't you
primarily
want
based on the anime.
All canon versions to be the best? We have a movie version that's good, but the anime version is not. Wouldn't you want to be in line with making sure all of it's good?
But
and you say that's the canonist one.
Well, again, that's semantics because they're the same. Like, if you watch Battle of Gods and don't watch Dragon Ball Super's Beerus arc, you miss nothing. You're not going to jump into Super like, what the hell? What's this? Like, you miss nothing. It's the same.
But you got to realize a lot of people don't even know the difference between Battle of Gods and Super, right?
But that's the point. There's no real difference between that. That's what I'm saying. If it's only this arc, that's my entire argument. If it's only this saga, it's redundant.
Yeah, but
if it's all of Super, cool.
Yeah, but when you see Dragon Ball, because if I go to the movies, right, like when that movie came out, it's called Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, right? And then what we know is Super, Dragon Ball Super, aka Beerus, right?
Well, because Dragon Ball Super wasn't a
I know that, but they haven't updated it to say Dragon Ball Super Battle of
Well,
Gods.
they're not gonna change the movie name.
Well,
retroactively.
again, exactly. So in that way, right, it makes perfect sense to be in line with that because you ask somebody that have never seen a series, unless they talk to another long-term fan that's been around since then, they'd be like, go watch Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Gods. The average person at that point, right, gonna be like, damn, I ain't seen Z. That means I gotta watch all of Dragon Ball Z before I get to Battle of Gods. And then B, when you see the two different brandings on it, you think they're two different things. If I wasn't there watching that show when it came out, right, I would think Dragon Ball Super, the Dragon Ball Z was some like sub story or like not canon thing. Then I watched Super, I'm like, wait, ain't this the same thing, right? So I do feel like you got to take into account that like putting it all together and in line, like the first
feel like
arcs need to be more aligned with.
So we need to rehash the same exact territory because someone might get confused with a brand name.
Yes, that's why Xbox One and Xbox and Xbox 360 failed because of that.
Xbox,
Yeah,
not the 360 in terms of like the next one. You know
I get what Yo-Yo's getting at. Like they just want to clean it up, but at the end of the day, the long and short of it is there are people like me that are saying we want this, and that's all that matters. That's really what it boils down to. Someone like me who's a diehard Dragon Ball fan, there's plenty like me are saying yes, we want this, and that's it. And no one can tell me otherwise because we got what we wanted.
Well, look, you have fun with it, and there's gonna be plenty of diehard Dragon Ball fans like me that think it's very silly for us to do Beerus for the 4th time when you could just watch Battle of Gods.
I don't want to watch.
But again, if they end up doing like, oh, they're gonna do Dragon Ball Super Frieza and redo Resurrection F, then they do Dragon Ball Super Goku Black, and they do this for all the sagas. All of my complaints go out the window.
I don't get why that throws your complaints out the window because they're just rehashing the shit again.
Because it's not that it's rehashing, it's that you don't need to do it with Beerus because Battle of Gods exists. So the idea that like, oh, we need to fix the super version of Battle of Gods because it was bad. Well, the super version of Battle of Gods, aside from the fact it's on a boat, is not different from the movie at all. It's really not. So
okay, so no reason to do. What if they do Goku Black, but they just clean it up? It's just a cleanup job. It's not even changing anything too much. Just a cleanup job.
I think at the point it'd be a novelty, but like if it's just a cleanup with no real heavy alterations, like they don't like trim things or whatever, it'd be neat, it'd be cool, but like I just think only doing it for Beerus is what's dumb. Again, if it's all the arcs, cool, but we don't need it for just Beerus when Battle of Gods exists. That's my point.
Let me just read out some more super chats quickly. Densetsu, thank you for the €10. I love Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball Super hits different. Being a mid-core, what does that mean?
Oh, coming between, sequel. Like, so if it's a sequel is later and a prequel is before, and mid-core is like between. Thanks.
Kill some suspense since we know the OG end. I'll still watch it. People complained about Daima. It was a nice story. Nice as a story. After Z would be better.
Well, Daima was after Z. Daima takes place between Z and Super.
Daima was after Z. Thing is, I think that this adaptation of Super is going to adapt Daima. I really think they're going to bring Super Saiyan 4 into it.
That would prove me wrong if it did. Like if they did that, then my complaint would be gone and I'd be cool with this.
I don't even think that's going to happen. I don't keep
my complaint stems from the fact that this is just redundant to Battle of Gods. If they if they did change things to bridge it to Daima, that would make it no longer redundant. Ergo, I would have no problem with it.
I'm a big fan of patch culture. There's some shit ass and you can fix it. I don't see a problem with it.
Trust me, I play fighting games. I know I'm with you with patch culture.
What we're going to do is after I read out these super chats, I'm going to start bringing people on as well. Cody, you're welcome to stay. Cool. And then we'll just continue the debate.
Yeah, I'm going to step out real quick for like 1 minute just because I did a DoorDash and it arrived. So I got to just pick it up real quick.
Yeah, that's cool, man. No problem. Chicken Senpai, thank you for the $1.99 and the drumstick. Appreciate you, bro. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $1.99. Off topic, Sonic's heavily rumored coming to Fortnite.
That will not look good. I don't know how they're gonna get Sonic to come to Fortnite without overly stretching his legs and limbs. As a person who plays Fortnite, a lot of the criticism, even in Fortnite, was that Rukia was long as fuck in Fortnite. Yeah, like she was just long. And the reason why they do that, a lot of people don't get it, is that for head glitching, and they would have to rebuild the whole map and terrain around the measurements of it. Like if Rukia was shorter, she can just hide under every fucking platform. That's why they do that in that game. Or while like some characters are backpacks.
They do look weird in that game. I saw Michael Scott and Dwight from The Office are gonna be in.
Yeah.
Fortnite. I was like, what the hell? Everyone's in this game.
Yeah. Why are you the way you are?
Al, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Joel, thank you for the $2. Sorry, bro, but Elvis copied many Delta Blue artists. Yeah, he did. We know that. We know that Elvis took a lot of the rhythm and blues musicians, but I mean, we were talking about his cultural significance, right? Whether he took the music or not, he was still culturally significant. We can't deny that. And you know, Blue Suede Shoes is a good ass song, man. YouTube channels, thank you for the $10. I'd rather Dragon Ball cooler than sending resources on Dragon Ball Beerus 4th remake, to be honest. Yeah, fair enough. I disagree. I'm happy with it. Listen, they're gonna remake Beerus again in 10 years, and you're gonna watch it.
Now, here's my thing. My big frustration. My favorite character is Cooler. Okay, you know, Frieza's cool, but his brother is.
Womp womp.
Wow.
So, see, thank you.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Oh, come on. Whatever, man. But like, literally, I really just want them to make Frieza. I mean, not Frieza, Cooler canon in the way they did, like Broly. That's all I want. Y'all can have everything else.
Sadly, too late now.
I don't give a fuck. They brought Frieza back years later. They did Broly again.
But Toriyama's dead. Like,
okay,
that's the problem.
All right, Taro, step the fuck up. You made Moro. He was
I don't know if I want him in charge, man. That super
Dragon
manga.
Ball people are frustrating, bro.
Don't let me in with them.
Not you. I wish, as a Naruto fan, you know, I was depressed the whole weekend because we got to deal with shit Ruto for the next fucking 4 years. We've been clickbaited for 9 years. He still ain't got to the top of them damn Okages. And I read that shit tomorrow, every 28th of every month for the last 8 years, and everybody else going, tee. What the fuck, man?
I'm a Berserk fan. I feel you.
No. I'm gonna talk about Berserk later. Y'all,
We've been on that boat. We were on that boat for a while.
I wish we could get 4 different adaptations of the pain fight. I wish we could get 4 different adaptations of Naruto versus Sasuke.
Do you know what I really want? I want them to adapt the Hell arc in Bleach. I think that would be like, why they haven't done that yet, and I'm hoping after 1,000 Blood Year they do.
Wasn't that a filler?
I don't know if it's. Is it?
Oh no, you talking about the light novels that came after with like
the Hell arc where she goes like.
I think they're canon. I think
they're canon.
That's canon. I thought you were talking about something else.
But also, I wanted to say, have they ever told us who Frieza was training with when he went to that other universe during the Granola arc? Is it just assumed that he trained on his own?
I guess he trained on his own because the original assumption, like the Toriyama did, was that Frieza trained on his own to get golden. And then, you know, the anime added that he had his one guy as a
no, but I mean, for when he went Black Frieza, he was away for 10 years, right?
But I think the idea was he did it again. Like what he did to become Golden Frieza, he did it again.
Now, what they need to do is they need to make it so that he went to a different universe where his brother is still alive. And there's a Black Cooler. He was training with Cooler, and just when Goku and Vegeta think they've got strong enough to take on Frieza, Frieza's like, not so soon. And they can go a step further. Frieza can copy their fusion dance and fuse with his brother as well. So we get a Gogeta versus Frieza Cooler fusion.
This is all I want.
It would be cinema.
That is it.
Toyota, take my ideas, please.
I'm in the minority here. Like Cooler's design kicks ass, but as a villain, he was just kind of.
If you don't like that movie, you are a fake Dragon Ball fan. That shit birthed a lot from editors. To edgy, the Linkin Park shit that came from it with the music video. That movie is the rawest shit out of Dragon Ball.
I was the biggest
rawest shit.
I was the biggest Dragon Ball weeb back in the day. Like I refused to watch anything dubbed because of all the things they did with the dub. I didn't watch Dragon Ball dub till they did Kai and fixed it. It's like, okay, you know, I'm the feud is over. Like I'm done feuding with you people. Like you fixed it. Like the movies were, in hindsight. There's a charm in hindsight, but I remember because back in the day, because I was in high school when all that shit was coming out, And man, just there was something that just felt, I don't want to say cheesy, but it felt like in retrospect, when they took the movies and then they like added, like put in all these like new metal insert songs and shit in there.
Get him out of here. He ain't for the
Yeah,
Cody.
hey, Cody.
No,
what
but
are you
I
doing?
do got to make fun of it a little bit because the Cooler
No.
movie, that's
No, that shit was
they were
fire,
really
man.
fucking goofy about it. Because
I'm sorry. I ain't gonna
No,
lie.
no. I gotta say it.
No,
I gotta
hell
say
no.
it.
You just pissed me off. You
No.
pissed me off the last
You're
hour,
gonna
bro.
hear it. You're gonna hear it because what they did with the Cooler movie when they put in the songs and then for some fucking reason, whenever the fight goes underwater and they muffle the song playing in the background.
That's how it's supposed to work.
No, it's not. It's background music. That means
when you fight, but that's how they do it in the video
music.
games. When you
Yeah,
underwater,
that's how they do it. That's
things
how they
are
do it in
muffled.
games. Yeah.
It's background music. Like you
When
don't
they
muffle
fight
the
in-
background
when they-
music when you go
Bro,
underwater.
have you ever watched an actual movie, like an action movie? If they fight in the water, the music
The music doesn't muffle in the water.
Yes, it
That
does.
implies the music is diegetic.
No, bro. No, you're not. When they playing the music in the background and the fighters go into the water, they muffle it because it's like immersive. It makes you feel like you're there with them.
They don't.
Yes, they do. I've watched multiple action films where they've done that.
From any other Dragon Ball anything. They don't muffle the background music.
Not just. I wasn't even just speaking Dragon Ball. I'm talking about
Martial arts
action
in general.
movie, martial arts.
Anything. They don't muffle the background music because the background music's not diegetic.
When they fight, so you haven't seen in a martial arts movie an action. Avengers does this. When Thanos dunks his ass, and then the music playing, it goes. You are not
the music itself does not get the underwater filter applied to it. That's why it's funny.
You ain't watched a lot of films, bro. I'll be honest with you.
I watched a lot of film.
Now,
you don't muffle the background. The background music might get quieter, it might change, but it doesn't apply the water effect to the background music.
Okay, regardless, it's the same thing, and even there's different layers of it to where it doesn't sound that muffled. The technology wasn't that strong back when Cooler came out.
It was 2000. The technology was there. Like you just didn't have to muffle the music.
Oh my god, bro!
You just let the music drop.
Bro. This is 100% categorically false. I'm pretty sure it doesn't happen in Flashpoint.
Yes.
In the Donnie Yen film. I swear it happens in that film where they put his head underwater. I think it was that Donnie Yen film, and the music muffles as well. It even muffles when they punched him in his ear and he couldn't hear properly. Like, this is not a new thing. This has been happening in martial arts films for time immemorial, bro. What are we talking about?
Like the 80s, like
it's inserting the music and then having the water effect apply. It just makes it sound like the band is there and they're just they're above they're over the water and you can't hear them.
See, this is why they need a super remake for people like Cody, bro. Because literally people forget like key details like that. And they'll be like, that shit wasn't all that, bro. That's why they doing it, so y'all can remember it.
Nah,
I guarantee you, if you pull up the Japanese version of the Cooler movie, the music will not muffle when they go underwater.
All right, let's not go in circles because Cody's just lying now. Tonton, thank you for the $5. Yeah, in the early 2000s, English dub was all over the place pre-Funimation. Yeah, I like the English dub. Dragon Ball is one of the few animes where I'll watch it in both. I've watched Super in both, and I really enjoyed it. I think they did. I
think after once Kai happened, they like got their shit together. Because also,
even original. I love the original.
Look, there's that tweet where it's like, you know, the script isn't even anywhere close to it, and it's got like the Japanese subtitles playing with the English dialogue, and it's just
I get that. I know that the characters are basically different between the two, but I still enjoyed it. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I know there's a lot of Dragon Ball elitists online that are like, no, I only read this version or only watch this version. That's fine. I'm saying that I was locked in. I had a good time. Every version of Dragon Ball, I've had a good time. Yeah, I could watch Goku fight a broom. I'll probably have a good time. So I'm somewhat biased. Let's see. The last two Dragon Ball movies made the most in the franchise. What are we talking about? Thank you, YouTube channels, for the $10. Yeah, I don't understand what that point is. Of course, they made the most in the franchise. Like they were good. Well, the Gohan film was, I think it was mid, but Broly was excellent. I'm not saying the films won't make a lot of money. I'm not saying if they bring out films exclusively,
I think
that they're not going to make money. I'm saying that I would rather watch an anime.
I think he's going to the point that of the idea that like someone won't watch the movie, they only want to watch a series, that kind of thing. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah,
I think he's speaking to that point.
there will be some people like that, because I've spoken to people like that. I have to imagine there's probably more than just the one I've spoken to. But even if we grant you that they'll watch both, they're still going to watch both. So then the companies are going to be like, well, they're going to watch both. If they enjoy both, then we'll give them both. And I want both. As a consumer, I want both. And you can't tell me what I want and can't want and don't want. Yeah?
I would say, again, if they do all of Super, my complaints go out the window. I have nothing to complain about. If I'm down, like I think I speak for a lot of people that are shitting on this remake. That the idea isn't so much that it's remaking at all; it's that it's remaking Beerus, not only again, but like we have the movie, as I said. So if it's more than just Beerus, that would be awesome. Because I would love to see them touch up. Like, oh my god, fucking all the shit that they could do with the effects and redrawing everything with Fuse Zamasu and like godly power and shit. When the Vegito Blue fight with Fuse Zamasu, I'm there. And so they clean up some stuff, clean up some of those, like when the animation gets really jank in the final episode with when Zamasu destroys everything because they use all the budget for the Vegito Blue fight. If they touch that up, great. But again, I think the issue with me and a lot of people is just that it's Beerus. That's it. It's just that it's Beerus.
Yeah, but you're all going to be locked in, so it doesn't matter.
I ain't going to watch the remake personally.
Yes, you 1000% are. Are you?
I got no need to. Battle of Gods is right there. Bro, I skipped the movie arcs when they were airing. I said, call me.
You are capping so hard. This thing hasn't been around for 10 years. They're bringing it back, and you're not going to touch it.
No, not this remake.
Cap.
I did not watch the Super adaptations of the movies. I came back for Super when it got past the movies.
Oh, interesting. So you've never seen the Super anime?
I saw it later. I saw the
hold on.
First airing, I did not watch
Revelation. It. So wait, you've not seen Battle of Gods anime and Resurrection of F anime?
No, I have seen. I saw them later, but when Super was first coming out, I didn't watch it because, as some just said in your chat, no reason to watch it. I saw the movies.
But you are gonna watch it eventually, though.
Probably not, unless there's like the only reason I saw the Super ones was I think it was like playing. I think it was on Toonami, and I was like, why not? I have it on. I have the TV on.
Okay, so if there was a why not situation in the future, which they're very
well, if I'm at somebody's house and they're watching it, I'm not gonna say turn that shit off. I'm not gonna. I refuse to ever view.
I call Cat. This man locked in at 8 a.m. like the rest of us. That is Cat. Uma, thank you for the $1.99. Direct to DVD sequels. No, bro. This needs premium servicing. Okay. And
no, I think he's talking about the Disney stuff. When I was bringing up the
Disney.
But even the direct DVD sequels, they stopped after a while. Disney stopped doing those in when 2000 something. Like that was when they were doing direct to video sequels for the Disney movies. Like those lasted. Those did stop after time.
That proves Mike's point because people haven't seen the movie and vice versa. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. There are people that choose to not watch one or the other, and there's people who are like, "Oh, I haven't seen the anime version. I want to check that out." It's really that simple.
As a novelty, yeah. I'm just thinking the point that me and other people are making is if the point is you need to fix the Beerus arc because it was bad, movie.
To the people waiting in the back, I'm going to start tagging you in a second. I've just got a couple more super chats to read. Duke of Nylon, thank you for the $5. Mike, yes or no? Cody drops the Epic of Gilgamesh. Cody, what do you know about Mesopotamia?
That shit's old, bro.
There you go. He knows what it is. Joel, thank you for the $5. If I recommend the old 85 Fist of the North Star anime to YNs, I would get stoned to death. That's why it's being remade. Like Mike said, things get outdated. This is an excellent point because Fist of the North Star, although Dragon Ball is considered the king of shonen, Fist of the North Star to many people is considered like the grandfather, like the elder god, right? But there's a lot of people, my friends included, some of my closest friends in my group chat, I've tried to sell them on Fist of the North Star. They just shut me down. Now, to a lot of us who are, of that age bracket, hearing that somebody would shut down Fist of the North Star because we know how great it is insane, right?
To Fist of the North Star, a little bit more I can understand, only because I remember hearing someone describe it as it's like Kung Fu Superman, Kung Fu Jesus. Like it does have that element that I could see people not vibing with, where Kenshiro just doesn't fucking lose for so long. That I think that's kind of also why it didn't resonate as much as Dragon Ball did with a lot of
No,
people.
no, that's the reason that they don't want to watch it, because it's old.
No, because Dragon Ball's old. I mean, look at Dragon Ball Z. Like it is made. Like I mean,
No, hold
Fist
on
of
a
the North
second,
Star is
Cody.
older, but it's still pretty. But Dragon Ball
Fist of the North Star predates Dragon Ball, and
It does,
people
but
don't,
Dragon
people
Ball-
don't want to go back and
but-
watch Dragon Ball.
But when Dragon Ball Z is still pretty old.
No,
And
we're
then
not talking about
you have a
Dragon
lot of
Ball
those scuffed. You have a lot of those scuffed looking episodes, even in old Z.
We're not talking about Z though. We're talking about Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is 87, right?
Yeah.
Fist of the North Star is 85. People in this day and age that grew up on Z still won't go back and watch Dragon Ball. I know people in our age bracket that won't watch Dragon Ball. Now, Fist of the North Star is older than that. And the common retort that I get is that it looks outdated. Even though Fist of the North Star looks brilliant to me. I love the way Fist of the North Star looks. There's a lot of people that are like, no, it looks like shit, Mike. I ain't watching that. Because these are the Jujutsu Kaisen era, the Demon Slayer era, where they want things to look a certain way. So if that point applies to Fist of the North Star, why wouldn't it apply anywhere else?
No, I see what you're saying. I'm just saying there's more than just the visuals of why Fist of the North Star did not take off overseas and in a lot of other countries, even just over the last several decades, even before it was like when Dragon Ball took off, it's like 20 years ago, started to take off, because it continues to be relevant. But as I said, but like even when like Fist of the North Star did come out overseas at a time when it wouldn't have looked as old and still didn't take off. And I think that was a big thing. Like it's more than just the fact that it's old. Like Fist of the North Star is a legend, and there's a lot, you got to give it its flowers. But it didn't, like, Dragon Ball has a lot of elements of like working to overcome things that I think resonated with more people. Like that's a big reason why, especially in like a lot of poor countries and a lot of poor areas, like Dragon Ball was really big. It was a constant theme of like, the bad guys were always some kind of higher position. Like they were, the elites, the prince, the emperor, or like this higher being, but you can overcome them with hard work, and you can rise from the bottom to the top. It had that message. It resonated with more people. Whereas Fist of the North Star is more just like this guy that's just better than everybody rolls in, and it's just a lot of catharsis, which is, I know, I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying Fist of the North Star is bad, but I'm saying there's more going on with Fist of the North Star not resonating with people, besides that it's old, that I can see why, like, it's a harder sell than Dragon Ball.
I don't think it's because of the I don't think it's Fist of the North Star itself. Everyone that I know that has had the privilege of watching it has said that it's brilliant. Fist of the North Star had like loads of licensing issues when it was being pushed over to the West, and it had a lot of re-releases that fucked things up.
That's true.
But the actual source material, if anyone of any age bracket gives Fist of the North Star the time of day, I can't imagine that somebody that loves anime could walk away from that going, nah, that was not it. I can't even fathom that.
I have known some people, and that was the main complaint they had. That was the main complaint they had, and I like Fist of the North Star, but I can see where they're coming from, where you can get exhausted with Kenshiro just steamrolling everybody for as long as he does. Like it takes a while before Kenshiro meets an opponent that can fuck him up. Whereas like Dragon Ball, I mean, that's Goku and Vegeta. I mean, Goku ends the fight with every bone in his body broken. So I'd say I don't agree, but I can see that, and I think that would be more prevalent within audiences than like, oh well, this is old. I think you would have more people that's just like, man, is this all this is going to be? Where Kenshiro rolls into town and pokes a piece of shit.
Isn't there a really popular anime called One Punch Man?
Yeah, but that's like a comedy, and it's using it for satire. And plus, then you have the thing where it's like, you can then latch on to his personal struggle of not being able to have a challenge.
Yeah,
like,
but there's other things with North Star that make it very interesting. It's not just about
I'm not knocking. Like I said, I enjoy Fist of the North Star, but I'm saying Fist of the North, like especially a lot of modern anime that have an overpowered protagonist, then bring in a conflict through other means. Like I said, One Punch Man has the personal struggle that Saitama goes through, plus it removes Saitama a lot so that the other characters can struggle before Saitama comes in. Even the One Punch Man, there's like a fighting game that actually did invoke that. So you could have like a team of characters, and if you picked Saitama, he actually was unplayable for a certain amount of time. before he comes in, and then he's broken.
Yeah.
So the idea is you have to beat the enemy's team before their Saitama comes in. So like or something like Overlord's another anime that does that, where the main characters are overpowered because the conflict isn't about will they win the fight or will they overcome. It's more of like a character thing. It's like a political thing.
Yeah, but then how do you explain Superman?
Superman was, well, for one thing, it was from the 30s, and it was like people wanted something different back then. They just wanted the guy to come in and like beat up Hitler or whoever. And then over time, like there was, I can't remember who said it, but there was a writer, it might have been Frank Miller, but I don't think it was, who said everybody's got a good Batman story, but not everybody's got a good Superman story. Superman is harder to tell a story with because he's so overpowered. You have to either, a lot of people just default to bringing in a dark side. And I think dark side was healthy for Superman. He needs a challenge. But I think there's other things like when you have a character that's overpowered, you need to bring in a conflict that does not involve will they win. Because
I agree with you, but I do feel like they've done that with a lot of, and I think Fist of the North Star does, they do enough in that show where it's not just like, oh damn, Kenshiro is just steamrolled his opponent.
It does, it brings that in, but I do understand what these people are talking about, because while the beginning of Fist of the North Star is because it was in the 80s was peak catharsis era. All them 80s films like where it's like some badass dude with a gun goes and kills the shit out of a street gang. It's like, yeah, fuck them up. Death Wish, Cobra.
We need to get back to those times.
Yeah. Like in the 80s, it was all about kill the shit out of some scumbags. I want to see some badass dude give some one-liners and just beat the shit out of people that make me hate them. That's what people wanted in the 80s. And then as time goes on, like, I want to see someone overcome obstacles. And a lot of the people that wanted to see overcome obstacles would then go to Fist of the North Star. And for so long, Kenshiro is steamrolling people because it's, made back in Death Wish days. Because Japan and America were both the same in the 80s. They were both looking for the same thing. So it's made in those 80s, like, I want to see him fuck shit up. And then, like, decades later, people are like, man, this is just this guy rolling in and fucking shit up all the time. I don't know. Where's the conflict here? So I get, like, they're wrong on Fist of the North Star, but there is, I think, like, I think it does require a little more effort to sell it to a modern audience because of that. But I think we're kind of coming back to, we're getting more adjusted to overpowered protagonists. So I think we're now in an era where Fist of the North Star can reach a new audience because people are, I think, a little more accustomed to that.
I don't think that. Never mind.
All right, let's let me read the last super chats out so we can bring people on.
Yeah.
YouTube channels, thank you for the $10. Black Cooler. Instead, we got Beerus Remake again. Well, listen, Dragon Ball prints money for days. We're gonna get whatever. They'll continue Dragon Ball. It's a never-ending story, like they said. So please don't worry. All you need to worry about is make sure you go into the gym, eating healthy, drinking loads of water, and you stick around for when they do Dragon Ball in 2040, because they're gonna be doing it up until then. So don't worry. You'll get loads of versions of whoever. They'll probably even make the Time Patrollers canon at some point.
Oh no, they're canon. They are canon. The stuff that's in Xenoverse. The stuff that's in Xenoverse comes from Dragon Ball Online, which was done by the story was done by Toriyama. So, like, the literal events, like the literal missions you go on, aren't canon, but like those characters, like Time Patrol Trunks, Supreme Kai of Time, they're canon.
Yeah, but when I'm saying that, I mean bringing them into like the main continuity of the anime, because they've got all their side stories and whatever. But I'm saying the Time Patrollers will probably show up in Super one day, like off in the future.
Bridge the gap.
Yeah, maybe Argo and Vegeta don't get the job done and Black Frieza kills them. We need to call the Time Patrollers. Who knows? Kimby, thank you for the $5. Before the Super Broly movie, Cooler was the best movie. The music alone makes it peak.
I just feel so old, y'all. Oh, like the seeing more and more people look back on the movies and like the music they added and everything's like, oh, that shit was peak. And I just remember back in the day that it was corny. I'm like, man,
nobody.
I am running.
That. I am running. Here.
I am running into the kids that grew up on those movies. It's like, damn.
How old are you, Cody?
40.
You're 40.
Yeah.
Nah, ain't no way.
You're lying.
No, born in 85.
Show us your driver's license.
I cannot believe.
Look, I got good genes. My family ages like elves, so like
I'm not
I ain't
going,
gonna,
bro. Because back then, everybody was, when we saw those movies, we were like, holy shit, this is like peak. This is not a. We was like, this is no longer just some cartoon shit. This is real shit. I remember when those movies came out, they were saying that.
I will see. That's funny because I felt the same. What they got me to animate was Robotech and the Street Fighter 2 animated movie, and that's exactly what I thought. Was like, damn, because like I love animation, but it's always felt like, God damn, if I want to keep enjoying animation, it's always have to be like kid friendly. And then like that I saw like Robotech, even it was censored, but like they were shooting planes out of the sky. You'd hear the guys screaming like, "What? You mean there's no parachutes and shit?" Sometimes the bad guys win. That shit's crazy. So like it's crazy to me. Like I usually don't feel old. Like I said, I age slow, so I don't feel old. But little things remind me, nah, Cody, you are 40. Like when you run, seeing people go like those Dragon Ball movies, because those came out when I was in high school. And I remember like, because that was the popular music. So I would see them just throw in like the hits into Dragon Ball Z. I was like, that is so fucking like, oh my God. You're just throwing in the shit that's like topping the like you're just throwing it. It just felt like pandering to like, oh hey young boys, here's all that cool hardcore music you like, and like that's how it felt when it was coming out to me at the time.
Oh, so for you at the time, it's like for example, when they do like say for Ninja Gaiden or something, right? Let's not use Ninja Gaiden. No, like just a popular game. And they end up using like fucking Bruno Mars in it instead of like
exactly. That's
okay,
how it felt.
all right. I see where you coming from with it, but like for that generation that grew up with those movies, those are absolutely the peak. Like for example, I saw it on Twitter even yesterday. There were people hating on Rock the Dragon, right?
Oh come on, man.
Yeah, and I'm like, it's like okay, I like for years. If y'all know me, I love Budokai 3 opening. It has no lyric. The English one. I only heard the English ones for so much of my life. The somebody came on my Twitter. He's like, that shit sucks. It ain't got no Japanese lyrics to it. That was the first time I ever heard in my whole entire life seeing that.
Wait, the American version didn't have the lyrics.
We didn't have the lyrics.
We had the lyrics.
See, we didn't have that.
This is funny. In America, right? They were really back in the day. See, I'm gonna show my old hat for y'all. Back in the day, see, America always had this thing. It was like cartoons are for kids. So when they were pushing anime, they had to push it like anime was fucking extreme. There's this advertisement on the Anime Outsiders Twitter. I retweeted it. I quote tweeted it. And it was like, this ain't no Looney Tunes, this ain't your grandfather's cartoons. This is Japanese anime. Like they were pushing that this shit was hardcore and extreme because America just thought you can't watch cartoons. That's for children. So when they would adapt anything from Japan, they would like, no, we can't have the Japanese stuff. They'll think it's like weird and foreign. So they would take the Japanese songs out of like Dragon Ball games because they'll hear another language and they'll get scared. Like that was the image they had of the American teenager at the time. They'll hear another language like, what is this? This sound Wang Chang language? What is that? Like that's how they thought American teenagers thought. So if there was like the Japanese song or a Japanese voiceover in a video game, they take that shit out. That's why like there was these Mega Man arcade games, Power Battle, Power Fighters, and in the Japanese versions there was voice clips, and they took them all out for the American release because even when they would say something in English, they had like the Japanese accent, and they thought that American kids would go, "Why are they talking weird? That's weird." It was like their brains couldn't handle it. Yeah, they thought their brains couldn't handle it, so they de-Japanified everything. So all the Budokai games, all the Japanese songs, gone. Because like, oh, what's this music with these men is speaking this other language? Why are they doing that? It's so weird. I don't understand it. My brain, my poor teenage American brain, like that's how they thought people would react. So our Budokai games, they took that shit all out.
Fair enough. EA Not Playing, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Appreciate you big time. And Mr. Jamie Fake for the 199. Kenshiro is forever my goat. You are already dead. Yeah, Kenshiro is one of the greatest, man. Glad to see that he's getting some representation.
God, I can't wait for him City of the Wolves. That's gonna be hype as shit.
It's so funny to me because like my grandparents have told me about like Kenshiro. Like my granddad would be like, "That's a bad motherfucker." He would say that all day. Like, and I'll be like, "Bro, I'll not be honest, I've never seen it. However,
You never seen Fistful of North Star?
I haven't seen it,
Oh,
but
bro, you know what? Do
I'll
yourself
watch
a
it.
favor.
I'll watch it. I don't have a problem with something
Watch
being
it.
like like I like old like French films. I can watch an anime. I just never put the time into it because 2 years ago I watched Saint Seiya for the first time, and the reason why was because
Say it is peak.
yes,
So
it is
good.
peak.
It's
It's
so
peak.
peak.
So like for me, right? I never seen it. However, for my age group, right, high school was J Stars. So we were like, who the fuck is this? Plus, he was broke in that game, him and Rao. So everybody was just like if you played that game for real, like the meta of that was like, I'm talking about the PS3 import because that was my first game I ever imported, right? And we was just sweating on that game, the Japanese version of it, and it was literally if you had a good Vegeta or if you play Rao or Kenshiro. So everybody was just doing this all day as they popped the super.
No.
No.
You got it wrong. You got it wrong. This
See,
is J-Star's Victory Versus, right?
Yes.
The best team that you could build in that game was Akainu and Aizen. Because
Well,
you'd
okay,
use
but
Akainu to do the Meteor Dogs, and then
yes,
you would hide with Aizen behind the wall and cast the Kurotsu Higi, and then
yes,
one hit kill them.
yes, I know that. But I'm saying that was early J Stars. You gotta remember early J Stars, we were just playing shit. But I know Vegeta, like not the plus version, the PS3 version, Vegeta was so broken. Like his big bang attack, if you blocked it, it took your whole stamina gauge down and broke the shield. If you got hit point blank, it took 50%. Right. And for me, I like throwing shit at people. I like zoning. So I was just over there like big bang. And I would just have my homie run with like if they hit me, get close to me, I'm like, throw the fun box. Cause I didn't know Bleach at the time. The little thing that puts them, I was like, throw the fun box so I can charge my box. Yeah. And I would just keep spamming and shit. I was like, throw the fun box. Like,
you know who else was broken in that? If you had a team of Sasuke and Killua,
oh yeah, I know.
That shit was cancer, right? I whenever I'd run into Killua, I'd be like, I'm never watching Hunter x Hunter.
Those crossover anime fighting games, man, they were balanced by freaking apes. I swear to God.
But like everybody was broken J Stars. It was fun. Like everybody had some dumb shit. Like you'd be like, what the hell? Like the dude on the bike. I don't even remember the name of the anime, but I just know he was on a bike. And if somebody was chasing you down with
the police officer.
Yeah, the police officer. And I'd be like, fuck, here you go, man. Like,
now, what you want to do in that game was, I'm going to bring on the first guest in just a second. I apologize for making you guys wait. What you want to do in that game, right? If anyone played Akainu, you'd run at them, bait them, and then when they went to attack you, jump, press his heavy because Akainu comes down really fast with both his fists. They're stunned, they're dead. He's going to do the most insane combo, and if you've got the right teammate, if their teammate tries to come in, like we would use Aizen, if their teammate tried to come in, you would just use Kurotsu Higi, and then the big black square would encapsulate the stage, and they'd both be dead. We used to get so much hate mail.
No, I like out of your chat. Those games were designed and statement.
Okay. So no, people used to call me Michael Jordan of J Stars because I played Ichigo. Because I would never miss the ultimate, even though because I knew I would die. And what we would do is my friend was like, all right, if you could do the fun box, I can time it as the end of it so I can get the little chip hit so they all die. Because once they tumble out, you still could get extra damage. But the Jessica Tensho alleviates that rule. So we had a whole set. I was like, all right, we picked the dark tournament stage, right? People like to run around from it. If they pick the spike stage, you're cooked. Because, literally, you don't want to run in the spikes. So I was like, if you run near the spikes and you stop, I'm hitting you with this O, and I would get the O every time. Like, I don't even know what I was doing.
Your stage pissed me off in that game.
What?
Konoha, because it had all the buildings.
Oh, yeah, I would play
Konoha. I used to use Akainu for that reason. Just shoot meteors into the sky and destroy the buildings and then level the playing field.
One last quick thing. That stage was my favorite stage because I played Gone. And I would hide around the buildings and I'd be like, yeah! I just start doing
All right, we're gonna bring on the first guest. C4, you good?
Yeah, I'm all good.
All right, cool. Okay, football breakdown. You're the first guest. Can you hear us?
Yeah, what's good?
Yeah, not bad, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. I mean, you're listening to Cody yapping with the semantics of trying to say that. Oh yeah, I mean, we don't if they do the remake of the show, it's not the same because the movie exists, bro. I don't care if any creator wants to remake something they thought they did for the first time. Who cares? Because let me ask you a question, Cody.
Okay.
If we got the announcement of Galactic Patrol, right, without the Beerus announcement, would you be mad about the timeline of when Galactic Patrol was releasing?
Why would I be mad about the timeline?
This is the reason why I asked this question is so if the Beerus announcement never existed, would you be happy about the Dragon Ball announcement?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so what's the point of being mad if we're getting more Dragon Ball? I don't understand the point. If for those who get more Dragon Ball, it satisfies their need if they think the movie and what the series did previously wasn't of high enough quality. Why? You can just ignore it. You don't have to watch it.
Okay,
right?
So I can't have an opinion on it?
No, you can have an opinion on it, but to act like your opinion is like, oh, they could have used these assets for elsewhere. It's a cash grab.
No, it's not. I never said they could use assets elsewhere. I just said it's pointless. It's redundant.
I don't think it's redundant because I think if they think they can even improve one frame or one fight or make Beerus appear, they want to reshape Beerus in a certain way. I think it's worth it, especially if you have the money and the resources. If it doesn't take away from the quality of what Galactic Patrol will be, I think it's completely worth it.
There's no point to it. You have the movie.
I don't think the movie's okay. What if I don't think the movie's good enough? Like me personally, because I don't.
The movie's the same as Super. It follows the same events.
What if I think both of them aren't good enough?
Then you don't like the Beerus saga. That's your issue. What do you
no,
think?
I do like Beerus. If I think they can improve the fights, if I think they can improve the fight quality, but even amongst the movie, why isn't that not a good enough reason to remake it?
What are you talking about? It's the same fights from Super.
But what if I'm not satisfied with those two fights, with those two versions?
So if they do the exact same thing you weren't satisfied with, but make it prettier, that's the one thing you're gonna watch.
Yes. In the meantime, I will watch that in between now and when they release Galactic Patrol. I don't understand what the problem is. We're getting more Dragon Ball, and if we get better versions of what we did in the past, I don't understand why that's a bad thing.
I mean, Dragon Ball Heroes is more Dragon Ball. Like just because it's more Dragon Ball.
I didn't watch it. You know why? I didn't watch Dragon Ball Heroes.
But it's more Dragon Ball.
Watch it. No, because the quality is not good. I don't think the quality is good. I don't think the animation
some of it is. When Goku fought Hearts.
Yeah, I know. It was cool, but like I was just like Heroes. I was like, I think this is just a spin-off, whatever. But the thing is, I didn't go out of my way to like be like, oh man, why are they doing this? They pump out media. If you don't like it, ignore it.
But it pumped out media with Dragon Ball Heroes. It's just pumping out. The argument is just it's good because it's pumping out media.
No, I didn't say it was good, but I'm saying you can ignore it. You don't have to shit on it. Like to me, there's no point.
But you said I can have an opinion.
You can have an opinion. I think your opinion is. I can have an opinion about your opinion. Your opinion.
Okay, I have an opinion, and my opinion is it's redundant. So, what's the problem?
But the thing is, if it didn't exist, you would have no problem if it didn't exist. But now that it does exist, it's now a cash grab. Like it's like a big.
Well, why would I have an opinion on something that doesn't exist?
Because the thing is, you have an opinion. You're mad that it exists, but it's not taking away from it. It'd be one thing if the creation of this was it's not dumb because if they can improve on the quality of something that was done poorly in the past, how is it dumb? How is it improving on something that was done poorly, something that I don't believe? Like for me, both how Beerus was portrayed in the series and in the Battle of the Gods was like a 6 out of 10. If they can raise that quality to a 9 out of 10, I'm rolling. That's good for me. You don't have to watch it.
That's just the movie. That's what the movie is. It's just the same exact events.
It's not the same exact. An improvement is not the same exact thing.
It's the same thing. Like Goku's still fighting Beerus on Kaka's plan. He gets smoked, and then
okay. They should never remake any. They should never remake Super because it already exists. The Super series, anime series, because you just said that they should.
If you don't like the way the Beerus saga was in Super, the movie exists. So there's no reason to remake the Beerus saga in Super because the movie exists.
That's So I guess
think-
remaking Dragon Ball Evolution be stupid because Dragon Ball Evolution exists.
No,
We should-
because again, if you're remaking something,
No,
especially
Dragon Ball Evolution exists, so we should never make a live action Dragon Ball movie. Dragon Ball Evolution exists, so why remake it?
but it's not the same events of Dragon Ball Evolution. It's not telling the same exact story.
We shouldn't remake MK Armageddon because MK Armageddon exists. Forget it. It's stupid. Why remake Mortal Kombat Armageddon? It exists. Who cares?
There's no other thing that tells the same story or does the same thing as Mortal Kombat Armageddon. I'm saying if you don't like the Dragon Ball Super arc of the Beerus saga, it is the same events as the movie, so you can watch.
What if I don't like the movie nor the saga?
Then you must not like the Beerus saga because it's
No,
the same thing.
that's not true. If it's something, if we get two strikes,
What do you like better about the Super version?
Huh?
What do you like?
I don't
better
like.
about the Super version?
I said I don't like either version.
But that's what this is. It's just the Super version.
I think both can be improved upon.
But it's the Super version. So, what do you like better about the Super version that would improve upon the movie?
Would you? I don't. To me, it's a weird question. If I said I don't like the version that's in the anime and the version that's in the movie, well, I'm looking forwed to this. I think the
But it's the same version that's in the anime. So what
is it? Do you know that for a fact? Shot for shot, it'll be the same version as in the anime.
That's how they're advertising it.
Do you know that? Do you know that for a fact? How many scenes did they show in the advertisement?
All the scenes they show were the same exact thing in the movie. They're
okay. So if I bet you all your money, do you think there'll be more or less scenes than they show in the advertisement? Do you think there'll be new scenes that you haven't seen?
I think there'll be less. They're shortening it. There's less episodes.
Do you think there'll be more? Do you think there'll be more scenes and they'll be shot differently? Do you think that there'll be any difference between what they're going to produce and what has already been made? Do you think there'll be any difference?
I think it'll be prettier and shorter.
Do you think there'll be any difference?
Are we doing semantic difference or fundamental difference? Like, do I think the difference will be in the story? No. Do I think new events will happen? No. I think it's going to tread the exact same ground.
Okay. Well, to me, when it comes to ideas, execution is everything. Both of us can have the same idea. We can have the same storyline. The way something is executed matters about everything. That's literally how business works. Many people have had the idea for Facebook. Many people have the idea for certain social media. How you execute it matters. So if they improve upon it, it's worth doing it. And who cares? We're gonna get Galactic Patrol. It's not stopping the train from other things being produced with quality. Like, I just don't understand the issue. And then your point about Fist of the North Star, no, you're completely wrong. The primary reason people don't watch Fist of the North Star is because of the animation quality. It has nothing to do with an overpowered MC running through shit. I promise you. And a lot of the charm of Fist of the North Star, to me, is the animation style at the time in the 80s. It's funny you mentioned this, Mike. I actually did just start watching Fist of the North Star, and I don't want to see it remade in the way they're doing it in this, because they're doing it like a 3D like CGI, right? Yeah, and I think it removes a lot of the charm of the original. Like, the art style.
The remake looks like shit. Like,
the remake looks remake looks awful. But to me, that's not the case with Dragon Ball. To me, the case with Dragon Ball is, I know they have an art style that is better, that they could improve upon, that they could apply even to the Beerus, all the Beerus stuff they would do. So a remake to me is apropos. Whereas Fist of the North Star, no, unless they do a hand-drawn remake, right, which I think would be a more faithful adaptation. Them doing this CGI bullshit is honestly, to me, a slap in the face of Fist of the North Star. To me, Fist of the North Star represents that martial arts movie era, that charm that some of these new martial arts movies, I actually hate how they do some of the cinematography, where there's too many like cuts. It's too, like, they have all these, I don't know, these the way it's shot. I don't like a lot of the way these like samurai, like The Last Samurai Standing on Netflix or some of these other things are shot. I like the old
that
school.
show was incredible.
I don't know. The first I watched the first episode and I was not impressed. I was like,
C4, Last Samurai Standing on Netflix, absolute cinema.
Nah,
I'm not watching it.
I tried watching.
Back to that shit is peak.
That shit's
I got maybe I need to stick with it more, but I just couldn't. I'm cool on The Last Samurai. I watched it and it just pissed me off. I have a gripe with how these new and action slob they've been producing for Netflix is filmed in general. I'm more a fan of the 80s.
That was not action slop. I'm sorry. That show was incredible. Like, you need to go back and give it a chance.
Okay, maybe I will. But yeah, I think the primary reason people don't watch Fist of the North Star is strictly because of the animation. And people don't understand.
I think that's true for some people, but I've heard a lot of people, a lot of hardcore anime fans. I think you're going to get the simpler young folks that go, ew, that's old, but you grow out of that. I mean, I think all of us had that phase where we were young and something was old and we thought it was bad because it was old, and then we grew out of that. But I think the reason that I've seen stick around with people even are older, and again, I don't agree with it, but I do see as a common complaint is that just Kenshiro winning as often as he does bores them. But I think now people would be more open to it because they've seen more media with overpowered protagonists.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get that it bores them, but like, to me, the world, it's like the Mad Max world. The world is also oppressive in itself, and him running through shit to me is not necessarily the whole point. Even I'm only on like episode 3, and I can already tell like the opponents that he fights isn't the only quote unquote obstacle of like the whole point of Fist of the North Star. There's still more. So it's like as he's defeating opponents, I can tell this what the story will do. It's going to reveal more and more about the world, and
yeah, I get
that stronger opponent will come. And it's like,
even
even like,
comes. Wow.
Yeah, and I hate Fairy Tail, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hate Fairy Tail. And Fairy Tail went too far into the well of the friendship. It's probably the worst offender of a popular anime that relied on the
Fairy
friendship.
Tail sucks, man. But
the thing is, I liked Fairy Tail up until I was like cool with it. I could tolerate up until like the tower arc. I don't even forget. I think
you gave it way more of a chance. When they brought Laxus in, that's when I checked out after that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But I was like, okay, it was like annoying me, and then it got to a point I was like, all right, enough. I'm like, when there's certain thing with Ezra, like Ezra is one of the worst written characters of all time. Sorry, you Fairy Tail, you fans. She's horrible.
She's Brock Lesnar with boobs. She just
and then she literally pulls armor out from another dimension and just does whatever. It's a nonsense. It might as well be a gag show.
I'm being real. I check the fuck out 90% of shonen, 99% of shonen, especially these days. It's like everything's just following a formula.
What is your favorite current shonen? I'm curious because I'm trying to get a
current shonen. One Piece. It's the only really one I watch or read. I really only read the manga.
Do you like what they've done with Luffy's character?
Funny enough, as much as I love One Piece, I don't like Luffy. I'm not a main character guy, as you can tell by the fact. Yeah, as a fact, I got a. I mean, this is my drawing, but my avatar is a baby Vegeta. But like, I don't usually like main characters because main characters tend to be the most boring of a cast because they're there to be the most easily relatable, and they're just sort of the vehicle that carries you through the story.
Right.
Eren Yeager, boy.
That one's different. Some of them are different. It's not always the case.
What else? One Piece.
One Piece is big time the case. Like Luffy really just feel like Temu Goku a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean Luffy is people who make certain comparisons to like some of these current MCs to Goku, I think misunderstand what Goku is. Like the reason why Goku is my favorite character is because he's so simple and people don't get it. He's very simple.
Goku's simple, but he's simple in a way that makes him stand out as a character, and I think that's why he's more likable. Like you could see the characters that came after him that were influenced by him, and it still feels like Goku. That's why I say Luffy feels like Temu Goku. Because Goku, as simple as Goku is, it was simple in a way that's uniquely Goku. Like he doesn't need 100 character traits to be Goku.
Yep.
And that's why, like I said, Luffy is just like, okay, if you change Goku's love for fighting with adventure, you get Luffy. It's just the same points that Goku has. He just like he erased fighting and wrote adventure. That's it, and that's Luffy.
That's a good point. I think the main reason I prefer like what would probably piss people off about One Piece is that Gear 5 is such a deviation from, to me, it's such a, I understand the progression, like he's Joy Boy, all this stuff. It's such a deviation from like his first 4 forms. And I don't like the fact, maybe from what I've seen, since he's had Gear 5, he doesn't go back and use his other forms.
Well, also he
At
doesn't
all.
need to. I get that. I didn't like the gears. I kind of got the first couple because they were creative use of the rubber power. When he started
Right.
doing Bound Man and Snake Man and all that, I thought it was getting stupid.
Yeah, I just think Luffy.
I am kind of on board with Gear 5 as long as that's it, as long as it stops there. Because I do
stopping there.
I do-
It should. It better. Mike, it better stop there.
It's not going to. The reason that the Saiyans have so many transformations, or Ichigo's got so many, and Luffy, is because it's merch. When as many you get a new transformation, that's new figurines, new TCG, new T-shirts, there will be another form, at least one more in One Piece, or there'll be like
to be fair, there wasn't that many transformations. You usually like you get one an arc in Dragon Ball, and that was a payoff. Like
right,
you only started really getting a bunch in like I'm just talking about the original Dragon Ball manga. You really started getting multiple ones in Boo.
Right.
Yeah, but that's probably because they saw how much they could sell when Gohan hit Super Saiyan 2. Like
it was less.
It
wasn't really merchandise. Because Toriyama's talked about it. It was that at that point, like he was getting burned out for one thing. That's why, by the way, why Boo's design is so simple. Because Cell was such a pain in the ass to draw.
All the dots.
Yeah. So that's why Boo is just such a simple design. So it was a lot of like, he did Super Saiyan 3, and then he kind of just didn't want to just do Super Saiyan 3 and then Super Saiyan 4. That's where the fusions came from.
Right.
And like he and that just kind of gone into this whole thing. But it wasn't that like, oh, we need to sell more merch, come up with some new forms. It was Toriyama specifically like, I need a new like climactic thing. And then one of his friends told him, what if 2 guys fused into one? So he like introduces it with Goten and Trunks and dangles it. Wouldn't it be cool if Goku and Vegeta did it? And then at the end, Goku and Vegeta do it.
Which I honestly love. Like, to me, fusions, like, it's funny that they can't, it was like a thing that he just didn't know what to do. Sometimes the best ideas come from stuff like that.
Oh,
I love the fusions. I love the Boo arcs. I love all the other people who have issues. Like, Boo arc would be the best arc of most animes shown that have released in the last 20 years. Sorry, like it's just a fact.
I always preferred Cell, but I do love me some Boo. I don't think.
I think the Cell, bro. It changes for me. I rewatch Dragon Ball, and it changes for me every time I watch it. Like, damn.
I think honestly,
of Dragon Ball are Saiyan Saga into Namek Saga because it perfectly flowed. Those 2 arcs perfectly flowed together.
They do.
But you can also tell, like, he was building up to Frieza, and after Frieza, then like he had to come up with something new. Yeah. But I think one of the reasons Dragon Ball endures so much is there's no bad saga.
Nope, not a bad saga.
I love One Piece, but I can firmly say there are some bad story arcs. There are some bad sagas. Dragon Ball,
and all of Dragon Ball's villains are iconic. Every single one of them for different reasons. Frieza's like space Hitler, like super iconic, and we love. He's like very like a racist. Like the way he even says monkey. It's hilarious.
He's so deliciously evil. Like he's this spoiled aristocrat that's just reveling in the fact he's a piece of shit because he doesn't need to be a good person. He's got all the power.
Exactly. Cell is just super cocky, obnoxious. Like, I'm perfect, very condescending.
Cell's great because you could spot who he's made of because he's like everybody Cell. He's everybody's like personality trait. So I could see you put Frieza and Goku and Vegeta in a blender, and you get this. That's what's great about it. Like, there's the Goku in you, there's the Frieza in you, and there's this Vegeta in him.
And then Boo is just a mindless maniac. He's like, I'm just gonna.
Boo was great.
Not to
magic back.
impede on your conversation, but we do have a bit of a cue. So football breakdown. Okay. Your final thoughts.
Okay, no. The last thing I'll say is like, whatever Dragon Ball media comes up, as long as it's done with quality, they want to update. If they want to update things, fine by me. I think it brings to. Last question for Cody. Would you be mad if they if they did a remake of GT?
I mean, that's kind of what Daima was. That was Toriyama's GT.
Okay.
I liked GT because I saw it in Japanese.
Like I refuse to watch the dub because my God, the dub. Like I can see why people hate GT if that's how you watch GT. Man,
No,
did they change GT?
Yeah, the sub is. And okay, this is the last thing before I go. The reason also why Dragon Ball's transformations are better than One Piece's is that UI actually makes sense because it's just basically saying like, okay, Goku's gone to a point to where all the dodging you see he does in other fights with opponents that he's stronger than, or all the things he's done, it just kind of just create a baseline of just it makes sense. It's an evolution of Goku's fighting style of being like, can't get me, I'm too fast, I'm too slick for you. So
well, it's more than that. It's actually because Toriyama talked about it, and this is what I say. This guy is the best in the world at writing by the seat of his pants. He wanted a new level of power for the Tournament of Power to cap it off, and he couldn't think anything. And then someone reminded him because he had forgotten when Whis was given that lesson, or I think like early on. I think it was in Resurrection F, where he's like, you got to make it so that your body moves without you thinking. And then like, haha, he stepped in poop. Yeah, your body didn't move, you know. And then someone reminded him of that, like, yes. And so that's where Ultra Instinct came from. Someone reminded him of a line of dialogue he wrote that he forgot. And that's why this dude was the GOAT, because he was making it all up as he went along, but it all fit. It's like, damn it, you're bullshitting me, but you're good at bullshitting, so I'll go with it.
Like, I'm not sure One Piece or Luffy's ever had a moment where he used a power like that. Kaioken moment on top of Blue was beautiful.
Oh God, man, I lost my mind,
dude.
I was a 13-year-old boy again when that happened, man.
I've never I was like, damn, he does have Kaioken. It's like, and it's an amplifier. It's not a form, so it's like, and it put him in extreme beautiful. But anyway, y'all got
it was beautiful. Yeah.
All right, but we'll appreciate you jumping on, bro.
Peace.
Take care, man.
I will say that Luffy did get one thing, and I think that was Gear 5, because from the beginning, it would always been like the reason he has rubber powers is Oda always wanted him to be a little silly, even in the most serious moments. So the idea of his ultimate form, turns out the true face of his power was rubber hose cartoons. Okay, that's actually a good idea. As long as it stops there, I'm on board. That's cool. The other forms I thought were pretty dumb. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, One Piece is a whole other discussion. I disagree, but I'm not going to get into it, as we're going to keep everyone waiting here for ages. So the next person, so we've got PhD Jashusha next, then we've got Perfection, the Natural Selection.
And
Can
I ask Cody a question before we start the calls again?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Do you want to read out the other people? I can wait.
No, it's just Deadly Ray. Thanks for the $2. Appreciate it. No, there's 3 guys in the queue. I think there's some more waiting, but yeah.
I'll be quick. Cody, you've seen The Lion King, right?
The original, yeah.
The original cartoon, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a waste of time that they did I don't want to call it a live action. Would you just call it CGI?
Yeah, I think everybody agrees that was a shit movie. There's no point to it.
Would you say the same about the musical?
I mean, that's
the musical.
Different medium, different audience.
The musical.
You're talking about the stage musical, right?
Yeah. It's the same story, right?
Yeah.
But do you think that's a waste of time?
Well, no, because it's not remaking. Like the reason I think it's a waste of time is because it's remaking supers, and it's remaking something that's been remade already. It's a difference between that and like an adaptation in a different medium. It's like a difference between like making like a movie and then a stage musical based on the movie. That's different. But when you have a movie and then you make a TV adaptation of the movie, and then you make a remake of the TV adaptation of the movie, and then you make a remake of the TV adaptation of the movie, that's where I think this is redundant. Like, okay, I could see why you remade it for the Blu-ray because it was shit. But now you're remaking the remake. Okay, now it's starting to feel like you're milking it.
Does the time difference not make a difference to you? Like, let's say it's 20 years into the future now. Would you say it justifies it?
That's why I brought up the Disney movies, because like even before the live action remakes and even the quote unquote live action remake, like those movies were still timeless. Like they were still in the zeitgeist. Again, that's why I brought up the Disney princess merch, because that shit still sold like hotcakes. Like parents were still sitting their kids down to watch these movies 10, 20, 30 years later.
Yeah, but if they made a Disney princess follow-up to one of those other films we were talking about, like that Princess Ellie or whatever her name is, I even know who she is, but she's a Disney princess.
Yeah,
if they made a follow-up to that, no one knows what that is, right? So
yeah, it's a bomb.
Would that be justified to you?
It's again, it's the same, treading the same ground. It'd be like if they did a remake of the live-action Little Mermaid. That's my point.
They did
we did this. No, the live action remake they did. If they then remade the live action remake, if like we're gonna redo the live action remake shot for shot, that would be dumb.
What about if it was bad and they made it look better, or they got different actors?
The live action remake was just a remake of something else.
Yeah,
and
I know,
it's like,
but
we did this already.
If they make a remake and the remake's bad, what if they try to make the remake good? Do you still think that's redundant?
Well, yeah, because the remake was just because again, that's the thing. If you want the Little Mermaid good, you could watch the original movie. Like the live action remake was just an attempt to tread the same ground.
Yeah, but
and if we're treading the same ground again,
with like the fucking Fist of the North Star, where we was talking about, some newer people or the younger audience can't watch old anime. That's, they're not going to see Akira and shit.
I think you're.
But if you remake and the remake is bad, would it not make sense to be like, let's remake the remake, even though it sounds silly? Would it not make sense to do that?
No, I'd say let's say you make a remake and it's bad, right? And you need to make a remake again, remake the first good thing. Do something different instead of just taking the remake and then it'd be like why would what I brought, the Little Mermaid thing, right? Not reshooting a whole new movie, but just taking the live action remake and recutting it. And it's like, well, you could just watch the original. If you're going to do, I think there's a difference between a remake and a remaster of a remake and a remaster of a remaster, that kind of thing. That's where my point is.
If they remake Dragon Ball Z now with the new effects and everything, would you say don't do that? Just go and watch the original.
I think if they remade Dragon Ball Z from the ground up, I'd be fine. If it were newly animated, a new production, that'd be cool. That'd be great, even if they put some money in it, made it look nice. I think if they just re-released Kai again and just those parts where you can tell Kai was re-edited, where it looked scuffed, we just fixed that. And we're just re-airing it, selling new Blu-rays, the whole 9 years. Now I think you're just, that's a cash grab. That's where my problem is. It's not that it's a remake or a retelling or anything like that. You're just taking something that doesn't even change much and you're prettying it up and repackaging it. Because the Beerus arc of Super doesn't really have any major differences from the movie aside from the fact it takes place on a boat. And they're cutting down the episodes. So even the little filler bits that would have added material outside the movie are being cut.
Do you think that this is a cheap cash grab, or do you think that it is do you think it's a cash grab that's still going to have quality to it?
I think it's probably still going to have quality to it. I think it's going to be cheaper than it would be to remake the thing from the ground up. It's a lot easier to redraw something or especially changing the special effects. That is super easy to do. I mean, look at how many cheap remasters of video games come out where they just add bloom lighting and touch up textures.
If they bring this out and it's quite a lot different, I was saying, maybe not narratively, but let's say the fight scenes are completely redone. We're gonna come back here, Cody. We're gonna have words.
All right.
We're gonna have words. Because that's what I think is gonna happen. Based on what we saw in that little clip where Goku was trying to take a swing at Beerus, it looks like the fight scenes have been completely redone. Not just they've touched it up, they've actually fixed and redone the fights.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about redone, because I'm talking about fundamentally. For instance, did the fight in the show hypothetically involve Goku throws a right hook at Beerus and he moves his head to dodge. If it's the same shots and the same actions, but they just redrew it to make it look prettier, I don't think that merits it. If it's a completely new fight and Goku goes Super Saiyan 4 in order to bridge the Daima gap, then I think, okay, now we have a justification for the existence of this thing. Especially if they bridge Daima, because okay, now that Daima happened, our Super version has some plot holes. So let's go back and redo it and just it's like when they did the Chrono Trigger remaster on Nintendo DS. They added some stuff to bridge Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. So I think that would merit it. But based on what they're telling us, just solely on how it's being advertised, this seems redundant.
All right, well, we'll see. I actually think
my mind could be changed if it turns out there's more to it. I'm going solely on how it's advertised.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, bro? How you doing?
Doing well. Can y'all hear me okay? No echoing?
Yep.
Yeah,
All right,
sound good.
perfect.
Clear as day.
Now, I do want to state y'all are forgetting the third option in anime. Well, we have the series, we have the movies, there's the OVAs. See, Beerus is probably going to be an OVA, which Mike Hollow, you'll probably, because OVAs go either 1 episode to 12 episodes.
Mm.
Simple, short, sweet. They're usually 24 minutes to 28 minutes. And the quality of that is always higher than our regular anime. And so Beerus is, from looking at all the screenshots from the 2015 Super to that, it's definitely of OVA quality. OVAs can be almost, if not better than the movies at times, depending production time and all that, how much they want to put into it. Now, why had nobody mentioned that? I'm just curious.
Because I can
I
answer this
said-
actually. Because the industry's different. I wish it was still like you were talking about, but OVAs aren't like that. What you're talking about aren't really a thing anymore, and that's one of the biggest goddamn crimes of the anime industry. Nowadays, OVAs are like extras. Usually, they're a little more saucy. It's usually just, oh look, they show tits in this one. They don't really do like gorgeous looking OVAs like they used to. That was primarily during the OVA boom of the 90s, like the 80s, 90s into the 2000s. But nowadays you don't really see much OVAs anymore, and if it's usually like a side story of an existing thing. Like the JoJo, they had the Spock Kishibe Rohan.
Listen, we
Oh,
don't.
yeah,
I
I've
was about to
seen
say,
that.
if you were about to say the 90s OVA, we don't talk about that.
No, there's one on Netflix with Rohan. It's a 4-part.
Yeah.
Series.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah,
It's great.
yeah. OVA sadly doesn't do that anymore, and I say sadly because that was the best anime back in the day. Like that's when anime was at its peak, was the OVA era. You get an OVA of like some thing that was like the craziest premise you ever saw, and it was the most gorgeously animated thing, and it was like 4 or 5 episodes, and my god. And now like anime has gone downhill a lot in recent years, but
Beerus might be the comeback for it,
that would
depending
be
on
nice.
how it's done.
That would be nice, but I think they're just going to be doing a series because I think it's just there to,
So,
hey, remember
essentially-
Super? Because we're bringing it back.
So essentially, I did bring it up earlier. I was talking about the rumored episode length of Super Beers, and apparently it's supposed to be like 6 episodes.
Perfect.
Yeah. They're trimming
Yeah.
it down.
So in that way, like it is kind of an OVA, but not calling it that. So that's why I didn't originally say OVA. But to me, I take this as a different approach of talking about it.
It's more of a Kai thing. It's just a better Kai because Kai was kind of scuffed.
But technically, this is longer than the Battle of the Gods.
It's getting
Yeah,
longer
'cause
than
this
the movie,
is
but it's
6
shorter than the Super
episodes.
series.
It's 6 episodes, right? Battle of the Gods is an hour and 45 minutes, so it's going to
It's
be
longer than the movie. It's
roughly-
shorter than the arc in the original show. They're trimming down the Super version.
So, but we're gonna get like the movie version, but updated, maybe a little bit more added into it.
I think it's the Super version. I think it's just they're just taking the Super, like it's the version on the boat, and they're just trimming the fat.
And honestly, this will probably be, as Mike said earlier, this is going to be a great option for some folks because, to me personally, I watched the 2 movies. I didn't bother because I read the manga too, so I didn't bother watching like the movie arcs in the anime. And once they started doing Universe 6 versus 7, I started watching. So I sort of missed all the bad animations. But I think this will be a great option for newer people. Since, I mean, good Lord, there are some kids that have never seen Dragon Ball. I remember when Toonami aired Dragon Ball, I didn't know what to think of that. I was like, oh, it's young Goku. I remember being stupid as a kid, like every time, oh, Gundam Wing, there's a new Gundam. They showed Gundam 1970 anime. I thought it was the shit. But my God, trying to ask somebody to watch 1979 Gundam is that's a task at times.
Yeah, it's not happening. I've been trying to get my friends to watch Saint Seiya for like 8 years. They won't do it because they're like, no, it looks too old. I tried to get them to watch Claymore. They won't watch it. Tried to get them to watch Fist of the North Star.
What kind
They
of
won't
friend are
watch it.
you? Trying to get people to watch Claymore?
Listen, if I watch
Hold
it,
on
they have to
now.
watch it.
I just step away. What do I miss?
I've tried to get them to watch loads of different things. Like what else? I tried to get them to watch what was it called? Was it Dead Man Wonderland?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Dead Man Wonderlands were really nice.
Yeah, I tried to get them to watch so much shit. They're just not interested because they're old. They're like, Mike, we don't watch that shit anymore. Man. Like,
maybe this is just a personal problem with these individuals, because I can't think of a lot of people that are that dug in their heels about things being old.
Bro.
Especially
Listen,
these days where people are like, new things suck. I'm gonna go back to old things.
Not anime watchers. If you look at the shit that's going on, even in the Naruto community, you got the Boruto guys saying that, oh, the Naruto guys are just old and they're always complaining Boruto's better.
Don't do that. I'm here. That's bullshit.
That's not bullshit.
No. I'm on your side.
Are you talking about children?
I'm on your side. I'm saying that's bullshit. Fuck Boruto. Give me my Naruto back.
Yeah, Naruto's coming back this year, apparently.
No, it's not. We look. Super then got 2 animes, 5 games, and they can't release 4 episodes. Don't get me started.
Let's just leave Boruto buried in the past where it belongs. Naruto ended on a happy ending. End of story. Let's move. Now, Mike, I was just curious. All right, since sadly, Toriyama passed away, Yoko Taro could pick up the mantle, but Bandai or Shueisha is being very wishy-washy. So who would pick this up and continue this story? Because I feel we're at the end. It's not like the same as like Berserk, where forgive me for not remembering the manga's name.
Yeah, but he told a friend the story.
But yes, his friend had all the notes and everything.
Yeah.
I thought Toriyama's last story was Diamond, so he just passed on the reins to Toyotaro. So now it's Toyotaro's story now.
Funny you say that, because technically there is something they could go off of. For one thing, they did work together on the manga, so the anime can adapt the manga arcs and kind of follow their own. I hope they do, because personally, and I think I speak for a lot of people, the anime, anytime it was the anime and manga covered the same story, the anime did it way better. Let's not even get into what the manga did with the Goku Black arc.
Super. No, the one thing that Super did that I really liked is, do you remember? I think Vegeta was fighting Jiren, and he was switching between red and blue to conserve energy, and then he would like use red to fly really quickly over it, and then switch to blue and like punch him up. That was really cool.
That was a neat idea, but it's like
a lot of energy.
You have little things like that buried within like mountains of shit. Like look, I'm not a power scaling guy, but Master Roshi dodging Jiren is a bit much.
Yeah, that was dumb. That was so dumb, and my friends tried to justify it, and I was like, no, bro, there's
look,
no...
Listen,
I think generally power scaling is bad, because I think people that get into power scaling missed the point of the Frieza saga. Where it's like, no, there's a reason the bad guys were relying on power levels and it wasn't working. But like, okay, there's a limit. There's a point where it's like, now you are stretched. And when Master Roshi is like, nah, Jiren, what's up? Okay.
I think Master Roshi getting that one moment with his like one freebie, being as old as Matt. Oh, come on.
No,
as old as Master Roshi is.
It was done way better in the anime, where you had that whole his speech and everything. That Master Roshi episode of the anime, it's beautiful.
Yeah, Master Roshi couldn't dodge a punch from Raditz. How the hell is he dodging a punch from Jiren? Like, come on, what are we doing here?
How long ago was that?
What,
from the Raditz to
I'm like, that's
fighting Jiren.
To be fair, Roshi been training.
That's a big leap in power.
But
you think Roshi could beat Raditz now?
No.
If we're saying like now Roshi,
tournament of power Roshi? That's what we're talking about.
Do you think tournament of power Roshi can beat Raditz?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No ratings for the old man. That's mad.
He's too frail.
Old man, that man's immortal. You seem to forget. That man ain't gonna die.
Could Raditz destroy a planet? Can Raditz?
I don't
think he
so.
could. because I
I
think
want
the
to say he
destroying
couldn't,
planet
hence
thing.
why he had to go to the planet. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it would just nuke it from wherever. from
Yeah,
space.
Well, well, they were cleared so they could be sold. Like that was they were pirates.
It says Raditz is likely not capable of destroying a fully sized planet like Earth in its base form, but he can destroy the moon and smaller rocky planets.
Yeah, I think the destroying the planet thing as a threat really didn't come about until Vegeta threatened it with the Gallic gun.
Mm.
That's when that started. That's when that hit the threat
That
escalation.
was in ape form or not ape form?
No, that's when they were having the beam duel because he was firing it down because he was going to blow up the planet with the Gallic gun.
Right.
Wait, hold on. These are saying that Roshi beat up the Frieza soldiers. The Frieza soldiers in Dragon Ball Super were massive pussies.
Yeah,
They
I
were
think
massive
people.
pussies.
This
Are
power
you guys,
scaling does
wait, hold on.
confuse
Are
people.
you guys forgetting that there was a whole part where they were literally laughing at them? They were laughing at Krillin because they're like, Krillin, you're stronger than this. And Krillin just went, oh yeah, I am. And he just wiped all of them.
Yeah,
Like,
so
they
I
were
was about to say.
gigantic pussies. I think the Frieza soldiers on Namek were stronger than those guys.
I think they're the same. I think the
No,
power.
well,
I think
that's
people
a
get
different
confused by the
army.
power scaling. I think people get confused by the power scaling and they think it just happens to everybody. Because what Super did, Super was like, we're looking in the other universes. Because we've had our universe and we've seen our universe is going in the direction it's going and everything and clearing out all the weaklings. But like these other universes didn't have that. And then it's a big universe out there. Even our universe, shit's going on out here. We've only really been following these guys. So we're seeing people that are like 5 sagas ago strong. Like the idea that like we were following up through the whole Boo thing. So we forget that in our universe, Frieza was the top. Cell was made after the fact. Boo was sealed away. Yeah, Frieza was the top. So like even other universes would still be kind of Frieza saga level. And so I think when kind of Super reminded people of that, people tend to forget that it's not, we're not dealing with all these new characters that are around our heroes level. Power levels are all over the place because people have been, having their own things going on and training this way, training that way. It's a bigger world out there.
Well, some people also forget Frieza as Goku is a talented fighter. No one will ever question that. But his intelligence is that of a potato most of the time.
Yeah.
Truth.
But when it comes to Frieza, he's a fighting prodigy just like Goku. Mm-hmm. And Resurrection of F, he spent like what was it, 6 months training, gets golden form, but didn't perfect it.
Yeah.
That was his biggest flaw in that film, to that arc. But then we get through after the Moro arc, there's the gas arc. Is it the granola or gas arc they call it?
I think it's gas. No, it's granola.
It's the end of the granola. We see Black Frieza just pop up, gut check both Vegeta and Goku. And it's like, okay, he spent. Someone correct me if I'm wrong because it's been a minute since I've read this. It's a special type of hyperbolic time chamber.
What that Frieza went into?
Yeah.
Yeah, Frieza went to another universe, and it was a surprise because Granola wished to be the strongest in our universe. So when Frieza showed up and just fucked everyone up, everyone was like, what the hell? But then, obviously, Frieza wasn't in our universe at the time, so that hyperbolic time chamber probably, like, worked in a different way. Then he came back and just bodied everyone.
Yeah.
But,
I think that would make a good.
I just because of the queues building up a little bit. Was there anything you wanted to ask Cody or any of us?
No, that was about it.
I did want to point out because I did get sidetracked when I was saying, what else would they do? Because Toriyama's dead. Not only would like a Black Frieza arc then be a good little bookend to like join back to like you beat the classic villain comes back in his strongest form. You beat him, and then that's where we rejoin the end of Z. But also, and Xenoverse has been doing this. Like I said, Toriyama wrote the story for Dragon Ball Online. Dragon Ball Online is canon. It's not only canon, it gives us a resolution to things like what happened with Goku and Vegeta, what happens with Gohan. Like we learn all that through Dragon Ball Online, and then Xenoverse has been readapting Dragon Ball Online. So if you really wanted to do more material, once you finish up the Black Frieza thing, rejoin to Z, you could adapt Dragon Ball Online's plot. It's right there.
I think they're going to long this out. I think that Frieza should kill Beerus. I think Beerus is purpose. Like, I mean, what else? What more? What does Beerus do now besides sit there and watch people fight? He hasn't really done anything since his movie. Have Frieza kill him and become the god of destruction.
His
No.
purpose
Actually,
is as a
Vegeta
martyr.
would be the god of destruction in a sort of sense because Beerus kind of pushes Vegeta that way because of Ultra
Yeah.
Ego.
Yeah, he does,
Yeah.
but there's no reason why Frieza can't just. I mean, Beerus can be killed.
Well, they've said it was said. I can't remember if it was Toriyama or the anime director. Somebody said this. Beerus exists as a marker, where it's like this is the guy, this is the level that Goku and Vegeta are pushing to. So that's really his story purpose, is to
Yeah, but
exist
that's
as
not
like as a notch.
Yeah, that's not very good if someone else can just beat you though. Because if someone can beat them, then that means that this is the new goal now. And Frieza hates them as well, so they've got an actual thing they need to work towards and kill. They don't really want to kill Beerus. They just want to get stronger than him. But if you give them something to work towards, that truly,
I do see what you're saying. That like,
what does Beerus actually serve? Like, what we could get out of Beerus versus Frieza is actually watching Beerus go all out and get fucked, not fucked up, but have an actual fight. Actually watch Beerus have a proper fight, and then now we progress the story because there's no point in Beerus beating Frieza. The story doesn't go anywhere there. But if Frieza beats Beerus, now we got a massive problem.
I see what you're saying, because then that would alleviate the like, well, why would Goku and Vegeta fight Beerus if they're on friendly terms? But if Frieza kills Beerus, that gives them more of a drive to beat Frieza, and that would also be a symbolic thing that they surpass Beerus. I do see what you're saying. I think that that could work. It depends on how they pull it off, if they did that.
But also, don't forget, God of Destruction is like a force of the universe that is there for the reason to keep everything balanced while things are born and made. He's sent out to, pop this planet, pop this planet, pop this. All right, I'm going back to sleep the next 50 years.
That is a thing too, where like why it couldn't work. As I said, it depends on how they do it. Because Goku and Vegeta, I don't think would take the job. I don't think Vegeta would take the job of Destroyer, even if he got the power of one.
I think Vegeta would.
Yeah, don't go Beerus, bro. That's like killing Galactus. It sounds like a good idea at first, but that power vacuum you leave is fucked up.
Yeah, like I mean, this is kind of a spoiler, but I mean it's for a game that's been out for decades. According to Dragon Ball Online, Toriyama's story, and he's just in Super bridged it more, so it's not like he changed his mind. Goku and Vegeta do have a final battle, and they both die. And the whole thing is we don't know who won.
I saw that.
Yeah. They go off into space, like as they're, because Saiyans they stop aging up to a point, and then when they reach a certain age, they start aging again. So when they like get to the end of their youth, they realize we're about to be out of our prime. We need to have our big final battle. They head off into space. They go all out. Both die. We don't know who won. We like one of them won and then died shortly after. So we don't know who won.
So they both kind of just
they're both losers.
Yeah, if you want
Naruto and Sasuke each other's arms off.
Oh,
kind of, yeah.
They both came second place. That's not a cool way.
Now, I do want to touch on this.
Either way, because of that, we know that neither of them are going to take any of these jobs. Like Vegeta's not going to become Destroyer because he goes off to have his big battle with Goku and dies. So he's probably not going to have a job and abandon his job for that.
I do want to touch on this since you did mention that, because along with all the anime's new announcements, there was Project 1000 mentioned. My assumption is, since you mentioned Dragon Ball Online, that might be the new Dragon Ball Online.
It's probably just Xenoverse 3.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Although people have been talking about Cell Max too. I don't know if y'all know Cell. The reason we got Cell Max, because Cell does come back proper in Dragon Ball Online. He's the last boss. Cell is the final boss of Dragon Ball.
Yep.
It was like Cell X, if you look that up. That was the last boss.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that.
Cell comes back as basically an alien queen. He like spawns a whole race of cells. So yeah, that's why Cell Max was not Cell, because it was like throwing a bone. Like Toriyama's like, I already brought Cell back, but he comes back later. He can't come back now.
One of the ugliest designs I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Well, that's the Dragon Ball Heroes version with the thing in the middle, but the artwork there, that's Cell X. So he does come back.
Oh.
Yeah,
I don't think they should go down this road. He looks stupid.
I like it, but I like it. It goes along with the whole greater thing of like the army of cells. Like he comes back and like takes Cell Juniors to the next level by creating way more of him. And I think if that was like readapted, that you could do a lot with that. Like you could do different cells based on Toriyama's other like cell prototype designs. With like different, you could add more cells into his mix with like characters that came later. Like there's a lot you can do with that. And I do like the idea of the original Cell being this ugly, scary monster. Like we have the cool Cell as like the army of cells, and then this is like the horror thing that they're all spawning from. So I get what he was going for. I
I'm
think it's
not
pretty
into
cool.
that. I think at all it looks horrifying. But PhD, we need to get the next person on.
That's
here,
fine. Go right ahead, brother.
I appreciate you being on.
Thank you for having me.
Take care. All right, let's get Perfection in here. Perfection, how you doing?
Just fine. How about yourself?
Yeah, not bad, man. What did you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to talk about Dragon Ball coming back. You guys were going into the whole Beerus thing, and what I was gonna say is that I don't see a necessity with them doing it. Like, I get that they're trying to clean everything up, and that's nice. Like, especially considering Toriyama passed away. So one of the things that were kind of it was kind of always like a blemish on his legacy was the mishandling of the anime adaptation of those movies. They've definitely become a meme when anyone talks about Dragon Ball Super. So if that's the reason that they want to go back and redo that, that's fine. But I don't see a reason for them to do it if they go back and they just retread the exact same events. Like, obviously, we know that Beerus is going to win and then Goku is going to have to train under him, yada, yada, yada. But if you're not going to change anything and you're going beat for beat, you're not going to introduce any other characters or flip some interesting things, then it just seems like it doesn't have a point. Like, you're just redoing it to,
Can you comprehend someone who's not seen Super that would want to watch this?
Okay, I get that, but there's too many outlets for people to watch the actual thing. Like, you have several different versions already. You have the movie, you have the anime. They went back, and if you don't like watching things, if you like reading things, you have the manga. So we have to yet again revisit this exact same set of events because you didn't watch it when everyone else did.
I just want to read out a message that I've just received from my friend. He just texted me on WhatsApp because he's listening to the podcast. He said, I don't know what these people are complaining about. I'm excited to watch the new version of Dragon Ball Super. I'm not interested in going back and watching the anime or the movie. Tell them to shut up.
Okay, this anecdotal one guy, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm just reading it out.
I could pull up a guy that's got a different opinion.
That's them, but you gotta look at it from the fans who have always stayed committed. Like, it's like you tell us, we got some new Dragon. You tell us, we got some new Dragon Ball stuff coming. Oh, yay! Okay, let's go. Oh, but we're gonna start with this old stuff immediately again for no real reason other than to clean up the animation.
You know why it's a bit weird? It's because, like, yeah, all the hardcore fans are like, oh no, they're just redoing something I've already seen. So it's a moot point to you guys, but it's a win for people that text Mike. There's obviously going to be more than that. So it feels like no one loses. You don't get anything, you don't gain anything, but you don't lose anything, and other people gain something. So what's the problem?
Well, you're sort of just you're yanking the chain of the fans that have actually been there. Like, who cares? Honestly, I get it. They're a business and they want to attract new people who might be interested in Dragon Ball, but you're just sort of like wasting everyone else's time because it's like been there, done that. Unless
unless you don't watch it. If you don't watch it, then they've not wasted your time.
If I know what's gonna happen, and in this case, I know what happens with the whole Beerus storyline. Why would I want to watch it? I love Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is my number one anime that I love over anything else.
Can I say? I think
if you don't watch it, then your time's not wasted. That's what I'm saying.
I think the discussion kind of gets lost in the weeds because it's a lot of not just anecdotal stuff, but it's a lot of like what ifs. I think are we criticizing the existence of the thing? Are we criticizing the point of the thing?
I'm not saying it's
like.
Wait. I didn't. What if anything? I just said this piece of media coming out. You guys know the story. You don't watch it. But there's no harm done to you. You don't. Your time's not been wasted because you've not watched it.
That
you've
can
not been
technically
offended
apply
because you don't have to see it. But people that have not seen it can watch it. So some people
that can apply to anything. So I don't think the if you don't like it, don't watch it argument really works. If you're
no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said you didn't waste your time because that's what Perfection said.
No.
I'm wasting my time.
I'm saying like to like this to both of you, like the whole is it wasting time, or if you don't like it, don't watch it, that kind of thing. I think that like at that point, then you're arguing about all of remastering in general, even if like the positive thing, like, oh, well, it's something new to enjoy. Well, that could be an argument you use to defend like The Last of Us 2 remastered, or like the umpteenth video game remaster when people are complaining about re-releases and remasters. Like,
I mean,
it's kind of the same, but the same thing when he's saying like, the yanking chain and everything. I think you do have a point where you don't have to watch it. I think with the constructive argument here, because again, these other arguments can be framed for remasters, they can frame for anything. I think constructive thing is this the thing to remaster when you had the Blu-ray release and the movie?
The crazy thing about a remaster is it's not for you if you've seen the original. It's not
okay,
for
but
you.
here's the problem. All right, so there are plenty of people, obviously, from the response that the announcement got, that are just like me, and this is the danger of it. It's going to hurt Dragon Ball because people who already know the set of events, there's a lot of people who are not going to watch, and that inadvertently hurts it because the ratings are going to be low. It's going to be like, oh, well, people don't like Dragon Ball anymore because look at the low ratings for this because people already know what's going on.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think there probably are even people like me. I'm not going to watch it, but I think there's people like me that are still going to watch it just to see, just out of curiosity. I think you're going to have people that are just going to see it as an excuse to rewatch Super. Like they're not really invested, but like, okay. Like I've used that, like when talk about One Piece earlier. I saw it in Japanese because it was just the 4Kids version. It was shit. When Funimation picked it up, I used the Funimation dub as an excuse to rewatch. People there's going to be people see an excuse to rewatch. So it's going to get ratings.
I want to make a bet of perfection because he said it's going to hurt the ratings. I will bet you $500 right now the ratings are going to be through the roof.
He's good for it.
I think it's going to, yeah.
$500 right now, perfection. I'll super chat to your channel if I lose. You do the same for me. The ratings are going to be through the roof. How much?
I won't take that bet only because I'm going to give you logic here. This can potentially hurt the ratings, but more than likely, it will probably only do well because there's been such a drought of Dragon Ball content that anything is liable to do good. They can put anything out there and it'll just do good as long as it has Dragon Ball's name on it.
Well, why is it?
It's always been that way. It's always been that way, no?
Yeah, let's explore that. Why is that? Why does it always do good?
Because Dragon Ball has that kind of brand power.
No, but why? Why does it have that brand power?
Because it built trust over time with a loyal fan base.
No. I think he's getting to the fact that Dragon Ball is good. I think that's
the
where
reason
Mike is
that Dragon Ball always sells stupid amount of copies, always gets high viewership, is because people want to see it in the form that they're giving it. No matter how much people want to sit here and go, oh, I don't want to watch this, I don't want to watch this. They're gonna watch it. They're gonna watch it again and again and again. The ratings are gonna go well through the roof. Someone said define the roof. This is the roof. That's Dragon Ball's ratings going through. I don't know how else you want me to define it. I'm telling you right now, everyone that's bitching and complaining about this are going to be locked in. Maybe Cody is the rare exception. I highly doubt it.
I think Cody has to watch it to critique it.
I don't want to.
He does. As a Dragon Ball fan, you need to watch it to critique
unless I hear that, like, oh, they did add Daima stuff. They did add stuff. Like, then I'll watch it. But if it's just the retread of Super, I don't.
But then you can't be in the conversation. Then if
then I have no reason to watch it. I watched it. I watched the movie. Like, I don't. If it's just
he's going to be one of those guys. He's going to be one of those guys.
Okay. What's one of those guys? Like, why would I waste my time on something that's?
If I'm saying you've not watched,
if I'm sitting here saying
that's the thing.
If I'm here saying it's redundant because I've already seen these things. I don't need to watch it. Why would I watch it?
Yeah, I'm just saying you can say it's redundant. That's fine. But if it comes out and you've not watched it and someone asks your take on it, you can't give a take because you've not seen it.
Well, I can give a take that I find it redundant because it's just treading the same ground as Super, but prettier.
I know if we say.
Well, no, you can't even say that. You can't even say that because you've not watched it, so you don't know if it's prettier. Okay, you can just say it's redundant, and that's it. But
it's not just because I haven't watched it doesn't mean I don't know what's in it. I don't have to watch. I don't have to watch Sallow, the 120 Days of Sodom, to know that it's a fucked up movie with a lot of fucked up shit in it.
Like, yeah, but you can critique. I don't even know what you just said. I don't know that program or that anime.
It's a very infamous movie. I don't have
Hold
a
on.
Serbian film. You don't need to have seen a Serbian film to know it's a fucked up
No,
movie with
yeah,
fucked up
no,
shit.
you do. I've seen Serbian film. You can know it's fucked up, but you won't know how fucked up it is unless you
But yeah,
actually
but
watch
that's what I'm
it.
saying. You
Yeah.
know in general it is fucked up. If I
No,
know in general
Okay.
that it is the
This-
same material that is in Dragon Ball Super, why would I then need to watch it to know that? Like,
No,
what else do I
you
need to know?
can't. You can't do that. In order to critique something fairly, you have to watch it. You can make a. You can say like, oh, 50 Shades of Grey is not my kind of things. I don't like those kinds of books or whatever. But to actually have a critique on the film and what goes into it, you need to watch it.
Well,
As
no,
for the
that's only if you
Serbian
need
film,
specific
I've
critiques.
seen
Like if I need to,
Serbian film, and
if
I
I
can
need to
tell
critique
you
story
that
beats,
you simply saying that it's a fucked up film is not enough to describe what that film is. It simply isn't. You can't have a conversation about that film without watching it. It's that bad.
I disagree. If it's general, if it's obvious, like general things or like common knowledge or things you learn through pop culture osmosis, you don't need to have seen it to know these things.
All right, let's talk about Serbian film then. That's a perfect example. Let's do
Oh.
a little critique of Serbian film.
But I'm saying,
Please,
like, it's Serbian
give
film.
me
if
your
to
critiques
know,
of Serbian film.
to know that it is a fucked up movie. Like, I know the point of the movie and everything. I'm saying it is I know that it is a fucked up movie. I know about the newborn porn. I know all that shit.
Mhm.
I have not seen it. Now, to critique it as like the plot details, as its quality of writing, that is the kind of thing you need to have seen. But if something is just a repackage of something you've already watched, but shorter and prettier, why then do I need to have seen it? If I already know it's just the events of Super.
Mike's making the point that you can critique, but there's specific things you can't critique.
But
That's
then
what he's
what would I need to have? What would I need to watch it to be able to critique?
Well, we don't know because we haven't seen it.
But that's the thing. You're saying I can't. You've already made the statement, the hardline statement. I can't critique it if I don't watch it.
I also said you can say it's redundant. I don't really class that as a critique. I'd say that's an opinion, but I can go with a critique.
Yeah,
but
but
to critique something, you need to have some sense. Even if you saw like you said, the tweet that Mike put up earlier with the stills, you could say that still looks better than that still. But you don't know if the whole film or show or series or OVA is looking that good, because some of the stills were worse and some of them were better.
But that's a specific critique. When your critique is something like this is redundant because it's just the same as Super.
Mm-hmm. You can do that. That's fine.
Yeah, but Cody, we can't sit down and go to you, right? We're gonna analyze episode 1. You can't be in that conversation because you're not gonna know what we're on about.
Yeah, but why would I? But with my problem is inherent in the existence of the thing itself. Like, why does this exist? It's just the same material again, and then it comes out and it's the same material. What do I need to know from watching it? If my point already still stands, what then do I need to watch it to add to that?
See, he's getting to what he's getting to what I was saying to a degree. Like, if I was to put this in like the Beerus fight, like no matter what they do in the Dragon Ball Super Beerus, we all know what's gonna happen. Goku and Beerus are gonna start fighting. Beerus beats Super Saiyan 3, goes to Earth. Vegeta, he does a little bit better in Super Saiyan 2. They do the ritual. Goku fights in Super Saiyan God. We all know they go to space. It runs out. He absorbs it. He becomes Saiyan Beyond God in base or whatever.
Perfection. Let me ask you a question. How many times have you seen Dragon Ball Z?
Probably over 10 times, like all the way through.
Okay, so even though you know exactly what's going to happen, you've watched the same show 10 times over. Now they're doing a remake of something that came out 10 years ago that had really poor animations and poor art direction. And even though we know the ending of it, we're going to enjoy the new journey and getting there because we don't know how the fights are going to play out. We don't know if they're going to change up the dialogue. So you guys are hyper fixated on the fact that we know where it's going and not how we're going to get there. Because we all have no idea how we're going to get there. But you've watched Dragon Ball Z 10 times. For what reason? You already know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I already know what happens, but it's that good. But I already know what's going to happen, but I already know it's going to be that good. Here's the thing. We don't know. Like, we know from an art perspective, it's going to be better. They've already shown that much in the trailer. Like, it's going to be better. They're going back and correcting the mistakes. But from a story perspective, and that's where we can critique things differently. We can say that the animation is good all day, just like with Dragon Ball Super Broly. We could say the animation was like amazing, but then you could critique the story or the character development of Broly and then it becomes a very different conversation. So
we don't know where the dialogue is going, though. We don't know.
I
if they're
think
gonna
this
upgrade the
conversation keeps
dialogue.
changing. I think that's the issue with this whole debate is it keeps changing. Like, are we talking about remakes? Are we talking about remaking this other show, that other show? I think the specific issue people have, and this is why I keep bringing it back up to kind of keep things on track, is that it is only remaking the Beerus saga. And I think that is the big point of contention with most people.
Haven't they already said they're doing Frieza?
No, that's been floating around. People are saying, see, that's a problem.
They're assuming. It's only been confirmed for like the Beerus fight.
That's the thing. Like, if they do all of Super, I said before, I'd be down if they do all of Super, because there is not, if you're asking for a better version of these events that were fucked up in the Super adaptations, there is not a better version of Goku Black. There's not a better version of the Tournament of Power. There's not a better version.
But here's the thing.
That's what I think people is the contention here is that it is Beerus, which has already, we are on the 4th version of this story, and the movie is like I said, you can watch the movie now.
Why 4th version? So there's the anime, there's the movie. Now there's this one. What do you mean when you say this?
So you have the movie, then you had Super, then you had the Super Blu-ray release, which touched up and fixed the issues, and now we're having this. So we're on Redux number 4.
Also, did you get the manga adaptation too?
Yeah, but I'm counting only anime.
Okay,
yeah. So
but that's another
version
thing
4 of this whole story with Beerus.
Well, that's another thing that I was going to say. The only way that I see like the overall remake scheme working, Dragon Ball Super Beerus, assuming we get beyond that and do Dragon Ball Super Resurrection F or whatnot, is if they deviate from what we already know from the anime events. And if they imagine if they did the manga events instead, like if they animated whatever happened. Yeah, like if they went that route, that would be
at least that would justify it, but no, I definitely ain't watching that.
That's the only way they could justify it. Like, look at all the differences. Look at all the differences that took place in the Goku Black story. Like, instead of getting Zamasu turning into a cloud or whatever, you get the Zamasu clones and whatnot. He's depicted a lot differently in the manga. Imagine like instead of Kale being a glorified Broly clone, you get the Super Saiyan version that she had in the manga, and they depict it a lot differently. You get the Gohan fight with Kefla instead of the Goku fight. Like, if they do things like that and they choose to animate the manga events instead, then they could justify the existence of these remakes. But if you're just going to do the existing anime interpretations already, it's like there's no point at that point.
I agree with you. I just hope you're wrong because I don't want the manga versions.
Some of the manga versions, some of the things that happen in the manga are pretty cool, though. You can adapt some of it. They're going to have to pick and choose, obviously. I mean, Super is its own continuity anyway, so they can pick and choose.
It's so much of the manga was just so much worse that it's like, okay, there was some cool stuff, but like, I think, man, if they like did a manga adaptation of the anime adaptation of the manga version of the Goku Black Saga, I might just have to hit the ejector seat. I'm not watching Dragon Ball anymore. That was like so much worse. But like I said, I do think he is right though. Fundamentally, I think if they did edit it to bridge it with Daima to fix those plot holes, okay, now we have a reason for this to exist. But to just do the same thing but prettier, I think is why me and a lot of other people have an issue with it.
And then you gotta look at it from a content perspective. Like, one of the major criticisms, I'm gonna hook this into Sparking Zero, but it goes for all video games, right? But Sparking Zero in particular, if they were to animate the manga interpretations of these stories, imagine had Sparking Zero had the opportunity to do like a diverging path, like the original interpretation of whatever story events, and then you had the manga interpretations. Well, maybe because they are only following the anime and that interpretation, they only chose to depict this game events that way. Like, this opens up a lot of things for content in the video games and merch for them to actually like animate the manga version of Dragon Ball Super. If they're playing it that opens up so many doors for like additional content. Now, it's going to be lazy because of course they're going to have like the original, like for like say Fuse Zamasu, and then they're going to have the one in the manga where he fights more traditionally, or they might have like the differences between the Kales, like I talked about earlier. But again, if that's their plan, that's smart of them because they're, that's like a way they can conserve effort without pissing people off.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Do you think, say I was to critique Dragon Ball as the series, and I've only watched the dub, do you think I would have an accurate criticism if I've not watched the sub?
It depends. It depends on how closely the localizers chose to stay faithful to the original script.
Depends on which dub.
Yeah, because if you got a localizer or, a dubbing team that's just doing whatever they want, then of course you're going to get a jacked up interpretation of the story. But if you get someone that's like doing their due diligence to stay as close as possible to the original script, then I don't see a complaint there. I don't see an issue there.
It depends on if you're familiar with the original dub or the Kai dub.
We're talking about Dragon Ball Z. I watched Toonami. I didn't watch the sub version. Am I watching real Dragon Ball, in your opinion?
Both of us watched the exact same thing. I started out as a little kid watching Toonami, watching Dragon Ball Z. And yeah, there's a lot of difference between the original interpretation or the Japanese broadcast of Dragon Ball and what we got in America. So it would be fair to say that a Japanese person at that time, before I got a chance to engage with like the original Dragon Ball Z, they would be able to tell me that you don't know anything about Dragon Ball Z because you just got the dub. So,
I think you would know the bare minimum, but I think you would be missing some things, and I think you would be like misinformed if you
like isn't the story the same? The story's the same between
right? Not really. They did change a lot. Even characters.
The story events are the same. Like, yeah, Goku's gonna go Super Saiyan on Namek. The Gallic Gun versus Kamehameha Beam Clash and all that. But like how we have Hero Goku over here in the West because Funimation chose to depict him as like
Superman.
I don't call him Superman, but it's a decent comparison. They made him a traditional American hero, superhero type of character, whereas in the original he just wanted to fight people. That's all he wanted to do.
It would be similar to if you're familiar with JoJo but you've only watched the localized version and you refer to the stand names by their altered names. So like if someone's talking about Crazy Diamond and like, oh, do you mean Shining Diamond? That would be the issue. Like, the gist of it, but
it's not really the same.
The changes would
Bucciarati with Zipper Man.
Yeah,
but it's just a name that I've watched JoJo in both. It doesn't change anything.
It changes a lot.
How did it change it? Him saying Zipperman and Sticky Fingers it makes no difference.
But that's the thing. That does create friction with people that are familiar with one thing or another. If they're talking about Sticky Fingers and someone else is talking about Zipperman, that's the issue people have with like localization like that. Because
it doesn't change the media.
Ideally, everybody should be watching the same thing. So if there's any way in which two groups of people could not be watching the same thing, even if it's something like that where they just know things by a different name, that's the problem people have.
But everyone should watch.
And the original Dragon Ball Z dub had more of a problem with that because they changed character personalities. And they added things like Frieza having a line in his original language, which was only in that dub. That goofy, like, let's get down to business in his goofy alien gibberish. Like that only in that dub. So by virtue of that being your only experience, you are not getting it's kind of a hype, like a bit of a buzzword or something to say the true experience, but you are not getting the Dragon Ball that everyone else is getting. You're getting an altered version to some degree. Even if it's not 100% altered, it is altered enough that you are not watching the same thing as everybody else.
Wouldn't that be the same for
No, but the JoJo's comparison doesn't work. Like
it's similar where you're going to be like if someone's going to bring up stand names and you only know the localized stand names, you're going to be confused. You're going to be left out.
But you said that it changes a lot. It changes nothing.
It changes a lot in that respect. Where it changes character names, it changes stand names. It doesn't change story stuff like that, but it does change names to the point where it can cause friction or confusion among people that are familiar with different.
So
sorry, Steve, just real quick. My only point was that it doesn't change a lot for the actual media. It's just the interactions with people. If I say Sticky Fingers and you say Zipperman, there's just a what do you mean? And then I tell you, oh, that's Butcherati, and then I'll be like, oh, you watch the dub. That's it. The actual media itself with JoJo's, I've watched both. It doesn't change a damn thing. Not one single thing.
But I'm saying there's that friction that should not exist. And I'm saying if you're only familiar with the original Dragon Ball Z dub, that is a similar thing where you did not, but to a greater extent, where you did not watch.
It's not the same as Dragon Ball, because in Dragon Ball, Goku's character was actually changed. Goku in English dub
you
is
see,
almost Superman, and Goku in Japanese is basically just a warrior.
I'm saying, like, yes, it's more of a change. I'm not arguing that.
What I'm saying is that you said that it changes a lot when you refer to JoJo.
You're very much hyper fixating on that one statement. Yes, like a lot was changed in so much as the amount of changes they made was a lot.
But I will say this. Let's be honest. Goku got over worldwide because of how, I hate saying this, but because of how the dub changed him to be like this superhero type.
That was
I think that's why the world clung to him in the big way that it did. I
can tell you you're wrong, because I've talked to enough people in Latin America to tell you.
I don't know.
They didn't change him there, and he's a beloved figure in there. Yeah,
the country says.
I'm telling you.
I mean, I don't think it's a problem. Do you not think you're some like you're just like purity testing, right? You're just an elitist, legit, yeah, which is fine.
What are you talking about?
You're like an elitist to Dragon Ball, like you
no,
purity test people.
I'm saying Perfection's argument that that turning Goku into a superhero is what made him take off, and I'm saying no, we can demonstrably see in every other region of the world where Dragon Ball is massive, where they didn't do that.
Can you show numbers? Or is this anecdotal? That's what you said about
my guy.
Right?
Do I have to remind you that Latin America almost caused an international incident over the Goku versus Jiren fight? Do I have to remind you that strip clubs were giving away free lap dances when Goku beat Jiren?
That happened. That international incident for the Jiren thing happened after the establishment of the Goku superhero mythos.
That's not in Latin America. They didn't do that to him. That was only done in the U.S. in the English dub. They did not do that to him. In Latin America, was their dub was faithful to the original. They did not change anything.
Yeah, but to C4's point,
and it is bigger in Latin America than it is in the US.
Over in England, we had the Superman Goku, and he got over massively over here. So
but
in certain parts of the world, he did get over.
I'm saying it did not need that. That is not why it blew up.
How do you know that?
Because we have all these other regions of the world where they didn't do it, and it still blew up.
We're talking about here. Mike just said how it is here, and you said, "Well, if it wasn't like that, it wouldn't have."
But we can see that if you had not done that, it still would have taken off, and we can see that because of everywhere else that they did not do that, and it still took off. And it's not just it's that culture; it's every culture.
Well, we kind of know it's half and half because we know Latin America stayed faithful. Of course, Japanese stayed faithful, but the North America and the UK. They adopted the superhero Goku, so it's kind of half and half.
That seems like a reasonable take.
Turning Goku into a superhero is not what sold it. That's what I'm saying.
It's okay. I think it's crazy to tell people what their opinion is, but okay, we can move on.
Okay, we can. It's
telling the whole country. No, you would have liked this. Is a bit mad, but sure, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, over in the UK, I don't know about now because more people have been exposed to the Japanese Goku. But when we were growing up, that was their Goku. And I remember when I first showed my brother the difference between Goku in Japanese and Goku in English, he was like, "I don't like the Japanese one."
I hate the Japanese one. It sounds like a girl. I know a woman voiced him.
Oh no, I don't have a problem. I respect Nozawa and her voicing Goku. I don't have a problem with that. I even respect the fact that in the Japanese one. He's not a superhero. He's just a warrior. But you gotta imagine it like this. When you're a little kid, especially a little boy, you're getting into like the action stuff. You're getting into the superhero stuff. Making Goku this superhero type made him easier to, digest in the mind of like a child. So, that was the gateway into people liking Dragon Ball in their youth.
I don't think, again, like you got to also remember Dragon Ball Z really blew up in America and a lot of the English-speaking world in like the early 2000s. And media in the early 2000s was not Superman. It wasn't superheroes. What kids were latching onto was like tough shit back then. That's why if you look at games like AAA games that came out in the 2000s, it was all those crew cut motherfuckers. Everything was yellow. Like that was the mentality at the time. So people, it wasn't a superhero that was like what I'm saying is in that culture, in that era, absolutely you could have done Goku faithfully, still would have took off.
Are you sure, Cody?
Absolutely, because again, I was
But
there.
wasn't that the era of like the X-Men cartoon, Justice League Unlimited?
The X-Men
Spider-Man?
cartoon, if you look at if you look at like even how that presented, it was like gritty and had that rock intro, and like the X-Men, they were beaten down by the man. It was like a lot of that. It wasn't the Superman ally to good, nightmare to you kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's why most kids back then liked Vegeta more than Goku.
Yeah, but again, you're forgetting
Spider-Man, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you're talking about two different. You're talking about two different demographics. What I said was the Japanese Goku or the traditional real Goku. He's for like the mature readers that don't need him to be a superhero, that would just be okay with the warrior aspect. But I'm talking about, the younger audiences, especially the typical Shonen Jump audiences. When they're first getting into the character, that superhero aspect makes him better. It just makes him more relatable.
As a superhero fan, I love comics. I love Marvel. I'm just saying this to perfection. I don't like Goku. I think he's a terrible character. I think he's trash. I only watched Dragon Ball when Vegeta was in it, and then I went back and watched Goku. But I understand what you're saying, that it's more palatable for your protagonist to be like heroic. I do agree with that. But I think in the era that I was also in, with like Fox Kids, and they were showing loads of superhero programs, it was like, oh, this is like the Western version of a superhero team, the Z Warriors. That's how I saw it. And that's why I got into it.
I think I like most versions of Goku. The only problem that I have right now is how they've stupefied the character. They've like drastically dumbed him down, basically into making him a meme version of himself. It's like they watch Dragon Ball, how they depict him on these like Dragon Ball abridged versions, and they took that to heart and they made him like stupid Goku. They've infantilized him, and I don't like that.
Yep, that's exactly what I said earlier. I said that Goku was always goofy, but they went way overboard in Dragon Ball Super, specifically in the anime. Goku,
like in the dub, he was always like the fun dad. Like he knew when to get serious. When it was times of peace, he was laughing and hee-haw and whatnot. But when someone came up to destroy the Earth, oh no, it's time to get serious. It's time to get in the Situation Room. We go into the hyperbolic time chamber to train. But Super Goku, he just never takes anything seriously, and he's always causing problems. He's like how they make dumb American cartoon dads. Like they're always causing problems. They're always stupid.
Like he took things seriously in Super. I mean, he was locked in for the whole Future Trunks thing. He was locked in to save his universe.
Come on, bro. They made him so stupid to the point where they made it seem like he doesn't know where babies come from. He's never kissed his wife.
No, he knows where babies come from. He just never kissed his wife. That's why Vegeta was dumbstruck. Like, you're a father. You've procreated, but you don't know a kiss?
But they have to make him that dumb. Like, I get it. He's not like a Harvard graduate or anything, but like, you don't have to make him that dumb to make him relatable.
Yeah, there was a lot of dialogue in Super where like I get that you're trying to make Vegeta look like the older brothers thing in this situation, and Goku just has no direction, but they went way too far. He was just so dumb.
I disagree, but I can see in some things how people could think they went too far, because it was an attempt to course correct Goku a little bit, because I mentioned before what Toriyama said about thinking that he had been depicted too much as a superhero. And you can argue, like, did they course correct too much and go far in the other direction? I don't want to say matter of opinion, because people say that to dismiss shit. I ain't saying to dismiss it. But I think like my issue was just saying that, like, superhero Goku is what sold it. I think we could see from all these other regions that, like, if they had left him alone, it still would have been a big thing. I think even from my experience, when Dragon Ball Z was big, and like, being a little older, remembering a little better, a lot more people like Vegeta than Goku, and I think that superhero thing was part of that. Because the 2000s was back up, I'll take you on, like that era. That's what people wanted. Like that's when things were getting gritty. That's when things we were getting anti-heroes.
I don't know, bro. Like the era that we came up with in like the Toonami era, you can't say that the dub and that interpretation of Goku wasn't putting people on. I get a lot of people try to have problems with like the dub version of Dragon Ball Z, but and it's over like the dumbest reasons. Like, some people pick apart the script. I'm with you with them, like picking apart the script. I don't like them censoring or altering people's works. But then people would get down to like critiquing the music and the this and the that. And I'm like, well, they did all these things to make it appeal to the audience back then. You got to remember.
You're right on that.
All the kids were watching things like Power Rangers and X-Men and all the Marvels and DC stuff. So when they wanted to make this, they wanted to make Dragon Ball succeed and appeal to us, you got the American dub and they did what they did.
I agree with you 100%. Like I personally really don't like the dub soundtrack. I think it has some good tracks. I don't like the original soundtrack either. I think both soundtracks.
No,
Told you the purist. Told you the purist.
Well, like I said, I think the Japanese one was bad too.
Bro, the Faulkner dub, Faulkner dub, bro. No,
I'm gonna get into why. But I do agree that it did help sell Dragon Ball massively because because I know there's a lot of weebs out there that like, no, they shouldn't have changed that. But like, bro, if Dragon Ball Z in the 2000s, especially, I think people forget how insecure teenage boys were in the 2000s. If Dragon Ball Z dropped with that original soundtrack with the trumpets and boing sounds, people would have laughed at it. It doesn't matter how hyped the fights are. They would have heard that. They would have like, this is like cheesy kids stuff, and then dipped. So yes, the Falconer soundtrack absolutely sold it to a 2000s audience. I think the Falconer soundtrack, because Dragon Ball is, someone described it perfectly, and I'm stealing it because I've never heard it described so perfectly. It is Chinese wuxia mixed with pro wrestling. Like that is Dragon Ball.
I know who you got that from, and I agree.
Yeah, like if you like the original Dragon Ball soundtrack fit Dragon Ball like the OG Dragon Ball, and then it stuck around when the Z era came in, and I think it didn't fit nearly as well. But the problem with the Falconer soundtrack has that 2000s insecurity, like we have to make this hardcore, and it won't shut up.
But it worked. It worked,
and a lot of it is bad. And this is where I'm going to be, because I am kind of a music snob. A lot of it is bad synth. Like if you listen to it, it's like these synth guitars that sound like these weird farts. Like you couldn't have just gotten an actual fucking electric guitar.
Bro.
You had to press the fucking keys.
Let me jump in this. Okay, look, man. You cannot dispute the greatness of the Falconer dub, bro. The Faulkner music, it made Dragon Ball Z what it is. Let me tell you something. Every character had a specific theme. Every transformation had a specific theme.
And there were a lot of them were just like Fruity Loops.
Bro, so you're calling Goku turning Super Saiyan the first time, you're calling that soundtrack a Fruity Loop.
Dude, have you ever listened to those on their own? It's just like a 20-second loop.
Yes, you can. I can it.
Have you heard Piccolo's theme in the dub?
So the Super Saiyan 3 theme, the Super Saiyan 3 theme is Fruity Loop.
The Super Saiyan 3 theme is literally a loop. It's
yes, and guess what? It does its job. It does its job. It makes you feel how triumphant this form is that Goku has assumed it, and it's just this over the top thing.
Do you know how much I know that I'm right on this? Because people gaslit themselves into thinking that Perfect Cell remix was originally from the show. Because people forget how busted Falconer soundtrack sounded. That they gaslit themselves into thinking that badass remix of now in terms of composition, he did have some good tracks. Not every track was bad, but it was only like one or two. I would say like Super Boo's theme. I'll give you that one. That was a banger. It's Perfect Cell's theme had a good composition, but the remix is what made it
pretty much all of them were bangers. The Ginyu Force theme when they first pulled up on Namek and Goku was going against Captain Ginyu. that theme, man, the Frieza,
Mike, can you put Hell's
Frieza
Bell in the
doing
background,
anything
please?
has a specific theme. But here's the thing, right? All those themes did better. I feel like they did better than what they did in the Japanese broadcast because
Vegeta's one.
yeah, Vegeta's Hell's Bells. Vegeta's Hell's Bells. But the problem,
yeah, you're right. My bad.
the only problem that I have with the Japanese broadcast is that they never seem to make any new themes. They always use the same themes for like across the whole show. And I feel like that was a problem because if you have new events and new levels of power being reached, you need new theme music to go with those events. It makes you.
I agree. The Japanese soundtrack was also bad. I think that was one of the nice things Kai did. Gave us a new soundtrack, and then it pissed me off when they fired him. I get the plagiarism, but like at the same time, this dude was doing this for years. Like, but only now you have a problem with it. Number one. Number two, like his plagiarism was like kind of like 50-50. Like, yeah, he's referencing other stuff, but he's still remixing things.
By the way, guys, just need perfection. Need to make this the last point because we still need to get more people on here.
Okay. Well, overall, what I was saying, I think that is going to definitely have to be a wait and see thing on this Dragon Ball Super Beerus remake. I hope they don't. If they do redo all the different arcs that they need to redo, and they're gonna like condense them into like 6 or 10 episodes per arc. I hope they do tread in the manga events instead of what we already know. It is only going to be a disservice to us if they just do what we already know, what the anime already did, beat for beat. At least do something new, like introduce some new characters, throw some new stuff in there, do the manga events, and make it worth our while to actually rewatch this instead of just doing what we already know, but better animation.
Yeah, I'd say don't do the manga events, but I do agree. If it does new things, then it's worth it. If it's just Super again, that's when I think it's That's it.
Guys.
Well, I appreciate you being on Perfection. Good to hear from you.
All right, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Take care, man.
I can say too, like the Falconer score doesn't feel like it fits Dragon Ball. Like this is a series where like there is always a little kind of air of silliness to it. I mean, all the characters are named after like food.
Oh, hey, I made it actually.
Shit.
Oh, can y'all hear me or not?
Yeah, we can hear you, Benjamin. Can you hear us?
I don't think it's working.
We can hear you.
I can hear you. Yeah.
This guy,
he might be having the same problem I was having. Where like,
no, we ain't giving him no concession.
Apparently, StreamYard's, if you just jump in, it tries to get it like register your mic as the speaker too. For some fucking reason, you have to go in and actually switch your speaker. So he might be having the same problem I had.
I'm not giving Benjamin any concessions because he's in the comments flaming me all the time. Oh, Mike's never ready. Mike's never ready. Well. Let's get somebody else on while he's fixing that. So we got Marvi Mofo.
Yo. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's up, fellas? Hey, C4, thank you for being the voice of reason in this conversation. Mike, same thing. Right. Cody, you're watching this anime, bro. Stop lying. You're gonna watch the shit out of this anime.
Why would I?
You're going to.
I'm not.
You have to.
No, I don't. I have things to do. I have other things to do with my time.
How are you going to know if it's good or not if you don't watch it?
It's just super. I already watched.
Did you watch Dragon Ball Kai?
Yeah.
Why, if you've already seen Dragon Ball Z?
Because it was, again, a chance for a good dub. That's why I watched it.
Okay, so what's going to be in Dragon Ball Super?
The same shit. The same shit. So
but you watched Dragon Ball Kai. You defeated your own premise.
How does that defeat my own premise? I watched Dragon Ball Kai because they used Dragon Ball Kai as a chance to make a good dub. So I watched it for that.
Are they using it as a chance to make a doing that for Beerus?
But it's the same exact events.
Hold on. Was the dub of Kai the same as the sub?
Yeah.
I mean, it was the same. Like the whole reason I watched Dragon Ball Kai was, this is Dragon Ball Z in English, but good English. Let's check it out.
You don't want to afford that to other people that are getting into Dragon Ball?
Why would you need this when the movie? My whole point is the movie's right there.
That's why C4 was calling you an elitist, man.
But I'm saying it's not elitist. There's no reason.
That's elitist.
To watch this when the movie's right there.
Me say I'm a manga elitist. I'll say, why watch the anime? You already have the
But
manga.
this is the anime. This is anime versus anime.
Okay,
I'm saying if
so
you
why watch
you
Dragon
don't
Ball
like
Kai if you already have Dragon Ball Z?
that's what everyone else aside from the English speaking world thought.
Bro.
That's why Dragon Ball Z Kai wasn't as popular
Your
outside of
argument
English.
is circular. You're wrong. You're watching this shit. I mean,
you
that's
can't. You
legit.
don't. No. You're wrong. No. First of all, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to watch.
You're going to.
No, I'm not.
Okay, we'll see 2 years from now. You're going to.
Unless they actually add something, like I said before, like
Okay,
if they add Super
do they
Saiyan
need
4
to
or something
add?
like that.
They need to
Then
add
I'll
Super
watch.
Saiyan 4. Why are you putting staples on what they need to do?
Because
for
then
you
there
to
would be a
enjoy
point
it?
to watching it. Why would I watch it if it's the
Bro,
same exact shit I've already
this-
seen?
Am I going crazy? Like, this is dumb.
You are. Like, why would I watch? No, answer. Why would I
What
watch
about if they
it
had a
it's
different
the
intro?
same thing?
A different intro. What if they had a different intro, like different music and stuff? Would you watch that?
Why would that change the fundamentals of what happens in the story?
What if they
You've
change
done it again. I thought we stopped doing this question with a
Why are
question.
you? Why are you?
Oh, never mind.
You're like so desperate to try to find a hole. You're playing.
No,
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 I'm
no.
trying
Hold
to
on,
find the
hold on.
symmetry breaker.
What?
Actually, that's why I'm asking
No,
you
you're playing
hypothetical to see if
semantics.
you would
What?
watch it if they changed the intro, because that has nothing to do with the series.
Why would that change?
Because you're a
the
music
meat
head,
of the
right? Did you
story?
not just say that? You're a big music. You're an audiophile, right?
So then I would
So
just
if they
I would just
change it-
watch the intro on YouTube. Why would
So
I
you
watch
would watch
the show?
it then.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
you're gonna watch it. Cody.
Why is that watching the
Stop-
show?
stop the
if I
cap.
just
You're
listen
going
to
to
the
watch
intro
it.
song, how is that watching the show?
Bro, you're gonna watch the show. Stop lying to
And
yourself.
if they
You're
if they
gonna watch
change
the show.
if they change the music for they change the scores for when the character goes Super Saiyan God, would you not
But
listen to
it's
that?
the same story. Like the entire reason
that's
I
why I said
watched
the music.
Kai was it was a completely different script.
That's why I
It was
said the
completely
music. I
different
said if
voice
they change the
performances.
score, he's arguing with himself. If they change the
No, no.
score
He is.
This
in
is
the
insane.
series, would you listen to the scores?
Maybe if there's a good track worth looking up. Otherwise, why would I listen to the OST of an anime I haven't seen?
Did you watch the Genki Dama showing that they had telling people what they're gonna have in the show?
Yeah, I watched the like when they posted like,
Okay,
yo, here's
so-
this trailer. This,
right.
this
So
footage.
in that they said enhanced visuals. It says the series will feature new animation cuts, improved drawing quality, and full re-rendering of old footage. It says audio upgrades. It includes newly recorded voice acting, dubbing, an updated musical score, and enhanced sound effects.
Okay, but it's still the
It
same.
said,
if
hold
we're-
on,
if it's-
hold
if
on.
it's
It says-
retreading.
Hold on. Let me finish. The structure, it says reported to being called Dragon Ball Super Kai internally, the initial Beerus arc is expected to be 6 episodes long. The narrative focus is focused for it to be more in Toriyama's vision. Why
Okay.
would you try to deny that to Dragon Ball fans that are now getting into the you're hurting your own the brand that you
Because
love.
the movie exists. It's the same thing.
Then go watch the fucking movie.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Watch the fucking movie. You
No,
don't
I'm
need
telling
this.
you to go watch the movie.
Okay, I did, and I'm saying if you need better
Okay.
Beerus, there's no purpose for this.
Why
you can
would
watch
you
the
try
movie.
to? Why would you try to close the gate on everybody else? That
There's no
would
closing
want
the gate.
that-
I'm saying everybody else can go watch the movie. That's not.
We don't want to.
That's
We want
okay
this. We don't
watch
want
the
to.
movie.
We want this. We want this. This is what we
Go
want.
watch the movie.
This
No.
is a mad hill to die on, bro.
This
Nothing
is
changes.
crazy.
Cody, I want you to listen to reason, bro. You're
rate
digging you're dying on a hill
There's no
for
hill.
no fucking reason, bro.
They're saying you don't need to watch this. You can watch the movie. It's right there. You don't have
No,
to
no,
wait for it
Cody,
to come
no.
out.
You can't tell us what we need
watch
to
this,
watch.
Cody.
I tell me what I need to watch. That's what he said earlier. I tell me what I need to watch. I need to watch this. I have to watch this.
But the point is this remake pointless? Yes, it's pointless.
No,
the
it's
movie.
not.
Wait,
It's
no,
not.
what,
This is what I said.
what Marvy said, that sounded completely like when I was asking you about watching the sub or the dubbed. It sounds different enough that it's worth watching, no?
But if it's just going to retrade the exact same ground, like the whole point was like the point of
So
watching
did
Kai was for the novelty of hearing it English voice acted good. Like that was the point of that's why Kai is more popular in English speaking regions than it is elsewhere.
Okay, you back in the day, whenever Kai was coming out, would be on the side of we don't need Kai. We already have Dragon Ball Z.
No, when they did Kai
Bro,
as a
oh my
dub
God,
and it was
I'm-
better, that was the
I'm-
point. But there's a reason.
Did you know
that
ahead of time that it was going to be better?
No, I'm saying I didn't care.
Do you know ahead of time if this is going to be better?
Unless there's more to it, then it's not going to be. It's just going to be prettier.
Oh my god!
And sound
It's gonna be
different.
the
All
same
things that-
shit.
Marv, and it's more like Toriyama's vision. Did you not say that, Marv?
Yeah.
So is the movie. He. I mean, well, someone else.
Well,
was
no,
behind it,
okay.
but he was
Wait,
behind
you
the movie.
That doesn't make any sense, Cody. If this
He
comes out
didn't write.
after
He
the
didn't
movie-
write the,
No,
the
Cody,
super
wait, Cody,
episodes
stop,
either.
stop.
Brody.
This came out after the movie, and they're saying that this is more like Toriyama's vision. That means that this is more
Like
in line
Toriyama's vision
with
than
what he
Super.
originally created.
This is more like Toriyama's vision than the original version of Dragon Ball
No.
Super.
No,
If they
you're
were
losing
making
the
more
goalpost.
like Toriyama's vision and if they magically knew his vision and were going to
Cody.
redo it completely to match his vision, they just make a new anime.
Cody,
They're just taking Super to match his
this is
vision
an
more
L
because
take,
they're removing
Cody.
the stuff they
Cody,
made up
this
wholesale.
is an L take. Stop doing this to yourself. I'm trying to help you sound
Look,
smart.
you can come up with any kind of attitude you want. The fact of the matter is, it's just Super. It's just the version of Super.
Okay.
That's it. So, but if
So
you want
was
Toriyama's
Kai.
vision,
Kai
the
was just
movie's
a
right
version
there.
of V, but you ended up watching it.
What?
Oh my god, bro. Oh my fucking god. You said you watched Kai, right?
I told you why I watched Kai to see what a good English dub of Dragon Ball Z would look like.
But did you know ahead of time what they were doing with Kai?
No, I didn't care about Kai until that happened.
So you don't know what they're doing with Beerus ahead of time. You know what they're planning on doing.
What did they
You
need
don't-
to fix with a dub of Beerus?
If they didn't need to fix anything, then you, Cody, can go and watch the fucking movies, bro.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Oh my
no,
god.
no. I'm saying you
What?
can go watch it. Me personally, the moment they said better sound and modern choreography, that's got me hooked. I'm down to watch 6 episodes of that.
They didn't say modern choreography. They're just taking what already exists and redrawing it to look prettier.
Brother,
That's
do a
enough
Google
for me.
search real quick.
That's enough for me.
Do a
That's enough
Google
for me.
search
That's
real
enough
quick.
for me. I'll watch it on that.
That's what me and all these other people are complaining about. It's just the same shit. This is the
What
fourth
I'm
time
saying
we've
is
done
you
this.
don't know, bro. You don't know. You don't know how it's going to come
You don't
out.
know either.
Exactly why
So
I'm
why are
going
you
to
arguing
watch
for
it.
it? What are you arguing you don't know as a point in your favor when you don't know either?
Because I'm going to watch it. As a Dragon Ball fan, I'm going to watch this
But
Dragon Ball
the
Super.
argument here is the necessity of doing this. If you're just going to watch anything that's Dragon Ball, why are you like? If you were just
But isn't that
anything
kind of
Dragon Ball funneled into you, what's the point?
that's
of even
obvious because Marv's watching to
jumping the
find
conversation?
out, to understand, to know.
Thank you,
You're
C4.
not watching,
Thank you,
and you've
C4.
made your mind up without watching it.
Exactly.
Because
He's watching it
you have
so he can
advertised
say,
this
"Oh,
thing
this
to
is
me that it is just the same shit from Super again. So I'm saying it's pointless. Why would are you just have you never seen anything advertised to you where you've said what is the point of this? Or is it well I haven't seen it. So Last of Us 2 remaster? I mean,
Yeah.
who knows?
Whenever Dragon Ball Kai came out, you said, "What is the point to this?" And you ended up watching it.
I said nothing. I didn't say I said what is the point of this. I didn't
So-
care. I
Okay,
thought it was neat. Like
so
they got
if that was not your take back when
and
Dragon
plus,
Ball Kai was
if you're
coming
going to keep
out-
bringing up Dragon Ball Kai, then apparently you don't remember. So let me school you. The original Dragon Ball Z, if you remember, had a shitload of filler. Or do you not remember how long the Frieza fight took?
That was sick.
Do you not remember the sheer scope of filler to the point where there was so much filler in Dragon Ball Z that Toei had to change how they approach filler in shows afterwards? That's why we get filler arcs and stuff like
Would you say there's any
Naruto
filler in
or
Beerus?
One Piece, because what they used to do instead of doing entire filler arcs, which they still did, if you remember Garlic Jr., they would just
Big
take one fight and stretch the shit out of it.
Is that good or bad?
Kind of bad, to be
Oh, so
honest.
we shouldn't watch the
fucks-
original.
It
Okay.
fucks with the flow of things.
Yeah, so we shouldn't watch the original. We should
So-
watch the
so-
remake version of stuff, right? Because it
Thank
cuts
you,
it out.
C4. Thank you.
No,
C4.
because the sheer level that Kai brought down from
Bro.
Dragon Ball Z is massive, especially compared to what they're doing with Beerus.
You're
where there
the
does
point that you're
not-
making
There
argue
is
against
not
your
that
take
level
right now.
of filler to merit that kind of thing, especially
he-
something that's anime original.
thing called?
Where
Senpukku?
technically
Can
nothing,
you kill
none of
yourself
it's
tonight?
really filler.
Look, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, whatever Yoshimitsu does when he stabs himself, that's what
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
showing.
that's kind of what I see happening. Is it Mike knows what it's called.
I mean, you could cop an attitude all day, but the fact of the matter is,
Bro,
right,
I'm
it
not.
is-
Look,
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
confident
no.
in
It is
attitude.
two-
I
it is
don't
two
understand
completely
your
different-
circular argument.
It is two completely different situations because Dragon Ball Z, the original anime, had a massive amount of filler that was not present in the manga, and the point of Kai was to bring it more in line with the manga. That is
Why-
not happening here
Why would their internal staff call this Dragon Ball Super Kai?
because it's similar to Kai where they're cutting it down.
So
What original manga is
Did you-
there for them to base this on?
did you
can I just
listen
ask
to what he
quickly?
said?
There
Can I
is
just
no
can
original
I
manga.
just want to ask a question real quick. if this is like the Kai version for Super, and they're updating the dialogue, and I've already said that I really didn't like some of the dialogue with Vegeta or Goku, especially when it opened, and they're changing this up. Wouldn't that justify watching it as a Vegeta fan or a Goku fan to not see Goku as stupid as they made him in Super?
Well, again, it depends on how much dialogue they're updating. As I said 50 times before, if they're actually doing some kind of major rewrite, again, like bridging the gap with Daima to put in Super Saiyan 4, that gives a point for this existing. If it's just the exact same material that exists in Dragon Ball Super with less episodes and prettier shit, then it's just a cash grab.
Okay, take that, what you just said right there. Repeat what you just said.
With the same thing I've been saying throughout this podcast, that if
Yes,
they actually
please.
made some
Yes,
meaningful
please.
changes, then it'd be worth watching.
Okay, so have you seen it?
No,
Because
you
it
haven't
comes
either.
out in fall of 2026.
Because I'm going by what they're saying. That's what everybody's going by what they're saying.
You're saying there's no point to making this, but you've yet to even see it. So you don't know if there is a point to make this or not.
There's
So
no
why
point
not,
to making
why
this based
not
on what they're
judge
telling
it
us.
on its merits?
Because there's no point. Do you not know how advertising works? Like, there's no point to seeing this based
Oh
on
my
what
God,
they're telling
brother.
us.
I
But
work.
Cody, all the things that he read off are reasons to why I'd want to see this.
Okay, but it's this, and what everyone else is saying. Me too. Me too.
A very
We're
small
talking, I am
contingent of people.
representing all the people that are complaining, because the entire reason that you're having this podcast in the first place is that this is a debate that's being had. And the reason the debate is being had, and what I am saying as the other side of this, is that this is just treading the exact same ground.
Well, this is
there's
what
no
I'm
point
saying.
to it, because if you're just going to truncate the Super version of the Beerus saga to only what Toriyama wanted, we have that. It's called Battle of Gods.
Well, it's not the exact same because he read off all the changes. He read off like 10
Exactly.
different things.
All from Toriyama's vision are just visual updates.
So you already
That's
know
it.
what it's going to look like, is what you're
And
saying.
audio.
We do. They showed us.
And you
And
already
audio
know what
update.
it's going to sound like, is what you're saying. So
Unless
you're
they're saying
from
they're
the future, is what
completely
you're
rewriting
saying.
it.
Cody is Trunks, is what he's saying.
Unless they're completely rewriting it. Do you not know how advertising and previews and trailers? Do you not know how that works? It's to
I think
give
Mark said
it's
they're
to give
changing
people an
voice lines,
idea.
no?
We
In
can
what you
get
said.
People an idea
into
of what
job
you're getting.
professions, and I can guarantee my job is more closely in line with what advertisement and marketing and all this shit is than your job. But my whole thing is, you don't know what it's going to come out with. It's only 6 episodes, and you're going to end up watching it. Point blank, period.
Again, unless they make massive changes, I'm not. Why would I?
Isn't
Why
voice
would
lines
I?
a massive change though? I thought that it would be
No,
a massive change.
change is like, again, like implementing Super Saiyan 4 or something like that. A major story change that is not just the same shit I already saw.
Story change. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Did you read the
That's the
manga?
whole point of why I'm saying you could just watch Battle of Gods. It's the same events.
Did you read the manga?
No, it's shit. Well, no, I read the manga and then dropped it because it's shit.
I swear to God, you made a massive like deal about dub being different to sub.
I'm talking about the original Dragon Ball Z dub from the 2000s. Because
Yeah, but if they're
changed
changing
characters
voice
as well.
lines, if what Marv said is true, if they're changing voice lines, wouldn't that be this equivalent to sub to dub?
No, oh my God, do you not understand the idea of changing a story, changing characters, changing
Yes,
script?
I understand that, but you said that, when you were talking to Mike and you said, "Oh, the sub version and the dub version, it depicts Goku in a different way, right?"
It depicts everyone in a different light. Just slightly changing some of Goku's dialogue is not enough to make me watch it. The whole reason I watched Kai...
You skipped. If they change Goku's dialogue, it could alleviate the problem that Mike had about them making Goku too goofy. If they change some dialogue.
If it's some slight dialogue changes, I mean, if you're so hung up on that, then there you go. But at the end of the day...
I don't give a fuck about Goku. I'm just saying someone like Mike.
The obvious, like the main changes of the story do not merit this, because again, all of these events, all of these things happened in Battle of Gods.
Okay, so Cody, you don't have to watch it, bro. You already have it.
That's the point. That's what we're saying. You can watch it now. So you're saying
I've already seen it. I would like to see the changes, is what I'm saying.
I understand Mo Howard now, by the way. I understand why Mo is always mad. What I'm saying is, if you're saying, oh, I can't wait for this, guess what? You can watch it now.
See, no.
Battle of Gods.
I'm not saying I can't wait for this. I'm saying I've already seen it. I'd like to see what they change.
Well, at that point, you're just watching it for a novelty.
And
But
what the hell's wrong with that? The whole point is whether it should be remade or not. I agree with it should be remade.
I think one thing we're all forgetting here is that Dragon Ball is a battle manga, and if the plot points stay the same, the dialogue stays the same, but the fights are like made 1,000 times more spectacular, that would justify it to me. Because a lot of the time people watch Dragon Ball for the fights. If the fight scenes in Dragon Ball, let's say for example when Bulma got slapped, that scene gets a complete update and Vegeta gets into a real scuff with him. Doesn't even turn Super Saiyan 3. It's just a completely different battle sequence. Those kinds of things would justify a remake for me. It is a battle manga at the end of the day.
Exactly. And in the thing, it says modern choreography. It didn't say redrawn cells or redrawn fucking making shit pretty. It said modern choreography. Now, if you understand marketing and advertising, why the fuck would they say modern choreography instead of redrawn this and
Because
that?
everything they have shown us is the exact same thing in Super. If they were redoing the choreography, it would be easy for them to show a 5-second clip.
You're watching the
of
6 episodes. If you're that big of a fan, you're gonna watch it. I mean, it's just that simple.
Do you think that I just don't value my time? Like, why would I watch the same thing over again? Because, oh, they added some special effects and they redrew some stuff. I don't fucking care. I just watch Battle of Gods.
You're gonna watch it.
I don't even like the Super version of Battle of Gods.
Thank you for being the voice of reason, man. Cody, I'll see you whenever you watch these 6 episodes. Bro.
Look, I ain't watching it unless they change shit. And you know what? You can giggle all you want, but I mean, look at the chat.
All right. Yeah, nice chat. That's a good chat. Good one.
In a bit, bro.
All right, we just got 2 more people to get through. I do want to say I have no problem with people not being interested in watching this, but I think people have to remember that it seems like the larger contingent of people are going to sit down and watch this. And from what I'm seeing, more people are excited for this than disappointed. I think there's some loud people on Twitter that are not happy, but I think overall people are pretty excited for what's coming. I think
more people are excited just to have something to watch. I think if you're going to argue, because I think the argument that's being had between the people arguing is the merits of the thing. I think that discludes the people that are just like, ooh, neat. I'll watch some, like, an excuse to rewatch it. That's not really what's being argued. I think the argument is like, do we need to do Beerus again?
So let me just answer this. Let me just respond to this. If I want to watch this, if I'm excited to watch it, I'm a shill. Let me ask you, Lorenzo, do you know what a shill is?
Yeah, I don't think a shill is.
I don't think you're using the correct word. And you could say I'm a fanboy. You could say I'm a fanboy. Like I did say earlier, I'd watch Goku fight a broom, but I don't think you're using the correct word here. Okay, that doesn't make me a shill. And also, this is a good point. If you want to watch it, Beerus, it's because you're new. Exactly. Thank you. There's people that weren't watching Super from 10 years ago that might not want to watch the film, that don't want to go back to the anime, that are brand new, and they're like, "Oh, this is a shiny new toy. I want to watch this. Everyone's hype about Dragon Ball. I'm gonna tune in." So thank you for making the point.
Yeah, I think that's kind of outside the purview of the debate being had, because, like, obviously, there's people that just watch it, have fun with some Dragon Ball. I think the debate being had is just like, how much do we really need this? It's beer. It's the same shit again.
I need it, bro. I need to inject it into my veins. That's I need this. I need it. Has to happen. OJ, thank you for the $2. Cody sees this as another Last of Us remaster.
Yeah,
I see everyone bringing up Last of Us, and what I would ask you guys is, the Last of Us community pissed off at the fact that there's loads of Last of Us remasters? And if they are, then fine. But the money talks, and if they went out and bought it, then Naughty Dog are going to keep on remaking it and keep on remastering it.
It feels like that whole. It does feel like that bit from the Nerd Crew. You know, don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product.
No.
That is how a lot of this feels.
That's nonsense, because you're on the podcast. So obviously,
I know. I'm saying, like, that's what this. No, I'm not saying you guys. I'm talking about the greater thing with this whole Beerus remake. That's what this feels like. This feels like some nerd, like, just get excited for next Dragon Ball. Like, look, it's the same thing you've already seen 3 times again.
Yeah, and you know what? They've done Dragon Ball Z, they've done touch-ups of Dragon Ball Z, they've done Dragon Ball Kai, and one day they're gonna redo Dragon Ball Z again, and you're gonna sit there and watch it all.
A lot of the Dragon Ball Z, I ain't even touched those Dragon Ball Z remakes. First of all, most of them are shit. And second of all,
no, that's not what I said. If they remake, you remember Dragon Ball Superhero? Do you remember the beginning of the film where it had that amazing animation?
Yeah, that's a solid remake though. That's fine. If you do a a new remake. What this is, it's just a cleanup of existing material. There's a difference between that and a remake.
There's some shots in that trailer that are not in the pre-existing show.
It's just the same arc again.
Yeah, and
but just they just made it prettier, and they're just taking they're showing side by side. Look, we cleaned up the footage. Look, we fixed this scene or that scene. Okay, all that's telling me is okay, it's the exact same thing. If you're doing the shot by shot stuff, like same footage. Oh, but we redrew this angle here, but it's the same thing. It's the same storyboards and everything. It's just you made it prettier. So then why would I watch it? I already saw that.
Cody, how many? I know. I think it was Perfection that said that he watched Dragon Ball Z like 10 times or something. Do you like the Beerus film?
Yeah, I love the Beerus film.
How many times have you watched it?
A bunch. A few times. I don't watch it I'm not gonna watch like things over and over and over and over and over again. Maybe like if I got it in the background while I'm drawing or something.
Mike's face. Yeah.
But why would?
Because I don't more than once, so you was like, why would I watch it again? It's like, but you have watched it again.
Well, to that I say, like, if someone releases some kind of like lazy remaster of a game you've already played that you play a bunch, like, can you not then criticize the lazy remaster?
If I played it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If I know it's lazy, then yeah. But
I'm saying, like, so I've already seen Super. I've already seen Battle of Gods.
And you've watched it more than once, so we've crossed that bridge. And I guess the visual part and the audio, the remastering, blah blah blah, that's always going to be subjective.
Yeah.
So you might not like it, but we can't say that you're wrong for not liking it. That's fine. But I think when you're saying why watch it again, that seems to be your biggest point.
Saying,
but you've watched it more than once.
I'm saying, if at that point it's just like, oh well, watching like a thing being remade is exactly the same as rewatching something you like. I'm saying, like, if the argument is
Cody, sorry, 1 second. Thai Blue Guy, I don't know why you're saying that in the chat. I'm not telling anybody to shut up. If I was telling people to shut up, why would this podcast be on? Why would I be inviting on people that I don't know who's coming on? I'm inviting randomers on to say their piece. If I wanted people to just shut up and not say anything, I would make a post on Twitter and tell everyone to shut up. I'm getting my favorite shot. So I don't know where people are getting this idea that I'm telling the Dragon Ball community how to think. I'm inviting people on to have a discussion about it. I disagree. Yes, I'm a Dragon Ball fanboy. Yes, I watched all the Dragon Ball heroes. I consume almost all Dragon Ball products. But I'm talking from the point that I am liking this. If they announced Diamond Season 2, I would have been a bit pissed off. Because I would have been like, we wanted Super. So it's not like every single thing I'd be happy with.
I think people.
I'm not telling people to shut up. Like, you can come on here and say what you want to say.
I think because there's a debate going on, people tend to mistake a debate for a fight.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. People are always saying that to me on Twitter. I'm silencing people. I'm trying to tell people how to think. You can think how you want. I'm just here talking about it.
I think one of your guests was being a little salty, but I think like I don't know salty, but no, a little bad manners. But
you've been fucking dope.
Like this ain't no animosity here. We're just talking about an anime. We're talking about a fucking Japanese cartoon. Like it's not that serious. We're just you have a debate on a podcast. You're not gonna go like, yes, well, I mean, I respectfully disagree or whatever. Like, of course you're gonna get passionate. That's why we're here. That's why there's a chat.
We can see that no one's been silenced because Cody's been pretty much ganged up on, and he's been the loudest person. So
like
they're saying that I'm not respecting your opinion. I don't agree with his opinion.
Yeah,
I understand where you're coming from 100% because two forms of Beerus exist. I understand.
I think your last guy coming in saying you're gonna watch it anyway, like you're saying, was dismissive. I think that kind of changed the temperature, and I think a lot of people think now that this is harder than it is.
It was a bit.
We just talking cartoons, man. Like we're having a little fun. That's the point of getting passionate. That's dudes, bro.
Well, you don't watch a lot of podcasts, then, bro. If you think that was a dogpiling, you don't watch.
Yeah. That ain't no like internet blood sports type shit,
Don't be silly. Anyway, sorry. Let's get let me answer this last super chat, and we'll get Kenjamin in here. Kira, thank you for the $5. I'm with Cody. There's no reason to remake Super. There is. I'm sitting right here. Just like how people think it's pointless to give a 5 to 6 year old game like The Last of Us 2 a remake. Well, I know everyone's bringing up The Last of Us, but at the end of the day, when it comes to The Last of Us, if their community's not happy with it and they don't, and then no one wants it, then they're not going to produce it anymore. But like, have you ever heard of a game called Shadow of the Colossus?
Yeah.
Anyone heard of that?
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah, they've remade and remastered that game like 3 times now. Now, if they do it again with updated visuals for like PS6 or PS7, I will buy it.
I think
Now,
like when you're
maybe
doing a
you
remake,
won't, but I will.
when you're doing a remake or remaster, I think whether or not like it's a good thing, bad thing, or slop or not slop, depends on what and how much you're remaking or remastering, right? Like if you retold Z but it was like, okay, we're sticking to the manga and it's like totally reanimated, totally redone, even if it's the same story, it's remade enough that it's a new product. Like if they like that was like why people kind of got pissed about Final Fantasy VII Remake, because people wanted Final Fantasy VII, great game, but a lot of it is aged and dated, and people like, man, I would just love Final Fantasy VII, but like modern graphics. And that's what people were promised, and that's why they got pissed when Remake turned out to be a goofy ass Kingdom Hearts pseudo sequel. Like that would be enough of a remake, enough of a change to merit doing the same thing again. But the problem with this new the Beerus Super thing is that it's only like a surface level, it's window dressing, right? It's just a superficial change. It's not like retelling the event, even retelling events again. It's like, do we need that? But it's not even that. It's not doing that. It's just taking what Super did. Super's depiction of the events, the way it played out in Super, and they're just taking the images and touching them up. And I think that's what I and a lot of people have an issue with, is that it just feels lazy, especially with this arc, because of the fact this is the 4th time that it has been done. If even if this was Resurrection F remastered, it would still be a little less egregious. And no, I think because that had the Blu-ray thing. So a bad example. But like if you remastered anything else, it wouldn't be as egregious. It's because it's the same material, the same thing again and again. It's the Goku versus Beerus again and again and again, and it's not even substantial enough. Again, if it was a total remake, I'd still be making fun of it for being the same thing, but at least it would be a total remake. That's not what it is. It's just Super. It's Super's version trimmed down and prettier. That is the issue. It's not the issue of remakes in general. It's not the issue of being something you've seen before. It's the issue of did we need to do this again? All you're doing is making something we saw before.
Hey, what's up?
Benjamin, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right. Hey, what's up? Sorry, I had audio issues for like the past 3 times to try to get through.
That's all right. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hope y'all doing good. Hope this discussion's lively. Well, I mean, it has been. It's been fun to listen to.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta lie. Yeah, cool. Everyone's been against Cody on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm on his side.
Of course you are. What is your position?
My position is, well, one, y'all keep talking about there's a Dragon Ball drought. When's the last piece of Dragon Ball content that came out?
Daima and Spark Zero.
Okay, so 2024. That drought has been months.
Well, I never said
if we're talking games, yeah, he's right.
I didn't say there was a drought.
Well, that's actually come up from multiple people over this like podcast. Everyone's like, "Well, there's a drought. We haven't been getting a lot of Dragon Ball recently."
Cody said not true. Cody said there was a drought.
I was referring because the drought was brought up. I was saying that there was an actual drought years ago before Battle of Gods, and Dragon Ball was still a cultural phenomenon, still in the zeitgeist. Like, it didn't go away because there wasn't new media. You didn't need to keep coming out with like new Dragon Ball series to keep people thinking about Dragon Ball, because we didn't have anything for decades.
True. And maybe it wasn't one of y'all, but it was definitely somebody who was going against Cody that was like, we haven't had new Super in so long. Let us have this. Which, I mean, like, if you want to use the keyword super, sure. But like, honestly, Dragon Ball Daima just came out. We just have Spark and Zero. Dragon Ball fans have been eating good for forever, and I do agree that they're probably not going to stop eating for a minute.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a staple at this point. It may not be as relevant as it was in the past, but it's still going to be something that sticks around. Along with that, I was also thinking about the fact that we were talking about what's like the wasted time aspect of it, because that's been brought up. Like, this Beerus arc is a waste of time. That was me and my buddy's first thought, because it was announced like, guess what? We're finally doing. We know you've been asking for the Galactic Patrol arc, and we're gonna give it to you after we tell you this story for the 4th time.
Yeah, for 6 episodes, bro. Like we're not breaking the bank here.
Yeah,
It's
but
not.
that time and effort could have been put into 6 episodes of the new thing that we've been asking for since before Broly. And I get it. I'm in the minority that a lot of other people are happy to watch, like, you know what? I'll watch this fight again in a different way. And I do think the argument of like, oh, well, the anime is ugly, so it should be remade. There's no good version of it. And then when people go, well, there's the movie where Goku's dialogue is fixed. The animation is good. The soundtrack is good. And people go, well, I don't want to watch that. I want to wait for the new one. That's totally fair, and that's fine if you want to do it that way, but you can't negate that if you didn't want to watch the first 2 seasons of Super in a good way, it's open and available for you right now on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, that's true, but it's in a movie format, and people might want to watch it in an episodic format. So why not?
There's a pause button, and you could look at the time code at 21 minutes. Bam, that's an episode.
Yeah,
I think
or you
the
could
movie,
just be like, I want to watch an episode. I don't want to pause it.
The movie argument kind of rings hollow
don't
with
have
binge
Crunchyroll?
culture, especially with the way that now streaming services will skip things like openings for you, so you really are just watching a 4 or 5 hour long movie.
I do kind of agree with that. Or you could even do what Demon Slayer did, which is we'll take the very good movie and we'll cut it up into episodes. Maybe add in something like they're going to do with this new animation, and then bing, bang, boom, it should be here quicker, and we can focus on the new stuff that's supposed to come out. Because you mentioned you don't want a Daima 2. I wouldn't want a Daima, but what I thought when I first got sent the Beerus announcement, I thought this was going to be a brand new Dragon Ball story of like Beerus when he woke up and he had to deal with like Planet Vegeta and young Frieza, and it was going to be a Beerus side story of new content and Beerus just being a fucking badass.
Well, I didn't say I don't want Daima season 2. I said I don't want it right now. I wanted Super.
Fair.
So
And I
if
guess
they do a Daima season 2, I would. I like Daima. I really enjoyed myself, but I didn't want it now. I wanted Super.
I guess really for me, it's the argument of what do you want? More continuation of the story that's existed for a very long time, because the Galactic Patroller arc is how old?
It's been out for a couple of years in the manga.
It's been out, a long time, close to like 8-7 years, and they've been kind of like teasing, we're gonna do this, but we're gonna do this first. We're gonna do this, but we're gonna do this first. And now they're finally like, here's a still of it, but we're still gonna do this first. And yes, you own this movie and you've seen this show, but what if you just watch it one more time for us real quick?
Yeah, that's a good point too. That is kind of annoying. Like, even if you could argue that like, oh well, just because they're doing this doesn't mean that they're taking resources from Galactic Patrol. Galactic Patrol would still come out at the same time. It still is kind of annoying to be like, we're going to do Galactic Patrol, but first, and like, you've been butt firsting us for, it feels like 10 years.
There's been a lot of butt first real quick. And at this point, like, again, I'm still down. I'm most likely in the same camp as Cody, to where I have no intentions to rewatch this again. I literally just watched this movie last week. While I was cleaning, just threw it on, watched most of it just while sweeping, and then had a good time with it. It holds up very well.
I think it is? I think that you and Cody are coming from the assumption that it's just going to be a touch-up. There's not going to be anything new in it or anything worthwhile. And I'm coming from the assumption that based on all the things that they've listed, it's justifiable enough that it's going to be different enough that people are really going to enjoy it. I don't think it's just going to be a rip of the movie with updated visuals. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I think it's going to be a bit of both. It's kind of, I mean, even reading off, like the last person who called in read off everything that they're going to do. And one of the things is re-rendering. Re-rendering is just going over the first image that you had and adding to it and rendering it to make it look better.
Yeah, we saw that when they showed the comparison.
I don't know why
those are re-renders.
Wouldn't watch the better version.
If you
watched the film last week, unless both of you are saying you'll never watch the Beerus film again, I'm guessing that's not the case, right?
I'm not going to watch this remake unless there's new stuff in it.
No, not the remake. I'm just saying the original Beerus film. You're probably going to chuck it on once, like in your lifetime again, right?
I mean, I'll watch it whenever I feel like it, but I can just watch.
So why would you not watch the better looking version?
It doesn't make any sense. You're rewatching an older version that's outdated, but you won't watch the new version.
I could watch a film that has it in a nice punchy hour and a half with good animation. I don't need all this extra shit that's in Super. I could just watch the hour and a half movie that has a film budget.
Also, C4, that's a good pivot. My main point was that it is delaying. You could say it's not taking resources out. I do believe no matter what they say, it's taken resources off of give me what I do want, which is continuing the story that has already been told for like damn near 7 years. I want that animated. That's how I felt about Daima. That's how I felt about all the other things that Dragon Ball's been giving us outside of like the movies to a degree, because those I'm like, all right, you know what? They're giving us movies to pad out some stuff, and then we'll get to the Galactic Patrol. But now they keep giving me shows that are delaying the thing that I want. So yes, will I probably watch it? If I come on to Mike's stream and he's like, yo, the animation and the tone and the song that plays, bro, on the last fight, sick. Might make me get to watch an episode or two. I'm not going to deny that. But do I want another retelling of the movie the movie that I paid for, honestly, along with the show that already exists? No. Like, no, I don't want that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anyone said that they don't like this remaster because it's taken resources away from another project in Dragon Ball. That's fair. I mean, I would say prove it, but I can accept that as the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at this moment, that's me going off of assumption. And I feel like that's one of the things that while I've been sitting here, that's like, no one's brought this up, that they only showed us a still of the next part of the story that personally, everyone's talking about more. I'm seeing more people talk about, yo, Galactic Patrol, this is going to be sick, than Beerus. And I get the idea that this could bring in the people that don't want to go back and watch the movie or the show. Sure. And I'm totally on Cody's side as well, too. If this just turns into them like literally like, yo, we have Galactic Patrol, it's almost ready, but we're going to give you 6 episodes of this arc, 4 episodes of this arc, 5 episodes of this arc, and it just builds up. And then within a very short period of time, now that we've finished Tournament of Power, bam, Galactic Patrol is about to hit in a month. We'll see you there. Amazing, amazing marketing. Good idea.
Yeah,
very
that
smart.
would be way better. If that's what they do, then if that's what they do, I cast aside my criticisms, although I still probably won't watch the first 2 Super remakes because again, that's just the movies. But if they do a remake, touch up Kai version of like Universe 6, Goku Black, Tournament of Power, I'll be there.
That's cool. And then again, end it with, and here comes the new shit you've been waiting on.
Yep.
Fuck yeah, you got me.
Transitions, clean transition into the next arc. That'd be great. Yeah.
I was hating. You got me all warmed up for the new shit. I'm here for it now. I'll shut up. But if it really is, I don't know. It sounds like they're going to continue. I hope they continue because if they really do just give us Beerus and then it goes into Galactic Patrol, and they don't add Super Saiyan 4 or they don't really add anything that could elevate it past the movie, then yeah, at that point I am like, this was pointless, but I'll probably end up watching it once.
That's a good point.
Done.
That's a good point. That's a good way to phrase it because I think people are kind of getting lost in that, forgetting. Elevate it past the movie. That's what this doesn't seem to be doing, and that's what I and a lot of people are having a problem with. And I think that's what a lot of people that are arguing against us are not getting, that this doesn't elevate it past the movie. If it did elevate it past the movie, there would be a reason to tune in for someone like me. That's why, again, I tuned in for Kai. It elevated it past the original Dragon Ball Z. You trimmed it down to the manga. You gave me a better English dub. It is elevated in some way. The only way this seems to be elevated is superficially.
Agreed.
And that's
again, like all the stuff that people have mentioned, better voice, better sound, better all that exist. It does exist for the first 2 seasons of Super. So really, if you don't want to watch a movie, fine, sure. But then it's still to me like, okay, you have the option, but you're just choosing to not take it because this is too long. Which
no, I'm choosing to not take it because there's a better version of.
But you don't. That's where I'm going to take the other dude's argument. You don't know if it'll be better, and I have to imagine you've seen the movie. That movie holds up to this day. That's a good ass movie with some good ass visuals.
It's a great movie, but if they're updating everything, I'm going to assume that this is going to be the better version. So I get where you guys are coming from, where you're like it should elevate. I can agree with that, but you guys are also saying that you'll rewatch something you've seen 10 times, but not the better version. Now it's just that's just pay. There's a better version out of something that exists, and fair enough, you're like, okay,
that would only be true.
Remake, but you're going to pop on Beerus in the background, but the lesser version.
That would only be true if we were rewatching the Super version of Beerus. We're not. We're watching Battle of Gods.
Very true. Exactly. I watched the movie, which
still true.
We don't know that. That's where you're making the assumption, like the other dude said, where Cody was making the assumption that it's going to be worse. Now you're assuming it's going to be better than the movie.
We've seen the stills. Some of the stills are better.
That's the stills comparing the anime, the show C4 versus the new show. Those stills are from the movie.
Benjamin, let's just go off the assumption that this is better. That this is a better version. You guys are still going to watch the older version.
Possibly, yeah. Depending on what I want to watch. If I want to watch, okay, this is what it'd be. If I want to watch one fight, if I just want to watch Beerus versus Goku, or That's My Bulma, then I'll put on that one episode. If I want to watch that whole arc, I'm probably going to put on the movie, unless they do something that actively elevates it, because I don't really have an issue with that movie. So that's where I'm in a point of like, I don't know how they're going to elevate it, but sure, okay.
That's the thing too. Like, there's nothing really in the movie that you really need to fix. There's nothing in the movie that super fixes.
Do we know what the runtime is of these episodes?
20 minutes, like 21, maybe 28 if they want to blow some budget.
No, but do we know? Minimum? Do we know?
We know because anime TV shows in general have a set runtime because they have to run commercials and everything like that. It's not like these aren't OVAs.
Not OVAs.
Yeah, this is a TV show, so it's going to be TV show runtime.
Yeah, they didn't confirm. They didn't say OVA. That's us assuming.
Yeah, but I'm saying, have they given us actual numbers? Do we actually know how long the runtime is?
I was assuming 2 hours, 20 minutes each. Like, but that's just the
that's what I'm thinking.
That's the standard anime runtime, but it's a 6-episode series, so we don't actually know how long the anime episodes are. Let's say that we have to make assumptions now because we don't know. If the anime episodes are a bit drawn out,
wasn't your argument before though that people wouldn't watch a movie because it's long?
No, that wasn't the argument.
No, that wasn't the argument. I'm not saying that the episodes are going to be an hour long. I'm saying it could be 20 minutes, it could be 30 minutes, it could be 35 minutes, but we don't know. But my argument here is not whether I would watch it because it's longer. My argument here is that we don't actually know how different this is going to be. All of your assumptions are off the fact that this is going to be a rip of the movie with better visuals.
No, the assumption that it's going to be the rip of the super arc cut down with better visuals.
Exactly.
And the super arc
seems
just
to be the main comparison. Oh,
and the super arc just treads the same territory as the movie, in some ways worse. That's subjective, but it's just the same territory as the movie. That's why I and Kenji are saying like it's redundant. Because
and Mike, I'll even kind of go ahead.
If you don't like how the super version looked, the movie exists. So so the question is then, aside from more Dragon Ball, shovel it into my mouth. I don't want to sound like I'm insulting you here. I'm just being kind of glib. But like, aside from the argument that it's more Dragon Ball, what's the point of this?
I think that's where we said about, well, you would have to watch it to know which one's better. Now, if you watch the new version, and went, you know what, the old version's better, and then you only ever watch the old version again, then that's fine, right? But you'd have to watch this version for all of us to know which one is better.
But if it's just the events of Super, we know what happens in it then.
Yeah, but we don't know what it looks like. We don't know what it sounds like. We don't know what the scores are like.
But if it's the same thing as Super,
you can't keep saying that because you was talking about the marketing. The marketing is saying that these things are going to be different. They didn't say, they said better in terms of visuals, but like we said, the other things are subjective. Well, even the visuals are subjective.
We're talking fundamental difference. Like the events of the movie, the events of Super are going to be the same. None of us
talking about fundamental difference. We all know that the story is going to be the same. We're talking about
but that's the point. You're arguing that somehow when we say what's the point, and you say, well, it's prettier and it's cut down more. Okay, but then if I've seen Battle of Gods, why then should I see this?
Been the point.
And realistically, there's a side point to this one. A side point to that is, I know that you're saying that we can't. And I do agree to an extent that we can't discuss it unless we've seen the newer version, saying it's better or worse.
Just those parts. I'm not saying you can't critique it, Ken. I'm just saying
yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah.
No, I get that. I do think that there is like there's an extent to where you can, to where Cody does make a point of, I know it's going to happen and they say it's going to make it prettier, but I have the movie, so that's fine. Mm-hmm. That leaves me at least to be, again, if Mike were to hop on stream, or if I have one of my friends who really loves Dragon Ball comes up to me and goes, dude, I've seen the movie. It looks amazing compared to the movie even. It's better. Then that will be enough to make me go, okay, maybe there's a reason to do this. I'll peep the episode that they're gassing up and we'll go from there.
But Kenjamin, that's what we've been saying. I said earlier, this is a battle manga. Dragon Ball is a battle manga. So if the story's the same, the dialogue's the same, the music's the same, but the fight scenes are drastically increased, we're still getting to the same destination. But how we got there is going to be different.
Well, to that I would say,
and also you did make points that you really wanted Goku's voice to change and his toning character to change. So that's not fully true.
I would like that. I'm saying that I would like that. But if they just updated the battle sequences and they fleshed them out a lot more and they looked a lot more pretty and there was a lot better choreography, then that would be like, okay, cool. This is a justifiable reason. This is a battle manga.
Well,
I'm
here's the
watching
thing.
it for the
I
fight
don't know.
primarily.
I don't know if that would be enough because yes, it's a battle manga, but the reason that it's popular isn't just the fights. The fights matter because of the characters, because
Yeah.
of the story. Like that's really what matters. And if that's just the same, then if I want to see the prettier fights, I could just watch someone will upload, Goku versus
but
Beerus
Cody,
full
Very
fight
true.
1080p on YouTube.
No, their stories have we are already attached to the characters. Like the Battle of Gods movie and the narrative is still going to be intact. They've already built up a narrative over the years. So I agree with you, but not in this instance. In this instance, when we're going into the Beerus film, I'm not going in there for them to tell me an interstellar version of Battle of the Gods. I'm going in there to have a more entertaining version of a battle manga. That's primarily why we're all watching this. How much sicker is this going to look when Goku and Vegeta are fighting?
I thought that was kind of standard for everyone. Like after the Buu saga, I feel most of the main characters are fleshed out. Like you know their intentions, you know what they're about. They don't really divert after.
I think Toriyama added enough to where it's new ground now. I think like I said before, him bringing in gods was like unfathomably brilliant because all of that power scaling now feels like it has a destination. It feels like it's going somewhere instead of just stronger and stronger and stronger. Now we have like frames of reference and it feels like it's leading to something.
I agree with that, but I don't think the story of any character changes. Like and I like Vegeta because I feel he has like the most character development, but after Buu, it's kind of there's not much more.
But it's not.
In terms of family values, I guess.
It's not just character change. What I'm saying is like it's the story as a whole, like the character interactions, the character and how they engage with the plot, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's fair.
That's going to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
Again,
and even then, like if we're talking on the battle manga side of it, like we got like if we're doing this for prettier visuals, my main thing is, boy, it's gonna be really hard to beat that movie. Because there's even stuff like fights in Daima that I'm like, yeah, the movie looks better. I actually thought that when I put on Battle of the Gods, like, man, this is just crisp animation. Daima's good, and Daima's great animation. But this one can't hold up, and in certain areas is better. Goku's "You're Not Gonna Destroy My World" flying around the flow is peak Dragon Ball. Like it's going to be hard to have that moment.
I disagree. I think Dragon Ball Super Broly took the fight scenes to another level.
Oh, Dragon Ball Super Broly.
Okay, that is the peak. Overall. But we're going to put that to the side. Okay. In fact, Mike, what would you do if they decided to remake that as a show? They're not going to change it,
right?
I think they're probably going to do that, ain't they?
I don't think so. I think Galactic Patrol
I think that
takes
they're going
place
to
after
do.
Broly.
I think that they're going to do Superhero and Broly as an animated series.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Superhero, I could see do. If they do Broly, I think that's going to be a hard one for me because that's going to feel like when they announced that they were going to start Super with Battle of the Gods and Resurrection F.
Yeah,
we're just going to make it as a show, so it's going to look a little worse because Broly's animation is the toppest tier of Dragon Ball.
And it was a massively successful movie. So I think the logic Toei had with Super and making those arcs was that, well, not everyone might have seen the movies. I don't think they're going to have that mentality going in with like Broly and Superhero because they were massive successes. So it's like the Dragon Ball fans probably saw it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that remaking Broly, it would be tough because that is the peak right now. And doing that animation over a prolonged period of time, like if they do several episodes, I can't see it. I mean, it's possible, obviously. We've seen animes that do it, but it would be difficult. But if they could pull it off, if they could elevate that, and they could change there's a couple of things in the Broly film that I wasn't particularly happy with. If they could change a couple of things and even elevate the fight scenes, I wouldn't be against it.
You know, like something really small, they're not going to do this. But when everyone's saying about, with the Broly movie, it's kind of hard to make it better. If they had swearing in it, I would think that'd be fucking amazing. Because
politics is a good couple
words. Who the fuck is this guy? To me, make the whole world of difference.
You know what? I think a lot of people have complained because like some old English dubs would do that back in the day. I do miss that. I do miss when because they were trying to sell anime to like an older audience. I miss when they would just throw in somebody just dropping F-bombs in the middle of an anime.
That would be sick.
I miss it.
Tiny change. I think it makes such a dramatic difference to like, oh my gosh, he's really strong, to like, this is the fucking legendary Super Saiyan. We're gonna get
someone getting gut punched by Broly and going, son of a bitch.
Damn it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, in the Hirudegon movie, didn't Vegeta call Hirudegon a bitch? in
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
South.
Yeah, 'cause I said before, like they were really marketing that, like this is extreme, man. Back in the
Yeah.
day.
Those 2000,
Yeah.
that 2000 arc was edgy as shit. We needed
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Give me that.
Kenjamin,
I
was
do-
there
Fight scenes
anything?
and the visuals, that's
I
going to
did
be
miss it.
very hard to beat. Very, very hard.
I said before,
Kenjamin,
I don't think
was
I
there
don't think it was
anything you
right for
want to
Dragon
add?
Ball,
Because
but
we
I
need
do
to get
miss
one
it.
more person in here.
I got you, man. Only closing statement. That was really just it. For me, it's comparing it to a movie. It's going to be really hard to hit the bar of that movie. That movie's still very good. And I just want Galactic Patroller, so please give that to me as soon as possible. The only
But
reasons I have my ifs with this, my
we
gripes.
already know it's coming. They told us it's coming.
They didn't tell us when, Mike. They told us when this one's coming, and it's not going to come
I
before
think
it.
they said 2027. That's all they said.
Yeah, like I'm assuming. What I'm assuming is gonna happen is they're gonna drop Beerus, then they're gonna announce Frieza, then they're gonna announce Goku Black, and eventually we'll get to Galactic Patrol, and everyone's gonna be happy. We're gonna have a great time with all this new Dragon Ball Super content.
Yeah,
all
if
this
they do that,
will go away.
I rescind my complaints if they do the whole thing.
I'll
and they
gladly
do that
connell in
transition.
and sing Kumbaya. I'll gladly
Yeah.
be happy with that.
Mhm.
I'll
We'll
have
hold
both of
hands,
you right
everything.
here.
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
Mhm.
I'll admit to it. You can, I'll be here.
One more
I'll put my
thing.
hands up.
Ken, I'm not sure. I think Dragon Ball suck.
Hey.
I just like Vegeta and 17.
See, okay, all right,
And
let's change
General
it then. You're a
Bye-bye.
Vegeta shield because half of this you were just
Oh.
like, isn't it good to get more?
Hell yeah. See, if you said
Okay.
Vegeta Shield, I wouldn't have said anything. I'm not a Dragon
All
Ball
right,
Shield.
cool,
I'm
fair.
a Vegeta Shield. Yeah.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
All right, man.
Cool.
Well,
I
y'all
was
have a
assuming
good
you like
night.
superhero then.
I'll get out of here.
Cool. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh. Do you know about Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super?
People have told me stuff. I don't really get affected by spoilers.
Oh, okay.
So you can go for it.
Oh yeah. For the stinger for Dragon Ball Super superhero, Vegeta actually beats Goku in a straight fight.
It's about time.
Like that's the big. That's
Wait,
the big
you
like
never-
oh
you never
shit
saw the
moment.
fight?
Oh, spoilers. Wait.
No,
Did you know that, Mike?
saying, yeah, no, I've watched it, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying like, did you never seen it?
Nah, I need to catch up.
Or you need to watch it. It's a great film.
By the
Okay.
way, there was something in that movie I thought was funny was when they explained Jiren that he's actually not that strong. He's just super efficient with his energy. Because it felt like Toriyama was like, ah shit, I might have made this guy too strong. I gotta walk it back.
Vegeta said that, and I was like, I think you're capping Vegeta. He punched you square in your face, and you went flying.
I think that was straight up Toriyama going, okay, wait. I didn't mean to jump that far into power scaling. Nah, he ain't that strong. He's just real good. He's just real good at using his energy. It just looks like he's strong.
I think that's it's kind of a cop out, but it's kind of the cleanest retcon.
Yeah.
Like,
I think he
that
kinda
person
needed it.
wasn't strong. He was just really he had sick technique.
Yeah. I think he kind of needed it because I think Jiren was. I've always had a theory that Jiren was supposed to have a gimmick that they changed their mind when it was decided that Tournament of Power was going to be the last arc of Super. I think originally he was going to have a gimmick where like his eyes did all this shit, and it turned out like, oh, he beat a destroyer because he was like smart and he beat him with his gimmick because Jiren was doing a lot of shit with his eyes, and then like halfway through just stops, and then it always made me feel like I think something internally went on here. Like it was because Super had been doing a lot of that where people weren't just strong. There was like a thing going on.
Bro, when I first saw Hit, I was like, oh shit, they're doing like there's matchups now. It's not just who's the strongest. There's matchups.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
yeah, Jiren was like, he stared at you for a couple of times and you done the Infinity Punch bullshit. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, that could be cool. And then he just went back to being a One Punch Man. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I think that's what happened. I think he was going to have a gimmick, and then like, oh, we can't just end it on a gimmick. We can't have the big end guy for Dragon Ball Super on a gimmick.
Yeah.
And I think
OJ,
that line from Superhero was like walking that back a little bit.
Thank you for the $5. Kind of with Cody, but not fully. I could have sworn people were tired of playing all of the Z story in Dragon Ball games. Seems kind of equivalent.
Yeah, people complain about that a lot. Yeah, I think that's just the gist of people like me. It's just it's the same ground, treading the same ground. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I stopped playing one player's Dragon Ball games because it kept doing the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just watched playthroughs.
All right, let's get the last person here. Season 3 will suck. So I assume that's a Tekken reference. Can you hear us?
He's probably not wrong.
I promise you I'm not. You already know. What else could it possibly reference?
I mean, Harada left, so what?
We're doomed.
Yeah.
I just want to talk as somebody who hasn't watched Dragon Ball. Like I never watched Dragon Ball. I never watched Evolution or Kai, Z or Super. None of it. Right. None of the movies, none of that stuff. I mean, I'm kind of familiar with like the story, mainly with Z, because like I play games, you know what I mean? But my thing is that like I kind of understand both of you guys, but I'm like remaking just part of Super, like just the Beerus fight, is kind of weird. As somebody who like I've been thinking of getting into Dragon Ball, right? But my thing about Dragon Ball is like the inconsistency. And what I mean is that there's so many different versions, and then it seems like no version really is pulling from the source material accurately. Because it's like, oh, you've got Kai, okay, that's paced a little better. But then you got the original, then you got, you know, the difference in the character representations between Japanese and English. And so it just seems very weird. Like, okay, what is the most authentic way for me to get into this as a newcomer, right?
That makes
and the
a lot of
answer
sense.
is not very straightforward.
Yeah, I'd say though, Kai would be good. Like, it's not technically 1-to-1 with the manga, but it's so close that it doesn't matter. And the English version of that is like true to the Japanese script. So if you wanted to get into this, like, I mean, obviously you would be missing the OG Dragon Ball. But you know, the original Dragon Ball series does have all that Toei filler. Like, I would love a remake of OG Dragon Ball.
That's actually what I was about to allude to, because I think, like, you know, with the death of Toriyama and everything, right? Like, now is kind of the time, you know, you guys were talking about Fist of the North Star earlier and how amazing it is, right? I've heard a lot of great stuff about the OG Dragon Ball, right?
Yep.
But that's another one of those animes where it's like, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people don't even know about the OG Dragon Ball at all. It took me quite a while to learn about it. I didn't know that there was Dragon Ball before Z, right? Not until maybe like 3, 4, or 5 years ago, to be honest. And I feel like that, if they just kind of remade the entire timeline, or, you know, remastered or whatever it is, or remaster/remade, you know, just kind of remaster the parts that are authentic and remake the ones that aren't. And that way it kind of gives newcomers like me a consistent and easy way to get into the series, right? That would be, I feel like that would make a lot more sense than remaking something for the 4th time. And C4, I'm gonna call on you real quick, because you always sitting here talking trash about us Tekken players, saying that we'll, you know, we go for anything, right? We pay for frame data and all that. For these Dragon Ball Z watchers, man, this is the 4th time you're remaking this? That's
Do
crazy,
it a 5th.
bro.
Do it a 5th.
That's crazy. Mike, you excited for season 3? You hopeful? Nah.
Am I excited? Yes, I'm excited because I miss playing Tekken. Am I hopeful? I don't know. I'm excited. The initial release is obviously going to be exciting when we're like doing the Tekken talks and everyone's sitting down excited to see what's going to happen.
Sure.
Then obviously reality is going to hit very quickly and it's probably going to suck. So I'm excited. I'm not delusional.
Exactly. So why are you being delusional right now? This is the 4th time they remake it.
But I like it. I like it. I've read the manga. I've watched the anime. I've got it on Blu-ray. I've watched the original release in the cinema. I liked all of it, so I want to watch this one.
I don't know, man. It just seems like if you got to remake something 4 times, I'm not very optimistic by the 4th time. You know, 3 strikes, you're out. That's it.
Yeah.
Not a 4th time. I'm starting to be like, hey, man. And I get what Cody's saying about, you know, we already know how this. We already know, yeah, they can make stuff to kind of change it to be a little more like how it's supposed to be, but the end results is going to be the same. And if we've already watched it 3 times, the 4th time, yes, how you're going to get there is going to be kind of different. But it's like, brother, I don't already watch this, especially for people who have watched every version multiple times. It's kind of like, at what point do I not care anymore?
I care forever. I care for all time.
Brother.
I don't know what to tell you.
That.
You know what I'll say? Maybe the Tekken heads can break bread with me. The only reason I talk about like Tekken and it might work. Probably won't. It might.
I'll be right back. I got pee so bad.
No, all good. And same with the Dragon Ball stuff. When you are a fan of something, you will consume the slop. When I collected comics, I used to buy 4 of the same issue for the different cover art because I'm a simp for Marvel. I enjoy the slop, so I'd buy the same story 4 times just because the front cover was different. I do this too.
For a couple Ghost Riders with the 1-shots.
That's all that was
one
different.
shots.
Literally
So
just the cover art. That's it.
That's it. And the
Every
reason I
panel
get at
inside
the
is
Tekken
exactly
players
the
is because they don't admit that they enjoy the slop. I enjoy Marvel slop. I'll say it. I'll admit it. I'll hold it.
Yeah, I don't know why people are trying to get onto me like, oh, Mike said this about Tekken, he said this about Street Fighter, but he's not saying about Dragon Ball. Yeah, okay, yeah, duh. Like, how long have you been coming to this channel? I told you 10 times. If they release an episode and it's Goku versus Broom, I will sit there and watch it. I'll rate it 10 out of 10 on Crunchyroll. Look, I'm not
calling you
lying
out
to
for
you.
any like inconsistency or anything. I'm just kind of pointing out the parallel. Well, a little
Look
bit.
at my hoodie.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I kind of side a little more with Cody. And for me, you know, again, as a newcomer, I'm kind of saying like it's sort of weird getting into Dragon Ball because it's like, where do I start? What is the best way, right? He's saying, you know, Kai. But then when I start to look at Super, I'm like, oh, they got these random 6 episodes here. This is a remake. How does it fit into the timeline? Is it the beginning of that? Is it? I'm sorry, my son in the background. But you know, it just feels so weird to me. As somebody kind of, you know, I thought I would offer my perspective because you guys are talking about getting new people in, right?
Bro, let
The
me tell you
remake
what's
in
gonna
6
happen.
episodes, it's just, I'm like,
Let me-
where does this fit in? I don't even know.
Let me tell you what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen is they're gonna drop these episodes. It's probably gonna look and feel the same somewhat. Like it's gonna be like you're gonna be able to reminisce. Like it'll feel familiar, and then the fight's gonna start and the music's gonna kick in and the choreography and the lights and the action, and everyone's gonna go, oh, who cares about JJK? Look at Dragon Ball. Like that's it's gonna. I guarantee that's where the conversation's gonna go.
Can I ask
Everyone's
you
gonna,
something?
oh, the episode was so cool, man. Did you see what Vegeta did to Beerus in this version?
So why didn't that happen the first 3 times?
I'm back.
Well, no, it happened in the movie. In the movie, everyone was like, it was sick. And then it was a downgrade in the anime. And then they retouched the movie and everyone's like, oh, it's sick.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up because Cody keeps on talking about the movie. But you just said, so they did that in the movie. So what you're saying that this will accomplish has already been accomplished in the movies.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is I'm under the assumption they're going to do it better than the movie. And I want to see better than what is already good.
Well, what's better? Are we just talking about visual flashy effects or are we talking about like the events?
I feel like
I'm
what's
talking
better
specifically about the battles in the show. I'm under the assumption they're going to put their backs behind making the battles look better. In terms of the dialogue, I know they said they're updating it. I'm not holding my breath over that, but just looking at how like they've been treating their Toei's been treating their IPs recently, I believe they're gonna like break the bank on the battles. That's my belief, and that's what I'm excited for.
I don't know. I feel like it's not the worst thing in the world. Don't get me wrong. I just do feel like I don't feel like it's very enticing as somebody who would want to get into Dragon Ball. Like this doesn't fade.
You're gonna watch it.
Eventually, I am gonna watch Dragon Ball, and I'm gonna start from Dragon Ball. I'm gonna watch Z and blah 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 blah. Eventually, am I gonna watch this as it comes out? Probably not, because I kind of want to start it in chronological order.
But will you watch it? Will you watch it?
Will I watch it like when it comes out or eventually?
Just whenever.
Well, here's a question: would you watch it if you decide to watch Battle of Gods? Would you then, after seeing Battle of Gods, feel a need to watch this?
Is Battle of Gods like the one where they first like fight Beerus and all that?
It's the same events. It's the same story. So what this is in Super. So in Dragon Ball Super, the first 2 sagas were just adaptations of the movies Battle of Gods and Resurrection F. So these are just the same events that take place in the Battle of Gods movie. So if you'd seen that movie, would you feel a need to see those events again this way?
Yes, if the creators are telling me that they're going to do it better, I'll be like, okay, cool. That was a pretty good film. If you're going to do it better,
I'm not entirely sure if I would, because I'll be honest, that kind of sounds like what they did. That almost sounds a little bit like what they did with the Demon Slayer Mugen Train. And I was kind of annoyed that the season that dropped, season 2, was basically the movie, and the first episode was about Rengoku's father. And I was just like, this is redundant. There's no point in this. I rewatched it because I was like, okay, I just watched the movie, but like
that's different because they released that film in the cinema and charged people for it under the premise that it was a film, and it wasn't. It was just
episodes stuck together.
It was episodes stuck together, which all the Demon Slayer films are. All of them. Even the latest one, you can clearly see where the cuts are, where the battle sequences end, and it goes into the next episode, and eventually it will be on Crunchyroll. I paid for the last one because I didn't want to wait because I knew the wait time was going to be longer. But the other ones, they lied. Like they made out like it was a movie. None of them are movies. They are episodes that are put together and then they released them on Crunchyroll afterwards. If Dragon Ball did that, I would be pissed off at them, but they're releasing it on a streaming service, and they've told us it's not a movie, so that's fine for me.
I truly don't know. I truly don't know, to answer Cody's question. I truly don't know if maybe I would have to go and search up more of the fine details, the fine print of what exactly is being changed. Because if it's not a whole lot, and then honestly, maybe not. And I think that's a little different for me as a newcomer versus, somebody like Cody or even somebody like y'all. Y'all probably watched every version of that arc 3-4 times. Like, I mean,
I'll
again,
tell you
at what
this
point do we
real
not
quick.
care anymore?
I'm a very surface level Dragon Ball fan, and I think it's really hard to pitch Dragon Ball to someone who's not seen it, because I think what happens is people will tell you about the really hype bits of Dragon Ball, and then you'll watch it, and then respectfully, you're gonna watch probably 5 episodes of men screaming before you get to the hype.
I think that was one of the things. That was one of the things Kai helped with, though, because it cut down on that.
Yeah, it did.
Right.
It did.
I think, and I kind of think older shows like even Bleach, I know, the Blood War is going on, and OG Naruto, even Shippuden should do this, is just at least, if you're not going to remake, just remaster and cut out the filler. And that would be a lot better. That's what I would be way more interested if Dragon Ball did that, and they were like, you know what, we're gonna, and you could maybe spin it to be in honor of Toriyama or whatever. Be like, you know what, we're gonna remaster this, remake, blah 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 blah. We're gonna make it more authentic to the source material, the parts that weren't. I'm more interested in Goku being pitched more as a warrior than a superhero. I'm superheroed out, man. I got tons of goofy little Marvel movies for that. So if they were gonna do that and be like, you know what, here is, this is the official timeline, no questions about GT and blah blah, this, that would be way more enticing than making some 6 episodes on an arc that I don't even know where it fits in.
Yeah, I think the issue you're having, and a lot of people have, is that if you don't know Dragon Ball and you just look at all this Dragon Ball stuff, like I think people that know Dragon Ball know, like, okay, what's canon is what Toriyama says. So you got OG Dragon Ball, you got the events of Z, you have 2 different ways to watch Z. Do you want all the filler or not? That can be like, and then you did GT, not canon, but fun. It's like that kind of thing. It's like, well, what do I watch? What is canon? Like, you do figure it out. But I think when you don't know, it can be daunting because there's so much Dragon Ball.
It's also not even just that, but even in terms of filler, like we got the Captain arc in Bleach, right?
Yeah.
And Mike would know this. That's filler, but that's fantastic filler, right? Like we love that versus the bounce or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So then it also raises the questions: if I don't want to watch the filler, well, is there any good filler that maybe I do want to watch? And it just starts to get, I don't know.
I can tell you this much: in Dragon Ball, especially in the Z, filler was different back then than it is when Bleach did it. So what they used to do was they would do small filler arcs. There was like the Garlic Jr. saga and everything, but there wasn't a lot of that. What they would do is they would take each event and stretch them. So let's say there was a fight, and that fight was lasting 2 chapters. They'd stretch that shit to be 20 episodes. Like, they would just keep inserting things in between events, and that's how they did filler. And as much of a success as Dragon Ball Z was, as a cultural phenomenon, that was a complaint people had. And so what they did as years went by, Toei and a lot of other shonen adaptations would change the way they approached filler, where they would just straight adapt the manga, then stop and make up an arc. And then in the time it took them to do that arc, more manga would be made. And then when that manga would reach a certain point, they just straight adapt the manga.
I mean, Naruto does that.
Yeah, Naruto I think was like one of the last shows that really did that.
No,
I mean, did the old version, because they also did the new version with, like, I know they had all those filler arcs before Shippuden.
Yeah, we got to see everybody's dream in the Infinite Tsukiyomi.
That's more what anime does now. But OG Dragon Ball Z didn't really have that. Again, it had a couple small ones, but it didn't really have that. And that's why Kai, I think, like I said before, it didn't really go over with a lot of regions. But it did help, especially in the West, because of the better English dub. And the fact that it cut that out. Like, the joke is that, Frieza says the planet will blow up in 5 minutes and it takes 23 episodes. And in Kai, it does not take 23 episodes. It takes maybe 2. And that helps a lot. especially getting new people into Dragon Ball Z. I think if you, I would say watch it from OG and then continue on, especially now that they did, what was it called? Seed of Might, that fixed up all of Dragon Ball. Like they because the old masters had washed out and got this like green tint to everything. And now they've got Seed of Might where you can watch it in English, you can watch it in Japanese, whatever, color corrected, crisp and clear, perfect. If you wanted to start with OG, I'd say start there. If you didn't want to go through OG Dragon Balls, like, man, Dragon Ball Z is when it blew up. I just want to watch Dragon Ball Z. I say Dragon Ball Z Kai. You start there. You go.
You go with Dragon Ball, man. Dragon Ball.
I would say always start with OG Dragon Ball, but there's a lot of people that, you know what, I just want to see what the Z thing is about. And if that's what where you're coming from, Dragon Ball Z Kai got you.
I'm gonna start from OG. You know, the old animation isn't gonna turn me off.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch it, but I wonder why did they not just remake that? I feel
that's a great question.
That's a great target right there to remake or remaster or whatever.
I think my theory is because Dragon Ball didn't blow up overseas until the Z era. Because they tried to, they did bring OG Dragon Ball in English dub to the West. Bombed. It fucking bombed. And then Dragon Ball Z came, and then whew, whole different story. And I think because OG Dragon Ball bombed in the West, they've been hesitant to adapt Dragon Ball from the very beginning. They acknowledge it. I think more people know about it now, but I think because it bombed overseas, they've always been hesitant. And that annoys me because, like, people are sort of in the mood for that now. They will accept it now in a way they didn't back then. But God, the Japanese are so risk averse. It's frustrating.
But I think
if something failed once, they'll never do it again.
But I think to your point, though, yeah, they are kind of like that. But I think to your point, you know, they could at least find some sort of way to incorporate it or reference it. You know, GT, I believe, isn't canon yet. They've now brought Super Saiyan 4. So
yeah,
I mean,
because the Toriyama liked GT. So he kind of, that's what Dragon Ball Daima was. It was Toriyama doing his own version of Dragon Ball GT that's canon.
Yeah. Guys, it's 2 a.m. now. We got to wrap this up. So season 3 will suck. Do you have any final words?
C4, we not, the Tekken community is not forgiving you for that, man. We know, and we don't accept the slop. You may accept the slop from Marvel. We don't accept it.
I don't know. I see those Tekken numbers are still high. You're still engaging. You're still engaging. It's okay, man. If it's your game, you got to play it through the good and the bad.
Got to stay loyal.
This is why I just play SNK games. I don't give a shit about the marketing. Gameplay wise, they haven't let me down.
Yeah.
Hey man, all right, we'll save the Tekken discussion for another time. I got some words for you, C4.
All right. Let me know. Let me know when.
I will for sure. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Well, I think we've come to the end. Cody, I just wanted to say I think you've been a good sport.
Hey, man,
I hope you don't feel like we were bullying you.
Nah, I had a good time.
Yeah, I had a good time as well. I didn't know if I was going to stream today, and when all this stuff was going on, I was like, you know what? Let's do a little stream and see how everyone feels about it. So it was a good discussion. I do, however, believe that we will be right here in 2027, and you will be saying, "I'm so sorry, Mike. You were right. That shit was peak."
If they redo all of Super, I'm gonna watch that, but I'm probably still not gonna watch the movie arcs because again, the movies exist. I'll probably just start once they redo with either like Dragon Ball Super Universe 6 or something. I'll jump on there.
Yeah, fair enough. And C4, did you have any closing words?
I mean, I was just going to say what you said about Cody. I'm a very sassy guy, but yeah, you held your own. You had most people coming in here going up against you, and yeah, I said you was going to die on that hill, but I commend you for standing on that hill on your own.
Hey, I had a good time. I had a lot of fun, and I think I convinced enough members of chat that I'm satisfied. I don't know if people chat on my side. I think I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
No, listen. I think you did a good job arguing your point. I believe you're wrong, but we'll see in it. We'll see who's wrong. I'm willing to hold the L if it's just.
We'll see how this turns out. We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you being there.
All good.
All right, man. Good times. Thanks for having me on. I had a lot of fun.
No worries, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Peace.
Peace. Now, before you guys go anywhere, I see people dipping up. On Friday, we've got a really, really big exhibition for Bleach. It's going to be at 9 p.m. UK time. Now, I've got the promo for the stream ready to go as this ends. So if you guys want to see it, stick around. But other than that, thank you for the donations again. Thanks for, I know it's a really random stream. I didn't advertise or anything, but it was a lot of fun. I believe I'm right, but we'll see it. We'll see what happens in 2027. So yeah, I will catch you guys very soon. But yeah, Bleach is on Friday at 9 p.m. and here is the trailer for it. So I'll see you guys when I see you.
勝たせてもらうぞ。挽回。